Chapter 684. The Gu family's alchemy field was located in the center of the Gu family's inner court. There were a total of 100 medicinal cauldrons arranged on the field, and on the high platform, there was a huge cauldron that was tens of meters tall. It looked majestic and spectacular. The 101 medicinal cauldrons showed that the Gu family's alchemy family's reputation was not undeserved. Anyone who came here could not help but imagine the lively scene of the Gu family's disciples refining pills here. The lingering fragrance of the medicine made everyone intoxicated. Although the alchemy field had been cleared out, the surroundings were still full of Gu family disciples. They had all stayed behind to observe the competition. Low-level alchemists would more or less gain something from observing high-level alchemists refining pills. On the high platform, Ling Xiao and Qi Tong were already ready. They were only waiting for the order to begin. At this time, Wu Fu said to Qi Tong, haven't you always wanted to use Master's Scarlet Serpent Cauldron? Today, I will let you have a taste of your desire. With that, Wu Fu waved his hand, and a large scarlet cauldron flew towards Qi Tong. This cauldron emitted a strong flame, and above the flame, a huge scarlet serpent appeared. The serpent's eyes were awe-inspiring, its base and mouth fierce, and its fangs thirsty for blood. This cauldron floated in midair. The body of the cauldron was wide and narrow at the bottom. There were 4 snake-shaped handles on the cauldron, as if they were swallowing the world. The cauldron's walls were engraved with spirit snakes that looked like mysterious array patterns, giving off an ancient feeling. As soon as this cauldron appeared, the Gu family couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Is this Great Master Wu's Earth-level cauldron, the Scarlet Serpent Cauldron? It looks so beautiful. It is said that Great Master Wu obtained it in a secret realm in his early years, and it is also the reason why he is now a 7th-grade alchemist. If this cauldron falls into our Gu family's hands, our Gu family will definitely rise to the next level. With this cauldron, I'm afraid that Qi Tong can use it to refine a 5th-grade elixir. I wonder what the first emperor, Ling Xiao, is relying on? Although the Earth-grade Scarlet Serpent Cauldron was ranked 34th among the 36 great Earth-grade cauldrons, it still surpassed the grade of ordinary medicine cauldrons. It could greatly improve the quality of the pills refined by an alchemist, allowing them to condense better pills. Ling Xiao had not expected to see an Earth-grade cauldron here. He believed that he would be able to see even more extraordinary spiritual fires and medicinal cauldrons at the elixir-gathering competition. Qi Tong revealed a fanatical expression and grabbed the Scarlet Serpent Cauldron in his hand. He laughed proudly and said, "Haha, thank you, Master." Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Let's see how you die this time." As soon as his words fell, he immediately placed the medicine cauldron on the stage and many spirit grasses flew out of his space ring. "Refine!" Qi Tong shouted. The hundreds of spirit grasses were all suspended above the medicinal cauldron under his control. As his voice fell, countless black flames immediately shot out of his palms. The flames burned the cauldron walls, and the flames burned the suspended spirit grasses like spiritual snakes. Sizzle! The spirit grasses were immediately burned and quickly withered. Bits of grass essence began to drip into the medicine cauldron. Alchemy into the rain realm. This Qi Tong really has some skill. Gu Jiaojiao's big brother, Gu Li, quietly came to Gu Jiaojiao's side and whispered. Gu Jiaojiao nodded and responded, looking at his smooth technique, he must have gone through a period of bitter training. I just don't know what kind of pill he wants to refine. At least at the peak of the 5th grade, or... In short, this competition is not optimistic. Even if I go up, I may not be Qi Tong's opponent, Gu Li said with a frown. Gu Jiaojiao's worry became even stronger, but Yi Yunfeng on the side still had a calm smile on his face. Yao Qingmin quietly pulled Bing Ruoshui's hand and said, "Do you think young master will cut off their left or right hands?" Bing Ruoshui rolled her eyes at her and said, "Senior sister, are you really going to be Zhao's maid? Why don't I go talk to Xiao and let this matter go?" Previously, Ling Xiao had promised to save her master, so Yao Qingmin had to promise to be Ling Zhao's maid. Bing Ruoshui thought that this matter was over. She knew Ling Zhao's character and didn't take this matter seriously. However, her senior sister considered herself as a maid. This put Bing Ruoshui in a difficult position. She knew that Ling Xiao already had a lot of women, and one less was one less, but it seemed that it would be difficult. Yao Qingmin blinked her big eyes and said, "Junior sister, don't worry. I won't fight with you for your favor. I'm just warming your bed. I won't do anything to let you down." Bing Ruoshui patted her forehead and didn't say anything else. She knew that her senior sister was sometimes very insensitive. If she really wanted to warm the bed, would Ling Xiao be able to hold himself back? Forget it, rather than letting senior sister follow another man, it's better to share a husband with me. In the future, there will definitely be more women by Zhao's side. With senior sister here, I can also have an ally. Bing Ruoshui thought. At this time, on the high platform, Qi Tong had already finished refining the spirit herbs, but there was still no movement from Ling Xiao. Do you want to secretly learn from me? Unfortunately, you can only learn it in your next life. Qi Tong said proudly. With the earth-level Scarlet Serpent Cauldron, he was already 100 times more confident in winning against Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled non-committally. He just wanted to see what kind of methods this Qi Tong had. Refining medicine into rain? You have some ability, but unfortunately, you met me. Ling Xiao said disdainfully in his heart. Immediately after, Ling Xiao looked at the 100 cauldrons below. He found that these cauldrons were all at the 5th stage, which was really good. If any of these cauldrons were to fall into the northwest or the southern wasteland, they would become treasures that local alchemists would fight over. But here, they were just ordinary ones for their descendants to use to refine pills. Ling Xiao casually waved his hand, and a cauldron below flew towards him. He patted the cauldron's body lightly, making a few crisp sounds. He murmured, "Not bad, it's you. You want to win against my disciple with this kind of ordinary stuff? You're really delusional." Wu Fu, who was sitting to the side, said disdainfully in his heart. "I really don't know if he knows alchemy. If he really knows alchemy, he should be able to use the cauldron that he usually uses. It seems that he really is a layman." Gu Fen sneered at the side. "Maybe he thinks that our 5th stage cauldron here is better than his own cauldron," an elder of the Gu family beside him echoed. Gu Feng also frowned and murmured, "Is he really just bluffing?" At this time, Ling Xiao also began to make his move. He was not as ostentatious as Qi Tong. Instead, he stuffed all of his spirit herbs into the cauldron. His actions immediately caused everyone around him to criticize him. Does he even know how to refine pills? Even if he can't reach the realm of refining medicine into rain, it's still impossible for him to stuff a bunch of spirit herbs into an apothecary to refine. I'm going to faint. I thought he was also a high-ranked alchemist, but it seems like he's just a layman. That's right. How can he extract the essence of all kinds of spirit herbs by doing this? I'm afraid they'll all turn into a pile of useless grass in the end. What a pity for that pile of spirit herbs. Everyone watching from the high platform also revealed a look of ridicule. Gu Qin, on the other hand, had a puzzled look on his face. What is Brother Ling doing? Could it be that he's just fooling people? Gu Jiaojiao, who was below, almost fainted when she saw this scene. "Yunfeng, I've been killed by you." Gu Jiaojiao cried out to Yi Yunfeng. "Why do you say that?" Yi Yunfeng asked in confusion. "You said that he's a 6th-grade alchemist, but how can this be considered alchemy? Do you think I'm an idiot?" Gu Jiaojiao shouted angrily. She had been learning alchemy since she was young, but she had never seen anyone who would actually put a large pile of spirit herbs into a cauldron to refine. Only a layman would do such an unreasonable thing. She now felt that Yi Yunfeng and Ling Xiao were definitely lying to her. What 6th-grade alchemist? He probably couldn't even be considered a first-level alchemist. Yi Yunfeng said innocently, "Jiao, don't be angry. Boss naturally has a way. Although I haven't seen Boss's appearance when refining pills, I can be sure that he really is a 6th-grade alchemist." Usually, Ling Xiao would be alone when refining pills, and he had never observed Ling Xiao's appearance when refining pills. However, the various kinds of pills that his boss had taken out were definitely refined by his boss himself. Yi Yunfeng trusted Ling Xiao unreservedly, and he also firmly believed that Ling Xiao would never lie to him. Gu Jiaojiao was completely speechless. Ling Xiao, who was on the high platform, also began to make his move. His palms flashed like a dream, and countless palms struck out, one after another. Fire shadows burned the walls of the cauldron. Right now, he was only using ordinary flames. He felt that he didn't need to use his full strength to win against Qi Tong. The stalks of spirit herbs in the cauldron were steamed by the scorching energy until they shriveled. If an ordinary person were to refine spirit herbs like this, they would definitely destroy these spirit herbs. However, Ling Xiao would definitely not cause such a result, because his mental power had already controlled the spirit herbs in the cauldron to disperse and wrap them up to prevent them from being destroyed by other scorching energy. In the medicinal cauldron, these spiritual herbs were extracted from the lowest layer of spiritual herbs. However, no one could see the mysteries of this process clearly. Qi Tong, who was at the side, naturally didn't know that Ling Xiao had such a brilliant method. He only thought that he had completely defeated Ling Xiao, and in his heart, he was thinking that he should let Ling Xiao die in order to vent the hatred in his heart. Qi Tong compressed all the essence of the spirit herbs to one side, and a sparkling beast core appeared in his hand. He hesitated for a moment, but still threw it into the cauldron. Qi Tong, he just threw in a 6th level beast core. Could it be that he is already a 6th grade alchemist? Gu Fan asked Wu Fu in astonishment. At this time, Gu Ying and the elders of the Gu family pricked up their ears to listen. They all wanted to know if Qi Tong was really a 6th grade alchemist. Wu Fu smiled proudly, and kept them in suspense. You can count, but you can also not count. Chapter 685. In the Gu clan's pill refining field, there were disciples of the Gu clan standing everywhere, watching the two people refining medicine on the high platform. At this moment, Qi Tong had already reached the final stage, and the beast core that he had thrown in had already been gradually refined by him. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was still slowly refining the spirit grass. He was not in a hurry to quickly refine the spirit grass. This was because he wanted to see the expressions of those people when they fell from heaven to hell. Only then would it be refreshing. The spirit grass in his medicinal cauldron was almost completely refined, and the medicinal smell emitted by the medicinal essence was suppressed by Ling Xiao using his mental power. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao had destroyed the pile of spirit grass. Phew! I've finally finished refining it. Qi Tong let out a light sigh. A lot of sweat had appeared on his face. It was obvious that even he, an Empyrean, could not endure the continuous consumption. He glanced at Ling Xiao, who was still using fire to burn the medicinal cauldron, and revealed a pleased look. You're just pretending, let's see how you cry later. In the blink of an eye, another half an hour had passed, and it was finally time for Qi Tong to refine the pill. His face was flushed red, and a large amount of black flames emerged from his palm. The powerful flames mixed with the surrounding spirit qi and pressed down on the medicinal cauldron. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and a strong rebounding force sprayed out from the medicinal cauldron. Qi Tong immediately used his nether protection force, wrapping himself in layers. Ling Xiao also took advantage of the time when no one was paying attention to quickly throw a beast core into the medicinal cauldron. The flame energy in his hands quickly increased, and his mental power turned into countless sharp blades that cut the beast core into countless pieces. In the end, it was easily refined by the fiery energy. No one would have thought that Ling Xiao would be able to refine the beast core in such a short period of time. If others were to see that he had actually done it so quickly, their jaws would probably drop in shock. After all, even a grade 8 alchemist might not be able to refine a grade 6 beast core so quickly. When Qi Tong went to check the medicinal pill he had refined, Ling Xiao also shouted on the other side, "Condense for me." The spiritual energy around Ling Xiao surged towards him like a tidal wave. At the same time, the flames in his hands pressed down on the medicinal cauldron. Once again, he was distracted. The spiritual energy compressed all the essence that was about to spill out of the medicinal cauldron. Flames, spiritual energy, and spiritual energy simultaneously compressed and refined the essence of the spiritual herbs and the energy of the beast cores in the cauldron. Pung. There was also a muffled groan, but not much energy came out of the cauldron. On the other side, Chi Tong seemed to have obtained the pill he had refined, and his face was full of pride. Chi Tong, quickly show your pill to Grandmaster Gu Qin. Wu Fu impatiently called out to Chi Tong. Chi Tong nodded at him and then quickly walked in front of Gu Qin. He handed an ugly medicinal pill to Gu Qin and said, Grandmaster Gu Qin, please take a look. This is a grade 6 medicinal pill, the Blood Rapid Pill. The Blood Rapid Pill was a high-grade medicinal pill that could quickly restore blood and qi. It was an excellent and necessary healing medicine for Empyrean powerhouses. Once they lost too much blood, this Blood Rapid Pill could quickly replenish their blood and spiritual energy in a short period of time. This was also the lowest grade of grade 6 medicinal pills, and it was the easiest to refine. Gu Qin glanced at Chi Tong's ugly medicinal pill and said, this can only be considered a semi-finished grade 6 medicinal pill, but it's already very good that you can condense it. It seems that in a few years, you will have the opportunity to advance to a real grade 6 alchemist. Chi Tong received Gu Qin's praise and immediately bowed and said, many thanks for Grandmaster Gu Qin's praise. Although this was only a semi-finished grade 6 medicinal pill, it was already considered a medicinal pill that surpassed grade 5. Unless Ling Xiao could completely refine a grade 6 medicinal pill, it was absolutely impossible to win against him. Congratulations Grandmaster Wu for having such a good disciple. Among the younger generation of my Gu family, there is no one as outstanding as Chi Tong. In the future, he will become my Gu family's son-in-law and can be considered half a member of the Gu family. Gu Fen said respectfully to Wu Fu. Wu Fu said modestly, you flatter me. Your Gu family is full of talents, and my disciple only has a little tenbin. It's really not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Although he said so, his face was full of pride, and his heart was incomparably gratified. Although this disciple of his was a little lecherous, his tenbin was indeed not inferior to his, and there was even a chance that he could surpass him one day. At this time, the cauldron on Ling Xiao's side also exploded, and everyone's gazes fell in his direction. What the hell is this guy doing? Just now, he stuffed a large pile of spirit grass into it, so it should have been destroyed. He can actually explode the cauldron and condense the pill, isn't he too good at pretending? That's right, I haven't even seen him put the beast core in. Could it be that he refined a level 1 or 2 medicinal pill? I'm dying of laughter. I think he can't even refine a level 1 or 2 medicinal pill. He's just using his qi to make a sound. That's right, I'm afraid his medicinal cauldron is just a pile of dregs. Ling Xiao purposely wiped off his sweat and sighed, damn, concocting pills is so king hard. The surrounding people all laughed in surprise at the same time. Their laughter was not a kind smile, but a smile filled with incomparable ridicule. Gu Jiaojiao almost fainted on the spot. All sorts of signs showed that Ling Xiao was not someone who knew how to concoct pills. He was just a layman. On the other hand, Yi Yunfeng said happily, Jiaojiao, did you see that? I told you that boss would not disappoint us. Hearing this, Gu Jiaojiao completely fainted. At this time, Gu Qin, who was the judge, said, I wonder what rank of pill Brother Ling is refining. Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Gu Fun, who was at the side, mocked, Ancestor, do you think he can refine a pill like that? I think it's better to immediately get someone to activate the clan's great formation and tie him up so that he won't run away immediately if he loses. Wu Fu, who was at the side, also said, that's right, he definitely won't be able to refine a pill. Master Gu Qin, please control him first so that he won't go back on his word. Chi Tong smiled disdainfully at Ling Xiao and said, competing with me in alchemy, you really don't know what's good for you. If you don't want to die, kneel down and beg me. Maybe I'll let you go if I'm happy. Looking at the mocking expressions, Ling Xiao still did not move. He calmly extended his hand towards the medicinal cauldron and muttered, why didn't I get the pill? Forget it, Brother Ling. I think you should apologize to Wu Fu and his disciple and let this matter go. Gu Qin said. He also felt that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to refine a pill, so he said this in hopes that he could be a mediator and make Ling Xiao owe him a favor. However, Ling Xiao did not answer him. Instead, he revealed a look of pleasant surprise and said, "I got it. I got it." "Huh, who said that this young master can't refine a pill? Take a look for yourselves, this is a grade 6 revered pill." Following that, 3 pills appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. He raised them up high like a child who had been praised, smiling very happily. Everyone was stunned and their expressions were extremely strange. "Ahaha. You're too funny, cheating in front of everyone in the hall. It's fine if you're cheating, but at least do it more realistically. Have you ever seen anyone who can refine a high-grade pill and condense 3 pills at once?" I'm dying of laughter. Qi Tong did not care about his image and burst into laughter. On the high platform, the Gu family and Wu Fu could not help but laugh as well. Obviously, they all tolerated Qi Tong's words. Most of the people present were alchemists. They all knew that a tier 1 or 2 medicinal pill could be condensed into multiple medicinal pills at once. However, when it came to tier 3 and above medicinal pills, it was almost impossible to condense multiple medicinal pills at once. After all, a standard grade medicinal pill required a lot of energy, and at the same time, the refining process was complicated. During this process, not many alchemists could completely seal the energy and prevent it from overflowing, so this also led to the loss of a large amount of medicinal essence and energy during the final condensing of the pill. In the end, they could only condense a single medicinal pill. And Ling Xiao took out 3 pills at once. This naturally made them think that he was cheating. Ling Xiao ignored their ridicule and walked in front of Gu Qin with large strides, saying, "Master Gu Qin, these are the 3 metal attribute Zun Zun Dan that I refined, take a look." "Brother Ling, this. Did you really refine this?" Gu Qin asked as he looked at the 3 sparkling pills that were as smooth as jade. He only needed to smell the rich pill fragrance to know that these 3 pills were definitely high-grade pills of excellent quality, but he did not believe that they were refined by Ling Xiao. "Master Gu Qin, is there even a need to ask? He clearly took them out of his spatial ring to fool us. He doesn't know how to refine pills, so he lost this match," Wu Fu said from the side. "That's right, old ancestor, we have never seen anyone who can refine pills like this, and we also didn't see him throw a beast core in, so how could he possibly condense a pill? This is clearly cheating," Gu Fen said with a sneer. At this time, Guing also shook his head and said, "I have also never seen anyone who can condense pills like this." For a moment, everyone accused Ling Xiao of cheating, saying that he didn't know how to refine pills. Yao Qingmin, who was below, said angrily, "They clearly lost, yet they actually said that young master doesn't know how to refine pills. They really deserve to die. Isn't that so? Xiao Luo's alchemy is a bit unique, but I also saw him secretly put a beast core in just now. He definitely wouldn't cheat." Bing Ruoshui also stood on Ling Xiao's side and said. Li Shui and Lu Kun remained silent. They also couldn't distinguish between right and wrong. But of course, they all hoped that Ling Xiao was right. "Yunfeng, it seems that we really can't be together," Gu Jiaojiao said to Yi Yunfeng with great disappointment. She originally thought that Ling Xiao could really reverse the situation and help her escape the fate of marrying Qi Tong, but now it seemed that it was just her wishful thinking. "Impossible, you must believe in boss, these pills are really refined by him," Yi Yunfeng said very firmly. Chapter 686. Facing the questioning and ridicule, Ling Xiao was still waiting for Gu Qin's reply. He also wanted to know if Gu Qin, a 7th-grade alchemist, would believe his words. In the end, he looked at Gu Qin's expression and was disappointed. A dignified 7th-grade alchemist actually had such poor eyesight and experience. He was truly unworthy of the title of a 7th-grade alchemist. "It seems that even Master Gu Qin doesn't believe that I refined this," Ling Xiao said as he put away the 3 pills and turned around. Qi Tong immediately shouted from the side, "Master Gu Qin, quickly stop him, he's going to escape." "I'll stop you." Ling Xiao turned around and roared at Qi Tong. The powerful sound wave was deafening. However, this time, Ling Xiao did not use the heavenly roar of the dragons. Everyone only felt a little uncomfortable, but it did not affect them much. Don't tell me you want to go back on your word? Wu Fu shouted at Ling Xiao with a dark face. That's right, if you go back on your word, your reputation as the first emperor will definitely be destroyed. Tomorrow, everyone in the central region will know that the first emperor Ling Xiao is just a despicable person who doesn't keep his word. Gu Fan shouted from the side. Brother Ling, I think you should beg for forgiveness from Wu Fu and his disciple. Gu Qin said in a very difficult manner. To be honest, he admitted that Ling Xiao's battle prowess was not inferior to his, but this was the Gu clan's territory. If he really wanted to keep Ling Xiao here, he was still confident that he could do it. If you lose, then just admit it. Hurry up and kill yourself. He can't afford to lose, yet he still wants to bet with others. This person's skin is too thick. That's right, to think that he's still the first emperor. I think it's just an undeserved reputation. I'm afraid that the title of first emperor was also obtained through deception. Pfft. Other than the people on the high platform, the Gu clan disciples below were also shouting non-stop. It was obvious that they were very dissatisfied with Ling Xiao, who was preparing to escape. All of you, shut up. Today, I will let you so-called alchemists see what the true art of alchemy is. Ling Xiao roared with a dragon's roar. Then, something flew towards Gu Qin. Gu Qin immediately reached out and caught it, but before he could see what was inside, Ling Xiao's voice rang out, "This is my space ring, please keep it safe for me. Also, give me a portion of the revolving soul pills spirit herbs, this young master will let you broaden your horizons." Wushang Ling Xiao's emperor's might was displayed, and everyone was stunned. Everyone quieted down. Standing in front of the medicine cauldron, Ling Xiao's upper body was completely naked, his well-proportioned body showing the most perfect proportion. There were no space rings on his fingers, so it was impossible for him to hide anything on his body. Bastard, you've already lost just now. No matter what you do, it's useless. Qi Tong looked at Ling Xiao who was showing off his might and scolded him. Ling Xiao ignored him and turned to stare at Gu Qin. Grandmaster Gu Qin, could it be that your dignified alchemy family has never heard that high-grade pills can be refined in one go? You really don't deserve to be called an alchemy family. Those 3 pills just now were taken out by me from the medicine cauldron. You all said that I cheated, but which one of you saw me cheat? Which one of you saw me throw the pills in? Since you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you now. High-grade pills can also be refined in one go. Right now, I don't have any empty clothes, nor do I have a space ring on hand. If I can refine more pills, I believe you all can shut up. Ling Xiao's series of rhetorical questions left Gu Qin and the others a little speechless. Indeed, as Ling Xiao said, none of them saw Ling Xiao throw the pills into the medicine cauldron, so there was no way to prove whether he cheated or not. Moreover, what Ling Xiao said was also true. Some outstanding alchemists could indeed condense multiple pills in one go, but such alchemists were really rare. As far as Gu Qin knew, there were only 2 or 3 old farts in the medicine sect and the spiritual martial pavilion who could do this. He had never heard of anyone else, so he really did not believe that Ling Xiao could do this. Gu Qin was silent for a moment before saying, "Fine, I'll give you another chance, but, if you can't refine a pill, even if this old master has to risk his life, I will take your life here. Of course, your friends will follow you on the road. This is the price you have to pay for looking down on our Gu family." Gu Qin tolerated Ling Xiao, but that didn't mean that he could let Ling Xiao look down on their Gu family. As an ancestor, he had to protect the Gu family's reputation even if he died. Wu Fu was overjoyed and immediately added fuel to the fire. "Since Master Gu Qin has spoken, I'll give you a chance. If you can't refine it, I, Wu Fu, have decided to join forces with the Gu family to keep you here. Hee hee, I'll see how you die later." Qi Tong laughed sinisterly. They definitely didn't believe that Ling Xiao could refine multiple pills at once. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was just bluffing. Gu Qin brought a set of fire attribute Zun Zun Dan's spirit herbs to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered, "Open your eyes wide and take a look. This young master just wanted to show you a unique alchemy method. Unfortunately, you stupid pigs don't know what's good for you. You really don't deserve to be called alchemists." After saying that, Ling Xiao once again stuffed all the spirit herbs into the Zun Zun Dan. All of his movements were the same as before, but this time, his movements were countless times faster than before. His palms kept flying, and a series of dazzling movements made it hard for people to see the movements of Ling Xiao's palms. The strong flame was like a fire dragon that incessantly burned the medicinal cauldron. Sizzle. The spirit herbs in the medicinal cauldron were being refined at an extremely fast speed. This time, Ling Xiao didn't use his spiritual force to isolate the spirit herbs. Waves of refined medicinal fragrance wafted out, causing everyone to be astonished. His movements are so fast. Is he using a palm technique? It's really fast, and I can even smell the medicinal fragrance. Did he really refine the essence of the spirit herbs? Impossible, all the spirit herbs are stuffed together. How can he extract their essence one by one? Isn't this going against our usual refining methods? Could it be that the 3 medicinal pills just now were really refined by him? The disciples of the Gu family started discussing once again, and the people on the high platform revealed expressions of surprise. They watched Ling Xiao's palm technique as if they were fascinated and kept staring at it. As alchemists, they knew that a good set of alchemy palm techniques could control the fire extremely well, and the palm technique that Ling Xiao was using now was undoubtedly an excellent fire control palm technique. In their hearts, they didn't believe that Ling Xiao could refine medicinal pills, so they were somewhat shaken. What kind of palm technique is this? It's actually so incisive. It's much more brilliant than our Gu family's inherited fire control palm technique. Gu Qin was able to capture the trajectory of Ling Xiao's palm. As a Tier 7 alchemist, he could also feel the extraordinariness of Ling Xiao's palm technique. For a moment, he was unable to extricate himself from watching. Hundreds of stalks of spirit herbs, an ordinary high-level alchemist would need to spend at least an hour to completely refine them. However, Ling Xiao only spent about a quarter of an hour to refine them all. The spirit herbs stuffed in the medicinal cauldron had already completely disappeared, and only balls of various colored essences were left inside. Watch carefully, I'm going to throw the beast core in. Ling Xiao raised the beast core in his hand and shouted, then threw it into the medicinal cauldron. Just like before, the moment the beast core was thrown in, it was completely refined by Ling Xiao in a short while. The essence of the spirit herbs and the energy of the beast core gathered together at the same time. Condense for me. Ling Xiao raised his bare arms high, then the flames on his palms pressed down towards the mouth of the medicinal cauldron. The surrounding spiritual energy squeezed in at the same time like a tide. Bang! The terrifying energy produced a strong muffled sound, and this muffled sound was much louder than before. A burst of milky white smoke appeared in the air. This milky white smoke was like pure energy, making the surrounding people feel refreshed when they smelled it. This is the milky pill fragrance produced by a top-grade pill. Did he refine a top-grade 6th-grade pill? Impossible, to refine a 6th-grade pill, it would take at least half a day, but he refined it in less than half an hour. This is absolutely impossible, this pill fragrance is definitely fake. Are you saying that our noses have failed? Impossible, he's still naked, and he doesn't have a space ring on his hand. It's impossible for him to cheat this time, right? Who knows, maybe there's nothing in the medicinal cauldron. After the pill fragrance drifted away, Ling Xiao turned around and said faintly, "You can inspect the goods yourselves." After saying so, Ling Xiao walked to the side and said to Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin below, "Come up and help this young master put on his clothes." The 2 pretty figures did not hesitate and immediately jumped onto the stage. Their stunning faces were flushed red, and then they obediently helped Ling Xiao put on his clothes. TSK, young master's figure is really great. Yao Qingmin boldly pinched Ling Xiao's chest and clicked her tongue. This action caused the blood of the Gu family juniors below to spurt out. Their eyes were full of envy and jealousy as they stared at Ling Xiao. Anyone who saw another man being served by such two beauties would feel that the heavens were unfair. At this time, Qi Tong, who was on the stage, looked at the two women serving Ling Xiao with greed in his eyes. He then said coldly, "Who are you trying to scare? I don't believe that you can really refine a 6th-grade pill in such a short time." After saying so, he strode towards the medicinal cauldron. However, when he was about to reach the medicinal cauldron, there was another muffled sound. Qi Tong was startled and stopped in his tracks. Bang! The 5th-grade medicinal cauldron actually broke into pieces. Immediately afterward, 4 crystal clear, round, and flawless pills fell to the ground, and bursts of pill fragrance filled the Gu family inner courtyard. Everyone began to suffocate. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and their mouths were the size of fists, as if they could not believe what they were seeing was the truth. Chapter 687. The Gu family's alchemy hall was unprecedentedly silent. Apart from breathing, there was practically nothing else that everyone could do. Their eyes were fixated on the pills that were emitting an intense fiery color. It was as if these few excellent pills had become the focal point of all eternity. After a long time, Gu Qin stood up from his seat and walked towards the elixirs step by step. His pace was not fast, but in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the pills. With a wave of his hand, the 4 pills on the ground fell into his hand. Gu Qin's eyes lit up with excitement as he stared at the round, flawless, fiery Zun pill. I really didn't expect that this old master would be able to see such a perfect alchemy technique in his lifetime. It only took half an hour for all the essences to be condensed together. It seems that all these years, this old master has really been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Gu Qin said with great emotion. His expression was both excited and self-deprecating. Then, he made an unexpected move. Grandmaster Ling, I'm sorry, Gu Qin's eyes were blind. I didn't recognize Grandmaster Ling's talent in alchemy. This Gu Qin is ashamed, please accept this Gu Qin's bow. Gu Qin bowed 90 degrees to Ling Xiao apologetically and at the same time, handed over Ling Xiao's space ring. Everyone present was stunned. No one expected Gu Qin to bow to Ling Xiao. Gu Qin was a high and mighty 7th-grade alchemist, even a peak mystic emperor was not worthy of such a bow from him. Ling Xiao was just a young man in his 20s. Even if he was a 6th-grade alchemist, he was still a level lower than Gu Qin. Gu Qin should not be bowing to Ling Xiao, right? Others might have thought so, but Gu Qin didn't think so. To be able to achieve this kind of unpredictable alchemy at such a young age, it could only mean that Ling Xiao's alchemy skills were not as simple as they seemed. Even if Ling Xiao was indeed a 6th-grade alchemist, but with his current performance, it was absolutely not a problem for him to advance to the 7th-grade or 8th-grade Tenbin. How could such an outstanding young man with Tenbin's potential not be worthy of Gu Qin's favor? At the same time, it was also his apology for questioning Ling Xiao's alchemy skills. Wu Fu bounced up from his seat and revealed a look of disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the next moment, he arrived beside Gu Qin. Looking at the pill in Gu Qin's hand, he felt as if he had fallen into an icehouse. The members of the Gu family stood up as well. Their faces were burning with embarrassment. The Gu family disciples below the platform still didn't seem to understand what was going on, and their faces were still full of confusion. What are you all still in a daze for? Why haven't you quickly saluted Grandmaster Ling? Gu Qin frowned and yelled at all the disciples of the Gu family. He, the dignified old ancestor, had already saluted. Why were his own descendants so insensible? Everyone in the Gu family was stunned. They all bowed in Ling Xiao's direction and said, "Greetings, Grandmaster Ling." "Please forgive us, Grandmaster Ling." They had been mocking Ling Xiao all this while. But now, they were slapped ruthlessly by Ling Xiao and even had to work hard to put on a smile and apologize. This simply made all of them extremely uncomfortable. But when they thought of Ling Xiao's means of refining 4 6th-grade medicinal pills in one go, everyone was also convinced. If it was said that martial artists worship the strong, then alchemists similarly worshipped alchemists of higher grades than them. Impossible. He must be cheating. I absolutely don't believe that he can refine 4 medicinal pills in one go. This is absolutely impossible. Even my master, who is a 7th-grade alchemist, can't do it. How can he do it? Qi Tong roared very agitatedly. The Gu family's people acknowledged Ling Xiao. That meant that they lost. Not only did they lose those 50 stalks of 6th-grade high-rank spiritual herbs, they also lost an arm. Losing those 50 stalks of 6th-grade high-rank spiritual herbs was lost. They could get it back in the future. But losing an arm, that was impossible to retrieve. Qi Tong was close to 100 years old. Relatively speaking, he was still very young and still had a long way to go. His beautiful life had just begun. He absolutely did not wish for himself to really become a cripple with a broken arm. What are you still in a daze for? Follow me. Wu Fu was definitely not Qi Tong. He quickly regained his composure. He knew that the situation was not developing as they imagined. He decisively swept to Qi Tong's side and grabbed Qi Tong's shoulder with one hand and immediately fled out of the Gu family. Want to leave? Not so easy. Lu Kun regained his composure. He immediately bounced up and chased after Wu Fu and his disciple. However, there was one person faster than him who caught up to Wu Fu and his disciple. You guys go back. I will plead on your behalf to Grandmaster Ling. Gu Qin clasped his hands behind his back as he looked at Wu Fu and Qi Tong. Grandmaster Gu Qin, I am your Gu family's guest. Please let us go. I don't want those 50 stalks of spiritual herbs. However, we absolutely cannot lose an arm. Wu Fu said with a pleading tone. Go back and beg for mercy. How could they be so naive to believe Gu Qin's words? How could that Ling Xiao let them off so easily? Wu Fu, you have been a famous figure for many years. My family's young master is willing to exchange his life for your arm. This is already thinking very highly of you. With me, Lu Kun, here, you can forget about escaping. Lu Kun shouted, blocking Wu Fu's path. Go back. Grandmaster Ling should be a person who understands his carelessness. I believe he will not make things difficult for you, Gu Qin repeated. If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Fu was also a famous alchemist like him, Gu Qin would have immediately cut off the hands of Wu Fu and his disciple. He hated these kinds of vile people who repeated their words the most. If Gu Qin could put down his old face and apologize, why couldn't Wu Fu go and apologize as well? Master, don't go back. I don't want to be crippled. Quickly take me away. Qi Tong shook his head vigorously and cried out in alarm. Wu Fu looked at Qi Tong and hesitated for a moment. His entire person became dispirited as he said, Fine, I will go with you. However, Grandmaster Gu Qin, you must ensure that my disciple is intact. Even if this old man has to compensate him with both of my hands, it doesn't matter. Master. Qi Tong cried out softly. His heart was somewhat touched, but he was even more delighted. As long as he could keep both of his hands, he would still be able to live a luxurious life in the future. Gu Qin looked at Wu Fu in astonishment before nodding his head and saying, I will do my best. The few of them once again returned to the high platform of the alchemy field. Grandmaster Ling, they're back. Gu Qin said to Ling Xiao. If it was said that Ling Xiao had defeated him and made him treat him as someone of the same level, then now he was treating Ling Xiao as someone of an even higher level. Ling Xiao, I admit that we underestimated your strength. We, master and disciple, admit defeat in this competition. However, I hope that you can be magnanimous towards my disciple and let him go this time. You can chop off both of my arms. Wu Fu said faintly to Ling Xiao. Even Gu Qin wasn't a match for Ling Xiao in terms of combat strength. He, Wu Fu, wasn't confident that he could subdue Ling Xiao, so he could only speak humbly. In order to protect his disciple, it could be said that he was protecting Qi Tong. Qi Tong, who was at the side, nodded his head repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes. Grandmaster Ling, please let me go. I will never appear in front of you again." Gu Fun, who had been standing on the side of Wu Fu and his disciple, didn't dare to speak anymore. He knew that his plan this time had completely failed. On the other hand, Gu Ying stepped forward and said, "Grandmaster Ling, I think we should forget about this matter. Grandmaster Wu Fu and nephew Qi Tong are only sparring with you in pill refining. There's no need to hurt everyone's feelings. You didn't lose anything after all. Why don't our Gu family compensate you with 1,000,000 high-grade profound crystals and 100 level 6 spirit herbs?" Gu Ying was the head of the family, and Wu Fu and his disciple were guests of the Gu family. If he could help them once, he believed that Wu Fu and his disciple would be grateful to them in the future. From this point of view, Gu Ying's heart was much better than his cousin Gu Fun's. Gu Qin looked at Gu Ying with a gratified expression. It was obvious that he agreed with Gu Ying's words. Patriarch Gu. Wu Fu looked gratefully at Gu Su and called out. He then turned to Ling Xiao and said, "Grandmaster Ling, please give me an explanation. I only want to protect my disciple. Even if you want me to die immediately, I will do so." At this time, Ling Xiao finally spoke. What a good master and disciple relationship. Since you are so great, if I don't fulfill your wish, it would seem that I, Ling Xiao, am too unreasonable. Ling Xiao laughed out loud towards the sky and said, "Grandmaster Ling, I think we should forget about it." At this time, Gu Qin also advised from the side. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "You guys saw it too. If I had lost just now, they would have taken my life. Luckily, I won, so they must pay the price." As he said that, he looked at Qi Tong, who couldn't help but retreat a few steps in fright from Ling Xiao's cold gaze. "Grandmaster Ling, please let me go." Qi Tong knelt heavily on the ground and begged for mercy. "Rest assured, I will let you go." Ling Xiao showed a cunning smile, pausing for a moment before saying faintly, "As long as you cut off your master's arms, I will let you go." Saying so, he took out a long sword from his space ring and threw it in front of Qi Tong. Everyone understood Ling Xiao's intentions and their faces became ugly. Ling Xiao's Chou Fu was too ruthless. He actually ordered his disciple to cut off his master's arms. If Qi Tong didn't do it, then he would lose an arm. However, if he cut off his teacher's arms, then he would be no different from a rebellious person who killed his teacher. His reputation in the future would be ruined, and he would be hated and abandoned by the world. Qi Tong looked at the sword in front of him and hesitated for a moment before finally grasping it in his hand. "Ling Xiao, why must you be so aggressive?" Wu Fu shouted at Ling Xiao. Heh, aren't you very great? I want to see if your disciple is as great as you." Ling Xiao sneered. Everyone who saw Ling Xiao's smile felt their blood run cold. Only now did they realize that this first emperor was absolutely a ruthless person. "Master, I'm sorry. In the future, this disciple will definitely find a spirit grass to cure your broken arms." Qi Tong clenched his teeth and raised his sword towards Wu Fu. Chapter 688. The sudden scene caused everyone's eyes to widen and their mouths to drop open. They did not expect Qi Tong to make a move so abruptly. He did not even care about their relationship as master and disciple. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day, a father for life. What he did was completely the act of killing his own master and father. This was the most despicable and despicable person. Wu Fu could not help but feel a wave of sorrow in his heart. He had thought of cutting off both his arms to protect Qi Tong. After all, Qi Tong was the child he had raised since he was young, and the successor he was proud of. He did not expect Ling Xiao's revenge to be so vicious, to actually make Qi Tong cut off both his arms. He hated Ling Xiao, but he hated himself even more for raising an ingrate. He had the ability to kill Qi Tong with his palms, but he could not let go of the relationship between master and disciple. Forget it, I did not expect that I, Wu Fu, who was famous for my entire life, would be muddled for a moment. I actually accepted such a disciple. Wu Fu lamented in his heart. He had already closed his eyes and dispersed all the dark protection force, waiting for Qi Tong's sword to fall. However, he realized that Qi Tong's sword did not fall even after a long time. He slowly opened his old eyes, only to discover that Qi Tong, who was already in front of him, had his neck gripped by a hand, rendering him speechless. Ling Xiao looked at Wu Fu disdainfully and said, "You sacrificed yourself because of the relationship between master and disciple, but this fellow only cared about his own life and death. This is your good disciple." After saying that, he flung Qi Tong away heavily. Ling Xiao did not make any other movements. He turned and flew down from the stage. He looked at Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao. "In the future, you two must be together well. Don't let down boss's hard work. Let's go, I believe no one will stop you." Yi Yunfeng excitedly pulled Gu Jiaojiao's hand and said, "Let's go, Jiaojiao. In the future, accompany me to eat and drink with boss." Gu Jiaojiao's face flushed red, but her heart was filled with sweetness. "Grandmaster Ling, please wait." Gu Qin instantly caught up to Ling Xiao and called out. "Is there anything else, Master Gu Qin?" Ling Xiao asked. Gu Qin smiled and said, "Your gambling money is still with me. By the way, Guing also said that since you are willing to let go of Wu Fu and Qi Tong, our Gu family must give you 1 million upper-rank mysterious crystals and 100 rank 6 spirit herbs. Why don't you go to the guest room and rest first? I'll get someone to prepare everything for you." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment but did not refuse. He accepted the 100 stalks of rank 6 high-rank spiritual herbs and then brought his group to the guest room of the Gu family. If there were benefits to take, why would he refuse? Unless he was a fool, Ling Xiao was naturally not a fool. The people of the Gu clan started to disperse, only Wu Fu and his disciples stayed behind. With a face full of guilt, Qi Tong walked to Wu Fu and knelt down. "Master. Master, I'm sorry." Wu Fu had a desolate look on his face. He sighed heavily and said, "Go. Master, I know I was wrong. Don't chase me away. Master." Qi Tong kowtowed heavily towards Wu Fu as tears of regret flowed out of his eyes. In his heart, he hated Ling Xiao to the bone. If not for Ling Xiao, how could he be like this? In the future, how could he still have the face to walk in the central region? "I've taught you everything that should be taught, and you've learned everything that shouldn't be taught. Leave the Scarlet Serpent Cauldron and leave. I hope that in the future, you can be a down-to-earth person." Wu Fu sighed and said. Qi Tong looked at the determined Wu Fu and knew that he could not return to the way he was in the past. Qi Tong took out the Scarlet Serpent Cauldron and placed it in front of Wu Fu. Then, he said emotionally, "Master, this disciple knows he was wrong. I disdainfully hope that you can forgive me. I only hope that before I leave, I can hug you. All these years, you have treated me like a son." Wu Fu's heart tightened. He really wanted to change his mind and let Qi Tong stay, but he knew that even if Qi Tong stayed, it would be impossible to restore their previous relationship. Qi Tong knelt down and moved towards Wu Fu. He hugged Wu Fu's leg and slowly climbed up. He said in a choked voice, "Father." Wu Fu's heart seemed to be melted by a warm current. He opened his dry mouth and replied, "Yes." However, just when he let down all his guard, Qi Tong, who was holding him, broke through and showed a cold smile. "Old fart, go to hell." A dagger appeared in Qi Tong's hand out of nowhere. He used all his strength to stab at Wu Fu's heart. "Pooh! Ha! You old fart, you should have died long ago. All your treasures are mine." Qi Tong laughed crazily and pushed Wu Fu away. He immediately put away the Scarlet Serpent Cauldron once again. You, ingrate." Wu Fu cried out in pain as he fell to the ground. He had never expected that Qi Tong would do such a crazy thing. Even though he was an emperor, the heart was the foundation of a person. Now that it had been pierced while he was defenseless, it would be difficult for him to reverse the situation. At this moment, not only was he about to die, but even the little fantasy he had of Qi Tong had been shattered. Qi Tongkai didn't care about Wu Fu's curses. He had been eyeing his master's Scarlet Serpent Cauldron for a very long time. Originally, his master had said that he would pass the Scarlet Serpent Cauldron to Qi Tongkai after he advanced to a 6th-grade alchemist. But now that this matter had occurred, how could he have a share of the Scarlet Serpent Cauldron? It had to be said that Qi Tong had a thorough understanding of Wu Fu and had succeeded in one strike. Old fart, once you die, everything you have will be inherited by me. Don't worry, one day, I will surpass you in all my achievements. I won't let you down. Qi Tong said to the dying Wu Fu and then reached out to grab Wu Fu's hand. He wanted to take away Wu Fu's space ring, which was the most important treasure. However, just as he was about to make his move, a raging voice rang out, "Wonderful. I almost missed such a wonderful show." Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had once again appeared at the edge of the alchemy field and was looking at Qi Tong leisurely. Qi Tong was shocked when he saw Ling Xiao looking like he had seen a ghost. He didn't dare to touch Wu Fu's space ring anymore and immediately flew up into the sky. He had seen Ling Xiao's combat strength before. Even if he hesitated for a second, he could be caught by the other party. However, it was too late for him to escape. Gu Qin's figure appeared in front of him and sighed, "I didn't expect Wu Fu to be so blind to accept a disciple like you. Master Gu Qin, I beg you. I beg you to let me go. I am willing to offer the Scarlet Serpent Cauldron to you." Qi Tong was facing the real Mystic Emperor. How could he dare to escape? Both his legs had gone soft. Gu Qin didn't say anything more and struck out with his palm. Qi Tong was immediately sent flying back to the high platform like a kite with a broken string. Bang! Qi Tong fell heavily on the high platform and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. However, he was still breathing. Gu Qin returned to the high platform and immediately took out a high-grade recuperation elixir and stuffed it into Wu Fu's mouth. Ling Xiao also came up to the high platform and asked, "Master Gu Qin, how is he?" Although Ling Xiao didn't like Wu Fu and his disciple from the start, Wu Fu's performance later on made him feel a little touched. A master who was willing to give up everything to save his disciple was worthy of his respect. He let Qi Tong chop off Wu Fu's arms to test Qi Tong's feelings towards Wu Fu and whether he was willing to give up everything for his master. Unfortunately, Qi Tong ultimately cherished his life more. However, Ling Xiao still spared them and didn't ask for their arms. Who knew that not long after he left, Ling Xiao sensed that Wu Fu's aura had actually dropped. Therefore, he quickly appeared. Gu Qin believed that he was the same as him. He also sensed that Wu Fu was strange and appeared. At this time, many heavenly venerables from the Gu clan appeared one after another. However, Gu Qin waved his hand and told them to leave. "I'm afraid that it's not possible. Although my elixir can protect his heart from drying up in a short time, it can't let his heart recover." That dagger was too accurate. This Qi Tong is really ruthless enough. Gu Qin shook his head and said. Ling Xiao also checked Wu Fu's wound and sighed lightly. If there's a Tier 7 low-level rapid blooming flower, perhaps he can still be saved. Rapid blooming flower only bloomed every 5,000 years. After it bloomed, it would wither in just a quarter of an hour. It was also known as every-minute blooming flower. It had an extremely fast healing effect. No matter how serious the injury, how big the wound, consuming the rapid blooming flower could immediately heal it. Wu Fu's heart was pierced through. Large amounts of blood were already flowing out. If not for his powerful cultivation, he would probably have died immediately. However, the current situation was not optimistic either. If he still could not stop the bleeding and heal his heart, his life would also end here. Grandmaster Ling's knowledge is indeed extraordinary. But you also know that although the rapid blooming flower is not the most precious among the Tier 7 spiritual herbs, it is one of the most difficult to encounter. Gu Qin sighed. Forget it, this young master suffered a little. I'll save him. I hope that he doesn't bite the hand that feeds him. Ling Xiao sighed and a small blue flower appeared in his hand. This small blue flower with speckles was delicate and sparkling. Not only was it beautiful and alluring, but it also exuded a strong vitality, tempting people to want to take a bite. Rapid blooming flower. Gu Qin could not help but exclaim. That's right, it's the rapid blooming flower. Ling Xiao smiled and then bent down. He pinched open Wu Fu's mouth with one hand and quickly released a bit of scorching energy with the other, refining the rapid blooming flower. The essence of the rapid blooming flower was thrown into Wu Fu's mouth by Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao also quickly pulled out the dagger from Wu Fu's heart. The moment the dagger was pulled out, Wu Fu's wound started to bleed again. However, in the next second, the blood froze. Ling Xiao and Gu Qin both knew that the rapid blooming flower's effects were already rapidly taking effect. Ling Xiao fed Wu Fu 2 more pills before letting out a relaxed sigh and said, "This is a big loss." Grandmaster Ling is righteous. I think Wu Fu will not let Grandmaster Ling suffer a loss. Gu Qin praised. Ling Xiao shook his head and did not say what he wanted to say. What he had invested, he naturally had to get back with interest. This had always been his style. Chapter 689. Wu Fu had already been taken care of by the Gu family, and Qi Tong had already been restrained, waiting for Wu Fu to wake up so that he could deal with it himself. Their matter did not cause much of a stir in Ling Xiao's heart. At this moment, he only felt that it was a pity that the low-grade 7th-stage rapid flower that Dao An had given him was a life-saving top-grade spirit herb, and it was gone just like that. At the same time, the Gu family quickly agreed to marry Gu Jiaojiao to Yi Yunfeng, as if they were afraid that something would happen if they delayed. Yi Yunfeng naturally agreed with incomparable joy. Because the Gu family was too far away from the Yi family, even with the help of the transfer array, it would probably take several months to return. Therefore, the wedding was simple and was held in the Gu family. In the future, when Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao returned to the Yi family, they would hold it again. As Yi Yunfeng's eldest brother, Ling Xiao became the host of the wedding for Yi Yunfeng. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. When will I also hold a grand wedding with my own woman? Yi Yunfeng had become the son-in-law of the Gu family, so it was impossible for Ling Xiao not to participate in the pill competition on behalf of the Gu family. In the inner courtyard of the Gu family, Gu Qin and Ling Xiao sat at the head of the table, while Gu Ying and the elders of the Gu family sat below them. This was the highest level of treatment the Gu family had given to Ling Xiao. This time, Master Ling has agreed to let our Gu family participate in the pill competition. I believe no one has any objections, right? Gu Qin glanced at everyone in the hall and said indifferently. How could the people of the Gu family still have anything to say? They immediately began to respectfully praise him. Master Ling is a heavenly genius. If he represents our Gu family to participate in the competition, it will be easy for him to keep his position, and he might even be able to rise by a few ranks. That's right. In every pill competition, there are only a few youths who can truly become a 6th-grade alchemist. Now that Master Ling is holding the fort for our Gu family, we can rest assured. Yes, this time, we will definitely be able to raise our ranking, and we will be able to obtain more resources in the future. Yes, we all agree that Master Ling will participate in the pill competition for our Gu family. Ling Xiao already had the qualifications to sit on the same level as their ancestors, so how could they dare to put on airs in front of Ling Xiao? Of course, they were eager to immediately agree. Ling Xiao was a genuine Tier 6 alchemist. If he could lead the younger generation of the Gu family to participate in the pill meet, it would be beneficial to the Gu family. At that time, their Gu family's ranking would definitely rise, and they would definitely obtain more resources. Gu Qin turned to look at Ling Xiao and asked, Master Ling, do you have anything else to say? I don't have anything to say. What I'm most concerned about is what benefits you can give me. Although Yunfeng is the son-in-law of your Gu family, it's still fair between brothers, isn't it? Your Gu family will get the biggest profit, and I'll earn some compensation for my hard work. That shouldn't be too much, Ling Xiao said straightforwardly. At this point, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Gu Qin smiled and said, "Of course. How could we let Master Ling work for us for free? As long as Master Ling helps our Gu family get a better ranking, we will definitely prepare a generous gift for Master Ling." Since he had already said this much, Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. After asking about the general situation, he asked the Gu family to arrange a place for him to go into seclusion before dispersing. Returning to the guest room, Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao, the two newcomers, were already waiting. Ling Xiao joked, "Why didn't you two go and discuss the plan to make a human? Why did you come to find boss?" Gu Jiaojiao's face instantly turned red. "Boss is really not good. Sister-in-law Ruoxue, you should discipline him more." Bing Ruoxue smiled faintly and said, "He's just like that. He always speaks without thinking. Hee, all men are more or less like this, but I like young master like this." Yao Qingmin laughed happily from the side. This girl seemed to be born to be an optimist. It was rare to see her depressed. "Boss, the plan to create a human doesn't have to be done all the time." Yi Yunfeng rubbed his hands and replied. His words were immediately met with a series of punches and kicks from Gu Jiaojiao, causing him to cry out in pain. Ling Xiao teased from the side, "I didn't expect Jiaojiao to actually have a violent streak. Yunfeng is really sorry for you." Ling Xiao. Gu Jiaojiao put her hands on her hips and glared at Ling Xiao as she roared. Ling Xiao immediately raised his hand in surrender and said, "All right, this young master said the wrong thing. Speak, what do you want from me?" "I just wanted to ask, boss, do you really agree to participate in the pill competition on behalf of their family?" Yi Yunfeng asked with an embarrassed expression. He knew that if it wasn't for him, Ling Xiao wouldn't have caused all this trouble. Ever since he followed Ling Xiao had never treated him unfairly. Moreover, Ling Xiao had sincerely treated him as a brother. In his heart, he was becoming more and more loyal to Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao asked him to die, he wouldn't even frown. "You've already sold yourself here, how can I not agree?" Ling Xiao said as he spread out his hands. "Great, thank you Ling Xiao," Gu Jiaojiao exclaimed from the side. Now, her admiration for Ling Xiao had reached an unimaginable level. As long as Ling Xiao agreed, then her Gu family would be safe. "Boss, thank you very much," Yi Yunfeng said gratefully. Ling Xiao patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, there are some things that don't need to be said too much. After this pill competition is over, you and Jiaojiao should make a trip back to Yi Family City. With your strength, I believe that no one would dare to do anything to you." Yi Yunfeng shook his head and said firmly, "No, boss is in need of people, how can I leave at this time? After boss has made a name for himself, I will move all of my family members here." Yi Yunfeng had already planned to see the fate of the Yi family in Ling Xiao's hands. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. After chatting with them for a while, he went to the closed-door training room that the Gu family had arranged for him. Alchemy was the same as cultivation. It was like rowing a boat against the current. Currently, Ling Xiao was already a middle-stage Empyrean, and as long as he had the pill formula, he would be able to easily obtain a 6th-grade pill. He could condense 3 or 4 pills at a time using a 5th-stage cauldron, and with the help of the obsidian cauldron, he could already condense 6 or 7 pills at a time. With his current ability, he was completely qualified to charge towards a higher level. Therefore, the main reason he went into seclusion this time was to raise his alchemist level. This was not for the Gu family to deal with the Great Assembly, but to improve his own strength. Other than one of his reasons for agreeing to participate in this pill competition was for the sake of the Gu family, he also had his own reasons. Previously, the reason why he had participated in the Imperial List competition was not only to gain experience, but also to make a name for himself in the Central region. The current Dan Alliance's pill competition was not inferior to the Imperial List competition at all. It was even a bit more grand, all because the alchemist would always be the focus of attention. At that time, there would be representatives from all sorts of great powers coming to watch the grand occasion. Therefore, Ling Xiao must perform outstandingly in this pill competition, so that the world would pay attention to him. He must let others know that he, the first sovereign, was not only powerful, but was also an expert in alchemy tenbin. In this way, he could truly be considered to have shaken the entire central region. At that time, if Yun Mingxi really heard news of him, she would definitely come looking for him. This was the main reason why he worked hard to become famous. Mingxi, no matter where you are, I must find you. That bitch, I must tear her into pieces. Ling Xiao swore in his heart with a strong killing intent. The place that the Gu family arranged for Ling Xiao for seclusion was a place that was extremely rich in spiritual energy. All the places for washing and resting were extremely clean. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with this. This was much better than the cave abode that he had temporarily opened in the wilderness. Alright, now it's time to concentrate and raise my level to the 7th stage. Ling Xiao took a light breath and murmured. He could not estimate the current level of his mental strength. He only knew that it should not be a problem to enter the 7th stage. However, before that, Ling Xiao had to enter the 3rd layer of the alchemy cauldron first. He had been looking forward to the 3rd layer for a long time. He hoped that it would not disappoint him. After Ling Xiao entered the 2nd layer of the alchemy cauldron, he immediately called out the cauldron's soul. Obsidian greets Master. The cauldron's soul appeared in front of Ling Xiao and immediately said respectfully to Ling Xiao. Well, don't talk nonsense. Take me to the barrier of the 3rd layer. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and immediately cut to the chase. Obsidian said in surprise, Master has reached the heavenly venerable level so quickly? This is really worthy of celebration. If the first master was here, he would be extremely happy. Ling Xiao ignored the bastard and urged again, don't talk nonsense. Take me there quickly. The cauldron's soul felt bored and brought Ling Xiao to the edge of the 2nd layer. It muttered some incantations and after a while, a light screen appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not directly smash the barrier like when he entered the 2nd layer. He remembered that the cauldron said that he could open it with his mental strength. Ling Xiao's mental strength transformed into the shape of a golden dragon spear and directly pierced towards the light screen. Rumble. Who knew that not only did the mental strength fail to blast the light screen open, it was even rebounded by the light screen. Fortunately, Ling Xiao reacted quickly and cut off the connection with his mental strength. Otherwise, he would have been devoured by the rebounding force. He looked at the cauldron's soul with a black face and scolded, damn it, didn't you say that you could open this door with your mental strength? The cauldron's soul put on an innocent look and said, I'm innocent. Master, when did I say such a thing just now? Ling Xiao almost swallowed blood. He shouted, you said that the last time we entered the 2nd layer. The cauldron's soul replied in an aggrieved manner, last time was last time, this time is this time, alright? Master, why can't you distinguish between the important and the secondary? Ling Xiao almost fainted. Then what do I need to do to enter the 3rd layer this time? Ling Xiao asked while suppressing his anger. You don't even know that? Master, what should I say to you? The cauldron's soul said again. Damn it, are you going to tell me or not? If not, I'll make you eat shit. Ling Xiao was furious. He wanted to capture Obsidian and roast him with heavenly fire for 3 days and 3 nights. Master, don't be angry, I was just joking. You have advanced to the heavenly venerable level, you only need to use your physical strength to blast it open. The cauldron's soul replied weakly. Chapter 690. Ling Xiao swore that if there was no reason, he absolutely would not provoke this damn bastard. It was simply too deceitful. Ling Xiao did not say a word. He gathered all of his anger and blasted a punch on that light screen. Rumble. The light screen could not withstand Ling Xiao's all-out blow at all. It directly blasted until not even a bit of light shadow was left. And Ling Xiao also successfully entered the 3rd level from the 2nd level. When Ling Xiao fell into another space, he only felt a strong wave of humidity pouncing over. This strong wave of humidity was impressively the spiritual qi in this space. It had actually reached an inconceivable level. This place was at least several dozen times richer than the outside world. It would not be an exaggeration even to say 100 times richer. Moreover, there were no impurities at all. It was very pure and vast. Ling Xiao only felt that the spiritual power in his body felt a small increase between breaths. This gave him a huge shock. Even in any grotto heaven-blessed land in the central region, it would probably be difficult to find a place with such abundant spiritual qi like this place. Ling Xiao felt that in less than 3 to 5 years of seclusion here, he could absolutely reach the peak of middle-level heavenly venerable. Within 10 years, he would definitely break through to the high-level heavenly venerable realm. One had to know that the higher a martial artist's realm, the more energy they had to accumulate, and the harder it was to break through. With the massive speed at which Ling Xiao absorbed spiritual qi, to be able to break through one rank in 10 years was already very impressive monstrous. After all, some people might not even be able to break through one rank in 100 years. From this, it could be seen how rich and extraordinary the spiritual qi in this third level was. Although this place is good, it's a pity that the spiritual qi is limited. Once I cultivate here, I'm afraid it will be absorbed cleanly within a few years. Ling Xiao said with a sigh. The spiritual qi here was isolated from the outside world. Once the spiritual qi dried up, it would be very difficult to replenish. Therefore, although this place was good, it could not let him use it for cultivation and breakthrough. Ling Xiao began to size up this space. He discovered that not far away was surprisingly the same as the second level. There was a spiritual field. He quickly flew over. This place was surprisingly similar to the second floor. It was filled with spirit herbs, but the spirit herbs here were all 7th and 8th grade. The only difference was that the number of spirit herbs here was much less than the second floor. Low 7th level radiant star grass. This is a rare light attribute spirit grass. Ling Xiao's eyes shone as he looked at a white stalk of grass. Then, he began to identify the other spiritual herbs. Mid-level level 7 heaven tongue bamboo, an elemental neutral spirit grass. High tier 7th grade 7 revolutions vine, wood type spirit grass. Low tier 8 dragon mark flower, metal type spirit grass. Mid 8th level 8 leafed fire lotus, a fire type spirit herb. High tier 8th grade black serpent vine, a black type spirit grass. The more Ling Xiao looked, the more shocked he became. Every single spiritual grass here had reached the 7th rank and above, and there was even a small portion of the 8th rank spiritual grass. Every single one of them was priceless, and it really made him extremely excited. He could not help but feel that this heaven cauldron was truly an alchemist's treasure. Not only could it improve the quality of pills, but it also contained so many spiritual herbs that it saved him a lot of time to search for spirit herbs. However, Ling Xiao knew that the items in this heaven cauldron were not that easy to obtain. It must be the same as the second floor, where one had to exchange for spirit herbs of the same rank in order to use the spiritual herbs here. Could it be that apart from these things? Are there no other surprises? Ling Xiao asked with some dissatisfaction. If other alchemists heard this, they would probably want to slap him to death. There were so many high-tier spiritual herbs here, and yet he was still not satisfied. He really wanted to show off. Of course there are surprises. An old voice sounded faintly. Who? Ling Xiao's hair stood on end. This voice was clearly not the cauldron's soul, and yet that person was able to approach him without a sound. How could he not be shocked? Ling Xiao clearly saw the person who spoke. No, he was not a person, but a remnant soul energy. This remnant soul energy condensed into the appearance of an old man with the demeanor of an immortal. Looking at his elegant appearance, one could guess that he was also a flamboyant person when he was young. He gently stroked his white beard and stared at Ling Xiao with satisfaction, as if Ling Xiao was a great beauty naked in front of him, making his face full of spring breeze. Ling Xiao shrank back and said, "Who the hell are you? Why are you here?" "Huh. I don't remember who I am, I only vaguely remember that people respectfully call me Alchemist God." The old man revealed a wanton and arrogant laugh. alchemist god. Ling Zhao's eyes bulged out as he exclaimed. Was there a god in this world? He only knew that when one reached the pinnacle of martial arts, one could fly in the sky and burrow into the earth, shatter mountains with their fists, and split rivers with their feet. However, above this, there was a powerful great man who could create his own space and take in all things for his own use. This kind of great man was also known as the Saint or the Holy Emperor. Above them, there was a kind of existence respectfully called God. Not only could they shatter stars with their fists, they could even soar through the universe and enjoy boundless might. They were practically omnipotent and immortal existences. They'd already broken away from the scope of humans, and they were true gods. When an alchemist reached the pinnacle, they could also be called god or alchemist god. This was the pinnacle realm that all alchemists revered. It existed in the illusory, yet it was truly born. The old man in front of him actually called himself the alchemist god, which made Ling Xiao unable to wrap his head around it. The old man looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you scared? No wonder you're still young and don't know the vastness of the sky. You don't even know the existence of God. It must have been hard on you." Ling Xiao shuddered and regained his senses. He walked to the old man's side and circled around him, sizing him up. The old man shrank back and said, "Little guy, this god refuses to be gay." When Ling Xiao heard this, he directly fell to the ground and vomited 3 liters of blood. He bounced up from the ground and shouted, "Damn, are you a human or a ghost? You're actually gay? Your whole family is gay." He really didn't expect that this old man would be like that cauldron soul, causing him to show signs of collapse. "Little guy, it's not a good thing to have a bad temper. You should know that in the path of alchemy, the most taboo is to have a bad temper. That kind of person will never be able to refine good pills." The old man was actually not angry, but very patiently advised. Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and directly cut to the point. "Tell me, why are you here? Did you swallow that guy Obsidian?" "What a joke, Obsidian was created by me, how could I swallow it?" "Obsidian, come out," the old man said snappily. When Obsidian heard the call, he immediately appeared in front of the two. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Greetings, Big Master and Little Master." "Hey, you. What do you mean by this? Big Master, Little Master?" Ling Zhao's brain was a little confused. What was this? Obsidian said with a drooping face, "He is the Big Master, you are the Little Master." "Wait, can the obsidian cauldron be shared?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Just when Obsidian wanted to say something, the old man waved his hand and said, "Obsidian, you can leave first. I don't have much time, let me explain to him." After Obsidian bowed, he once again disappeared in front of the two. The old man sighed and said, "I am the first owner of the obsidian cauldron, and it was also created by me. Do you understand now?" The old man had already made it very clear. Ling Xiao was not a fool, so he already knew who this old man was. Ling Zhao's angry expression just now immediately turned into a spring breeze-like smile. He bowed slightly to the old man and said, "Haha. So it's Senior, Junior Ling Xiao pays his respects to you." He was worried in his heart, this is bad, this old man is the original owner of the obsidian cauldron. No wonder he can stay here. Don't tell me he wants to take back the obsidian cauldron? The old man seemed to be able to see through Ling Zhao's thoughts and said, "You little rascal, this old man has already been dead for God knows how many years, why would I fight with you over the obsidian cauldron?" Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief and said, that's good, that's good. I knew that Senior is a righteous sage god, why would he fight with us mortals over this insignificant cauldron?" The old man lightly shook his head and said with a smile, "You're just like me when I was young, narcissistic enough, but I like it." Ling Xiao shrunk back and immediately covered his chest as he looked at the old man vigilantly. The old man's face was full of black lines as he said, "I don't have time to waste with you. Since you can come here, prepare to receive my inheritance." "Your inheritance?" Ling Xiao asked. That's right. You can come to the 3rd level before the age of 30. This proves that you are already an Empyrean, and also proves that you should be a 6th grade alchemist, so you are qualified to receive my inheritance. The old man nodded in response. Sounds good. Ling Xiao happily nodded. The old man smiled and said, at least you know what's good for you. You are the first person to receive my inheritance, and you will also be the last. You should feel honored. Wait. Why do you say that? Did none of the previous owners of the obsidian cauldron accept your inheritance? Ling Xiao asked. Although they are not bad, compared to you, their aptitude is simply a pile of shit. The old man said disdainfully. Hearing this, Ling Xiao secretly rejoiced in his heart. Looks like this young master is really a 1 in a million genius. Alright, I don't have much time left. You will only receive 1/3 of my inheritance now. Wait until you reach the 8th level of the Saint Alchemist realm, then go to the 4th level to receive the rest of my inheritance. After the old man finished speaking, his shadow gradually became blurry, and little sparkling and translucent balls of light, like fireflies, quickly flew into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Hey, you haven't said what the inheritance is. Don't tell me you want to take over my body? Ling Xiao called out nervously. Unfortunately, those little balls of light still forced their way into his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, Ling Xiao fell into a sluggish state, and his soul and his sea of consciousness had been forcibly injected with some kind of mysterious memory inheritance by the little balls of light. After an unknown amount of time, the old man had completely disappeared, and all the balls of light had also entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. In the space, only a sigh resounded for a long time. I, the alchemist god, have finally found a successor, haha. Chapter 691. In the 3rd layer of the cauldron, Ling Xiao sat in a daze for an unknown amount of time. He only felt that his mind was filled with a large number of unfamiliar memories, just like when he absorbed the remnant souls in the chaotic abyss of war. However, these memories were all about alchemy. Among this knowledge, there was a vast amount of knowledge about spirit herbs, pill recipes for all kinds of pills from the 1st to the 8th grade, and a variety of alchemy techniques. In short, these memories made Ling Xiao feel enlightened about spirit herbs and the art of alchemy. He was like a child who had just started school, constantly trying to absorb the new comprehensive knowledge. He realized that his original knowledge of alchemy was only superficial. Now, he had seen what true alchemy was and what a true qualified alchemist was. He had always thought that the alchemy method, in the alchemy sect, had already recorded extremely perfect alchemy techniques. Now, it seemed that it was only some basic alchemy techniques. The alchemy technique he was currently receiving from the inherited memories was the true and perfect alchemy technique. There were as many as hundreds of pill recipes for each grade, and there were all kinds of pills, each with different medicinal properties. It was also because of this that Ling Xiao knew that some unknown weeds that he usually saw were actually extremely helpful to alchemy. They could improve the medicinal properties and promote the quality of the pills. For example, the pill recipes that he had previously seen in the alchemy method were all common pill recipes used by the major alchemists on the continent. They seemed to be extremely perfect pill recipes, but now in his mind, he knew that there were many pill recipes that had a lot of flaws. 1 or 2 spirit herbs were missing, or 1 or 2 spirit herbs were added. Although it was only 1 or 2 auxiliary spirit herbs, it led to the quality of the refined pills and the degree of medicinal properties being exerted. Ling Xiao knew that he had received a part of the medicine god's inheritance and possessed the essence of alchemy. He understood the vastness of the art of alchemy and the power of all kinds of pills. This allowed him to have greater room for improvement in his future alchemy techniques. The medicine god is truly worthy of the title of God! Ling Xiao opened his eyes and said with great emotion. After seeing the alchemy god's knowledge and understanding of alchemy, Ling Xiao was full of admiration for the alchemy god. He finally understood why the drug god had chosen him as his successor. It turned out that he had previously set up a huge barrier. Only those who could reach the strength of an Empyrean and become a 6th-grade alchemist before the age of 30 would be recognized by him. Only then would he appear to irrigate the inheritance. As for the other part of the inheritance in the 4th layer, only those who had attained the strength of a saint and an 8th-tier alchemist before the age of 500 could receive his inheritance. The highest level, which was the 5th level, required one to reach the God-King realm before 2,000 years old. Only those who had reached the 9th-grade alchemist realm could receive his inheritance. Those who didn't meet the requirements would be left to the fated person in the future to accept it. The alchemy god's requirements for his successor were extremely harsh. However, Ling Xiao was confident that he could meet the requirements of the divine alchemist and inherit all of his memories. After all, he had always felt that he was an omnipotent genius. Ling Xiao spent nearly 10 days to organize his memories and refine some of the 1st to 6th grade pills. He discovered that the quantity and quality of the pills he had refined had greatly increased, which made him go crazy with joy. After he had digested most of the knowledge, he began to refine 7th grade pills. Ling Xiao had many years of experience. He did not choose to refine 7th grade pills that were too difficult to refine. Instead, he began to refine some ordinary 7th grade pills. After all, a 7th grade pill required a more rounded technique, and the size of the fire throat was more in place. A slight carelessness could easily lead to a failure or a difference in the color of the pill. Fortunately, when Ling Xiao went to the desolate mountain range to bring the prodigal son out, he had harvested a lot of 7th grade spirit herbs, and the prodigal son had beast cores of various ranks on hand. Only then did he have enough materials for him to squander. Otherwise, an ordinary force would have to spend a lot of effort to gather all the spirit herbs and beast cores needed for a 7th grade pill, and they might not even be able to gather all of them to refine it. For an entire month, the closed-door training room that Ling Xiao was in would often ring out with terrifying explosions. The elders who were in closed-door training near the Gu family were unable to meditate and cultivate in peace, nor were they able to calm down to refine pills. If it was any other time, they would have cursed out loud. However, they knew that the person in the closed-door training room was their Gu family's distinguished guest. The old ancestor had already ordered that no one was allowed to disturb him, so they could only endure it. However, they were also getting more and more curious as to what kind of pill this Master Ling was refining to actually cause such a huge commotion. At the same time, they were also sighing at Ling Xiao's fighting spirit for pill refining. It was not until the 2nd month after Ling Xiao entered the closed-door training room that the sounds of the explosion started to become much softer, and from time to time, a rich pill fragrance would be emitted. That kind of pill fragrance was of the highest grade, and was even more intoxicating than the average 5th or 6th grade pill fragrance. As a family of alchemists, the Gu family understood that to be able to emit this kind of pill fragrance, it was at least the pill fragrance of a 6th grade pill. However, today, it seemed to be exceptionally different. A bright red glow actually appeared in the sky above their Gu family. That glow shone down towards the place where Ling Xiao was in seclusion, causing the seclusion place to be especially dazzling and sacred, as if some kind of rare treasure of heaven and earth had been born. Everyone in the Gu family was alarmed. This is a heaven and earth anomaly. Someone has refined a 7th grade pill. Could it be that a certain elder from the previous generation has reached the 7th grade realm? The heavens are truly blessing our Gu family. No, I heard that the one who is in closed-door training there is our son-in-law's eldest brother. That Ling Xiao, who has just obtained the title of First Emperor, is the one who is inferior to Qi Tong. So it's him. He looks so young, and he has actually reached the 7th grade alchemist realm. This is too abnormal. It's really frustrating to compare people to others. Even the older generation of alchemists in the central region can't compare to him. Gu Qin gazed at the place where the glow was, and his old eyes blossomed with emotion as he said, "A heaven and earth anomaly is definitely accompanied by the appearance of a rare treasure. Grandmaster Ling is truly a genius, to be able to advance to the 7th grade realm in just 2 short months. This really leaves us speechless." An old figure beside him sighed and said, "That's right, I believe that in a few years, there will be another alchemist saint in the central region." The person who spoke was actually Wu Fu, who had come back from the dead. He looked several times older than before, and his originally black hair was now completely snow-white. There were also several wrinkles on his old face. Chi Tong's stab must have been a huge blow to him. Gu Qin nodded excitedly and said, "Yes, this time I made the right bet. Perhaps our Gu family will be able to take another step forward." The more powerful Ling Xiao was, the higher their Gu family's ranking would be, and the more benefits they would obtain. Gu Qin had already decided that when Ling Xiao headed to the pill gathering, they must show their sincerity towards him. Wu Fu lightly nodded and said, "You're right. Perhaps this is also the opportunity for me to come back from the dead." Gu Qin turned to look at Wu Fu and asked, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure," Wu Fu resolutely replied. Within the seclusion room, Ling Xiao was in a sorry state. His clothes had almost all been torn apart, and only a few strips of cloth were left to cover his vital parts. His skin and hair were charred black in many places, making him look extremely ugly. It was as if he had just been sent by the heavens, and he looked extremely comical. However, his miserable appearance did not make him feel that anything was wrong. Instead, there was an extremely excited smile on his face. His gaze landed on the 2 scarlet-red pills in the cauldron, and he seemed to be in a daze. "I finally refined the pure yang pill. It was really killing me. Fortunately, this young master is an outstanding person in Tenbin. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take for me to succeed." Ling Xiao carefully stored the 2 pills. This was the first time he had successfully refined a 7th-grade pill. Moreover, he had condensed 2 pills in one go. The significance of this was extraordinary. If Ling Xiao had not received the inheritance of the alchemy god, he definitely would not have been able to grasp the perfect method of refining a 7th-grade pill so quickly. It would also be impossible for him to successfully condense 2 pills on his first try. Once he succeeded, he would succeed a second time, and even a third time. In the next 10 days, there were many strange phenomena in the sky above the Gu residence. Everyone was sure that Ling Xiao was already a genuine 7th-grade alchemist. Moreover, they all knew that Ling Xiao's knowledge was even more solid than that of the 2 great ancestors of the Gu family. They remembered that when the 2 great ancestors of the Gu family concocted the 7th-grade medicinal pellets, the natural phenomenon was not so obvious, nor was it so real. Compared to this, there was a world of difference. Sometimes, they wondered if their ancestors could be considered a true 7th-grade alchemist. Or perhaps, had Ling Xiao already surpassed the existence of a 7th-grade alchemist? It was also because of Ling Xiao's unrestrained performance that the entire Gu family tried their best to curry favor with their son-in-law, and Yi Yinfeng's position in the Gu family soared. As for Lu Kun, Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui, and Yao Qingmin who came with Ling Xiao, they all received the warmest reception. It was to the point where many of the disciples of the Gu family had the thought of acknowledging Ling Xiao as their master. The older generation of the Gu family also tacitly agreed to their thoughts. Ling Xiao's strength was there for all to see. If someone could catch Ling Xiao's eye and become Ling Xiao's disciple, it would mean that their Gu family would also be able to become a high-grade alchemist in the future. As the days passed, the Dan Alliance's pill competition gradually approached. After a round of internal competition, the Gu family finally selected 4 candidates to head to the pill competition. These 4 people were the 5th-grade alchemist, Gu Li, and 3 top 4th-grade alchemists, Gu Jiaojiao, Gu Hongtian, and Gu Chang. The 4 of them were the most outstanding young alchemists in the Gu family. They would head to the medicine capital with Ling Xiao to participate in the pill competition and determine the final ranking of the Gu family in the Dan Alliance. And Ling Xiao finally came out of seclusion 5 days before the pill competition. Chapter 692. In the closed-door training room, Ling Xiao washed his body several times, put on a set of martial clothes, and then walked out of the room. As soon as he walked out of the room, there were already many people waiting at the door. "Welcome young master, Master Ling, out of the closed-door training." The people on both sides bowed and greeted him. Ling Xiao touched his nose and said, "What are you doing?" Looking at the people in front of him, in addition to a few people around him, Gu Qin and the senior members of the Gu family were all here. Moreover, their expressions were more respectful than before, which made Ling Xiao a little uncomfortable. Gu Qin stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying with a smile, "Master Ling, congratulations on your great progress in alchemy. It really makes us feel ashamed." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Master Gu Qin is too serious. It's just a little progress, it's really not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning." The senior members of the Gu family all showed strange expressions. They were all secretly thinking, advancing to the level 7 realm is not worth mentioning? How can we live like this? Well, all of you can go now. Prepare to go to the medicine capital in 5 days. Gu Qin waved his hand at the people of the Gu family and at the same time gave Gu Su a wink. Gu Su understood and stayed behind. There were a few teenagers around 15 years old beside him. These teenagers all cast an admiring look at Ling Xiao, and the meaning of immediately worshipping Ling Xiao as a master was clear on their faces. "Master Ling, Gu Su has a request." Gu Su bowed and said. Since their old ancestor was Ling Xiao's brother, Guing naturally didn't dare to act like an elder. Ling Xiao did not need to guess to know what Gu Su wanted to say. He immediately stopped Gu Su's words, saying, "Patriarch Gu, don't talk about your matter. After the Elixir Association competition, I still have important things to do. Master Ling, you really don't want to think about it? Our Gu family can provide for all their consumption, and we will also give you enough compensation." Guing said anxiously. "Family head Gu, there's no need to say anything more about this matter. I don't have the time to mislead people right now." Ling Xiao very straightforwardly refused. He still needed to establish his own faction and search for Yun Mingqi's whereabouts. How could he have the time to accept another disciple? His own direct disciple, Xian Li, was still under the tutelage of his master, Mu Huai. Gu Qin winked at Gu Su and then said to Ling Xiao, "Since Grandmaster Ling has no intention of accepting disciples, then don't make things difficult for him, Go and prepare a banquet to welcome Grandmaster Ling, and at the same time, send them off and wish them success." Gu Su didn't say anything more and left with the teenagers. However, before they left, the youths all revealed disappointed expressions. Gu Qin and Guing left together. In addition to the few people around Ling Xiao, there was also a white-haired old man who stayed behind. Ling Xiao glanced at Wu Fu, then waved his hand at his men and said, "You guys go first, I'll be there in a moment." After the others left, Ling Xiao turned to look at Wu Fu and said, "You guys go first, I'll be there soon." Wu Fu's old face twitched. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so direct. Why couldn't he be a little more tactful? "This old man knows, so I stayed behind to thank you." Wu Fu bowed slightly. "Words are useless, I've always been a person who values benefits the most. If you can't take out enough benefits, I can take your life right now." Ling Xiao said very bluntly. Wu Fu sighed, "I've already died once, so I don't mind dying again." Ling Xiao's eyelids twitched as he looked at Wu Fu. He also knew that his words just now were in vain. "Tell me, how are you going to repay me? The quick knot flower is very expensive." Ling Xiao said again. Wu Fu said again, "I'll do whatever you want me to do. In any case, even my dearest disciple betrayed me. I don't want to live anymore, but for that little bastard, I feel that it's better for me to live. Seeing that you're so unwilling, then take out half of your treasures and give it to me. People like you have already lost their faith. Even if you were to be my servant, I would still feel ashamed." Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to get entangled with Wu Fu, so he directly put out his bargaining chip. He originally hoped that he could take Wu Fu under his banner, but looking at his attitude, Ling Xiao felt disgusted. What he wanted was a person of value, someone who would follow him loyally for a lifetime, not a soulless walking corpse. Wu Fu frowned, he didn't know what to say. No matter what, he was still a 7th-rank alchemist. He had already lowered his stance, but who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually look down on him? Wu Fu took out half of his treasures and gave it to Ling Xiao, but his old eyes still looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. It was as if he was hoping that Ling Xiao's words were just a test. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would immediately leave after putting away half of his treasures? Ling Xiao cursed in his heart, what kind of joke is this? Even if you want to rely on this young master, you don't have any sincerity. Do you think this young master runs a shelter? Wu Fu looked at the departing Ling Xiao and felt a wave of bewilderment in his heart. He was a dignified 7th-rank alchemist and the most welcomed guest of all the major sects and clans. But now, he was actually ignored when he wanted to be someone else's follower. This was the first time he had experienced such a feeling in many years. 5 days later, Ling Xiao's group, along with several elders from the previous generation of the Gu clan, as well as the 4 young alchemists who were participating in the pill gathering, headed to the medicine capital. The medicine capital was the largest city in the central region. It was twice as large as the Feng city where the Feng clan was located. This was the territory of the Medicine Gate, a paradise for alchemists. The ratio of alchemists here was countless times higher than anywhere else. The trade of spirit herbs here was also more bustling than in any other city. Anything that one could think of could be provided here. And this was where the headquarters of the Herb Hall was located. The Herb Hall had branches all over the continent. It was a joint venture between all the alchemist sects and aristocratic families in the Pill Alliance, and the Medicine Gate accounted for 30% of the Herb Hall's income. There were probably hundreds of thousands or even millions of Herb Hall branches all over the continent. Everyone could imagine how huge the income represented by 30% of the profits was. When Ling Xiao's group first arrived at the medicine capital, they were deeply shocked by the city. The tall city walls looked like they were made of bronze and steel. Mysterious runes were carved on them, as if a great power was suppressing this place. From afar, it looked like a ferocious beast, causing people to feel a kind of shock from the bottom of their hearts. None of the martial artists on the city walls were lower than the Earth King level. They were just ordinary soldiers, and the martial artists with Celestial Master level were the real leaders. Such a force would be able to flatten any sect below the 5th grade. And they were just the gatekeepers of the medicine capital. One could imagine how terrifying the strength and foundation of the medicine gate was. This was the first time that Ling Xiao had seen how terrifying the strength of one of the top forces in the central region was. Seeing such a scale, Ling Xiao was very excited in addition to being shocked. This was because he also wanted to build a foundation of such a great force. He also wanted to become a big shot in the central region, and the Black Demon Gate was the best stepping stone for him. Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin, who were next to Ling Xiao, glanced left and right. It was obviously their first time in such a big city, and they were very curious and excited. Master Ling, let's settle down first, and then I will take you to report. The leading elder of the Gu family, Gu Wei, said respectfully to Ling Xiao. The old ancestor had spoken to treat Master Ling like an old ancestor. Therefore, he didn't dare to put on airs in front of Ling Xiao. Well, it's good to settle down first. Ling Xiao replied softly. The Gu family certainly had their own place in the medicine capital. Ling Xiao didn't need to think to know this. After everyone settled down, Yao Qingmin couldn't help but suggest that they go to the medicine capital. Master, young master, let's go take a look around the world's #1 city. They said that there are many top-grade spirit herbs and pills for sale here. There's nothing you can't think of, Yao Qingmin said to Li Shui and Ling Xiao. At this moment, she was jumping with joy like a child who had never seen the world. Li Shui rolled her eyes at Yao Qingmin and said, "We're here to take care of business. We'll listen to young Master Ling's instructions." This was also Li Shui's first time in the medicine capital, and she also wanted to take a look around the legendary #1 city. However, since they were following Ling Xiao, it was naturally better to listen to Ling Xiao's opinion. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't stop them. He said to Li Shui, "You accompany them for a walk." "Oh right, Lu Kun, go and protect them. Don't let anything happen to them." "Yes, young master." Lu Kun immediately replied respectfully. Now that he knew that Ling Xiao was already a 7th-grade alchemist, he was even more loyal to Ling Xiao. With such an outstanding master, would they still have to worry about not being able to advance in the future? After they left, Ling Xiao said to Gu Wei, "Elder Gu Wei, what should we do now? You can tell me. Since I've chosen to help your Gu family, I will definitely do my best." Gu Wei looked at Ling Xiao with gratitude and said, "In the past, if an alchemist wanted to participate in the pill gathering, they would first have to verify their alchemist's identity. In other words, after passing the Pill Alliance's Alchemist Guild's examination, only alchemists who have reached the 3rd level can register to participate. Right now, they have already verified their identities, but Master Ling, you shouldn't have verified your identity, right?" Ling Xiao shook his head very naturally. "Just tell me what to do. There are still 2 days until the Great Assembly. Why don't I take you to verify your alchemist's identity first?" Gu Wei said. "Sure, no problem." Ling Xiao immediately agreed. On the way, Gu Wei told Ling Xiao that the Dan Alliance's Alchemist Guild had a lot of credibility in the central region. As long as an alchemist passed the certification in the Dan Alliance's Alchemist Guild, they would be able to receive the recognition and respect they deserved no matter where they were in the central region. At the same time, they could buy spirit herbs in any city's spirit herb hall and enjoy the corresponding discounts. Ling Xiao and Gu Wei arrived in front of the Dan Alliance's Alchemist Guild and discovered that there were already a lot of people queuing up. It was obvious that they were all alchemists who wanted to pass the certification. The Gu family was ranked in the top 10 of the Dan Alliance's members, so they had the qualifications to open the back door. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not need to wait and was brought into the guild by Gu Wei. Chapter 693. According to Gu Wei, it would be best for Ling Xiao to be certified as a 5th-rank alchemist. This way, the Gu family could hide their strength and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat at the conference. In any case, after the conference ended, they would be able to obtain a certification badge on the spot. With Ling Xiao's realm, passing the 5th-rank alchemist certification was naturally a piece of cake. Moreover, he also had a unique badge in his hand. Don't look down on this badge. As long as it was worn on the chest, it would be a supreme honor. It could even attract some wandering cultivators to seek shelter, as well as some sects and aristocratic families to invite them. After understanding the mysteries of this small badge, Ling Xiao was even more determined to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat at the conference. This was because he thought that to establish a power, he would need a large number of people. Moreover, how many people would believe someone like him who started from the grassroots? Therefore, he had to expose his identity as a high-rank alchemist. This was because he knew that there was no one more astonishing than the summoning power of a high-rank alchemist. After leaving the Alchemist Association, Ling Xiao originally wanted to go back with Gu Wei first. However, he didn't expect to be intercepted halfway. "I didn't think that you would actually dare to appear in the medicine capital." A man wearing alchemist attire stood in front of Ling Xiao and Gu Wei and said faintly. His eyes were filled with boundless hostility and anger. Behind him were several alchemists wearing the same attire as him. They all had 3 to 4 star badges hanging on their chests. Their expressions were especially arrogant. "Hee, why wouldn't I dare to appear in the medicine capital?" Ling Xiao looked at the man wearing the 5-star badge in front of him and said playfully. This person in front of him was shockingly the Medicine Gate disciple, Huafeng, whom he had dealt with in the chaotic abyss of war. At that time, he had stood up for his cousin, Wanyan Shu. Not only was he beaten into a pig's head by Ling Xiao, even his beast fire spark was devoured by Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a member of the Medicine Gate, Ling Xiao would have killed Huafeng on the spot. He didn't expect to run into enemies on a narrow road here. Senior brother Feng, who is he? How could he be so arrogant? Behind Huafeng, a young man with a 4-star badge asked disdainfully as he looked at Ling Xiao. The medicine capital was the medicine sect's territory. Here, all forces had to be courteous to the medicine sect's disciples. No one would dare to offend them. Therefore, they had always been arrogant here. His name is Ling Xiao. Huafeng clenched his fists and glared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao? Which Ling Xiao? The 4th-rank alchemist behind him asked. Senior brother Feng, he can't be that first emperor-level expert, Ling Xiao, right? Another person looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Yes, it's him. Hua Feng nodded. The few people behind Hua Feng began to seriously look at Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with a different color. What? Do you want to fight here? Ling Xiao asked Hua Feng as he wore the 5-star badge on his chest. Everyone's expression changed when they saw Ling Xiao's badge. I didn't expect you to be a 5th-rank alchemist. Hua Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at Ling Xiao. There are many things you didn't expect. If you don't have anything else, then I'll be leaving. Ling Xiao indifferently said. Then, he bypassed Hua Feng and left. He didn't want to cause any trouble here. After all, this was someone else's territory. Bastard, you're actually so arrogant. Don't think that just because you're the first emperor-level expert that you're amazing. In the medicine capital, whether you're a dragon or a tiger, you better lie down. Immediately kowtow to senior brother Hua Feng and admit your wrongs. Maybe we'll let you go. The 4th-rank alchemist moved to block Ling Xiao and roared. His name was Huiya. He was a disciple of the same elder as Hua Feng. He had the strength of a middle-stage Earth Emperor and was just like Hua Feng, an arrogant person. Both of them were true disciples of the medicine sect. No matter where they went, everyone had to give them some face. However, he could see that this Ling Xiao was even more arrogant than them. Most importantly, this guy was even more handsome than him. Moreover, his alchemist rank was higher than his. He was in a bad mood. He didn't know what his senior brother was worried about, but he didn't dare to flip out. Then, he would let his junior brother vent some of his senior brother's anger. Everyone, this old man is an elder of the Gu family, Gu Wei. Please, for the sake of the Gu family. Gu Wei immediately said from the side. However, before he could finish speaking, Huiya immediately glared at him and shouted, Who does the Gu family think they are? They're just a small family that wants to become a second-rate alchemy family. You dare to show off in front of us? You better scram as far away as you can. You're being presumptuous. Even if it's an elder of the medicine sect, he wouldn't dare to insult our Gu family. Gu Wei shouted angrily. Although he didn't want to offend the people of the medicine sect, hearing such a junior insult their Gu family like this made him very angry. They were still one of the top 10 families in the Dan Alliance, and even the elders of the medicine sect would give them a certain amount of respect. He never thought that this disciple of the medicine sect would be so rude. If not for the fact that they were in the medicine capital, he would have taught this reckless junior a lesson. What? Do you want to make a move? I advise you to think it through. This is the medicine capital, the land of our medicine sect. Huiya pointed at Gu Wei and spat out saliva. It was as if he was the ruler of this place and didn't put anyone in his eyes. However, before he could finish speaking, his face was ruthlessly slapped by someone. Pow! A clear and ear-piercing sound rang out. Huiya's entire body spun a few times on the spot, and 2 of his teeth flew out of his mouth. The people at the side were all dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Huiya, a true disciple of the medicine sect, would be slapped to the point where he couldn't tell north from south? Bastard, you dare to make an enemy out of our medicine sect? Hua Feng glared at Ling Xiao and shouted. His eyes revealed a hint of complacency, because this was the result he wanted. After his roar, the surrounding people instantly dispersed. No one wanted to provoke the people of the medicine sect. At the same time, many powerful auras instantly flew over. Gu Wei's expression changed greatly. Master Ling, you've caused trouble. Let's hurry up and leave. Leave? Can you guys leave? The law enforcement team is already here. Neither of you can even think about leaving. That's right. You actually dare to offend someone from our medicine sect. You really don't want to live anymore. So what if you're the first sovereign? Even if an Empyrean comes here, you'll have to obediently accept your death. The few disciples of the medicine sect separated and surrounded Ling Xiao and Hua Feng as they clamored. It was also at this moment that several Empyreans and a dozen Earth Emperors landed in front of the crowd. A high-level Empyrean stepped forward and asked, "What happened?" Huya came back to his senses now. He revealed an incomparably sinister expression and roared, "I want you dead. I must make you die." After saying that, he raised a fire palm and actually smashed it towards the Empyrean. "Wake up!" The Empyrean's aura shook as he roared. His aura sent the fire crow flying. Huya was miserable. He had stopped just now and attacked without looking at the person clearly. He didn't expect that the person he was attacking was the law enforcement captain of the medicine sect. This time, he suffered another loss. Law enforcement elder, this person beat up junior brother Huya. Please punish him immediately. Hua Feng pointed at Ling Xiao and said to the high-level Empyrean. At this time, the few disciples of the medicine sect also began to speak up for Huya. Without a doubt, they were all pointing their spears at Ling Xiao and Gu Wei. The high-level Empyrean looked at the two of them and said faintly, "What do you two have to say?" Gu Wei was the first to stand up and speak. "I am an elder of the Gu family. We are here to participate in the pill competition. They were the ones who provoked us first. Please don't bully us. No matter what, you were the ones who attacked first," Hua Feng said firmly. In fact, it was Ling Xiao who attacked first. Just as Gu Wei was about to say something, Ling Xiao spoke up, "Elder Gu Wei, this has nothing to do with you, you can leave first." Then, he looked at Hua Feng and said, "The one who beat him up is me, and the one you guys want to find trouble with is also me. It has nothing to do with him, moreover, he is a member of the Dan Alliance. If you guys really want to involve him, it will not be good for your medicine sect's reputation." "Master Ling," Gu Wei said somewhat nervously. He really didn't expect that Ling Xiao would cause trouble the moment he arrived at the medicine capital. Furthermore, he had provoked someone from the medicine sect. He sighed in his heart, in the end, he's still young and vigorous. "Let's go, they won't make things difficult for me. I'll be going back soon." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. Gu Wei hesitated for a moment, then looked at the people from the medicine sect and said, "I will report this matter to the Dan Alliance's arbitration. I hope that you will consider the consequences." After saying that, he quickly left. At this time, the fire crow also crawled up from the ground. This time, he didn't recognize the wrong person. He stared at Ling Xiao with a venomous expression and said, "You damned bastard, you actually dared to hit me. You will definitely die miserably. Quiet down first. Tell us what exactly is going on. Our medicine sect will never bully others, but if someone provokes our medicine sect, no one will have an easy time," the law enforcement elder said faintly. For some reason, when he faced Ling Xiao, he felt a sense of stage fright, as if this young man contained an energy that made him afraid. "There's nothing to say. He kept biting people like a madman, so I just taught him a lesson." Ling Xiao spread his hands and said indifferently, "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." The fire crow could no longer hold it in and attacked Ling Xiao again. Pow! Before he could hit Ling Xiao, his face was slapped once again. This time, he didn't spin around on the spot. Instead, he was sent flying far away. Blood bloomed in the air in a beautiful parabola. The expressions of the medicine sect's disciples changed instantly. They had seen many arrogant people, but they had never met someone as arrogant as this. This was their medicine sect's territory. Even if the people from the spiritual martial court came here, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble. But this guy in front of them was playing cards so unreasonably. They couldn't believe it. Hua Feng, on the other hand, looked as if he was watching a show. The complacent smile on his face became even wider. The more trouble this matter caused, the more impossible it was for Ling Xiao to escape. Their medicine sect rarely caused trouble, but that didn't mean that they didn't have anger. "How dare you hit our medicine sect's disciple in front of me? Today, I will cripple you first. Let's see what else you have to say." The high-level celestial master's face darkened as he roared. Then, he attacked Ling Xiao. Chapter 694. The merciless strike of a high-level heavenly venerate was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. The law enforcement elder was obviously unable to determine Ling Xiao's true strength, so he did not plan to take the risk to probe him. Moreover, this person had injured a true disciple in front of them, so even if he killed him on the spot, no one would dare to do anything to him. How could Ling Xiao let him have his way? He instantly punched out. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a muffled sound. The intense aura caused the people nearby to immediately retreat far away. At the same time, a figure was sent flying by the powerful fist force. The person who was sent flying was actually the high-level heavenly venerate, while Ling Xiao was still standing motionless in his original spot. Such formidable strength. The law enforcement elder steadied himself and sighed. His hand was faintly aching, and his blood was constantly churning. The other law enforcement elders and bodyguards were shocked. They had never expected that this young man would possess such terrifying strength. However, they did not have time to think too much about it. At the same time, powerful auras erupted and swarmed towards Ling Xiao. They did not dare to release the power of their world, as that would destroy the order of the medicine capital. They only needed to quickly capture or kill this person. They had their own considerations, but this also allowed Ling Xiao to escape unscathed. With his speed, the number of people around him would not affect him much. Even so, he still did not want to thoroughly provoke the medicine sect. Otherwise, his trip to the medicine capital would have been in vain. Therefore, he needed to take down the person in charge first. His figure flickered as he shuttled through the gaps between the attacks of the many experts, heading straight towards Huafeng. The law enforcement elder seemed to have sensed Ling Xiao's intentions. He roared and blocked in front of Huafeng, sending out another punch towards Ling Xiao. The fist wind was like lightning, and the fist force was like thunder. Ling Xiao was shattered, but that was only his clone. His real body had already circled around to Huafeng, who was continuously retreating. Huafeng and Ling Xiao were no longer on the same level of strength. He only felt his vision blur as his neck tightened. His entire body had already fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. "All of you, stop!" Ling Xiao shouted. The people from the medicine sect did not dare to act rashly for a moment. The law enforcement elder's face darkened. What a joke! You're forcing me to be your enemy, not the other way around. What a joke! You're the ones forcing me to be your enemy, not the other way around. Ling Xiao sneered. He paused for a moment before continuing. Ling Xiao, have always been the one to bully others. No one has ever bullied me, not even the medicine order. Ling Xiao unleashed his imperial might as a powerful wave of pressure spread out, as if he was afraid that no one would not know that he was causing trouble. Unknowingly, a 2-meter-tall, sturdy man had appeared beside him. He had an imposing aura that seemed to look down on the world. His extraordinarily majestic appearance caused the surrounding people to feel a chill down their spines. "Greetings, young master." The towering brawny man knelt down and greeted Ling Xiao like the most loyal servant. The earth-flaming tiger was the prodigal servant. He had his own pride and had never had a good impression of humans. Similarly, he did not have a good impression of Ling Xiao. However, he could not disobey His Royal Highness's orders. He had to treat Ling Xiao with the same respect as he treated him. Hence, he was now bowing respectfully to Ling Xiao. "Get up. Let them feel the might of a Tiger King," Ling Xiao said lightly. He did not want to cause trouble, but some things just had to come knocking on his door. He had no choice but to completely intimidate them. Roar! The earth-flaming tiger obeyed Ling Xiao's orders and roared into the sky. The powerful sound wave spread out in all directions like a tsunami. The nearby heaven and earth seemed to be on the verge of being shaken by the tremors. Those martial artists with low strength were shaken to the point that they covered their heads and fell to the ground, crying for their parents. The celestial venerables were not much better. Their minds were in a mess, and their minds were not clear. If someone wanted their lives now, they would not have any chance to resist. Huafeng, who was in Ling Xiao's hands, was the closest to the earth-flaming tiger and was also the most miserable one. He was shaken to the point that he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. However, he was not dead yet. If he died, Ling Xiao would really have an irreconcilable enmity with the Medicine Gate. Who dares to be impudent in the medicine capital? An earth-shattering roar came from the horizon. A rapid fiery shadow arrived in the sky above Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. It was a tall and thin old man with an extremely dignified expression. Ling Xiao could tell at first glance that this person had the strength of at least an emperor stage. The earth-flaming tiger roared, "I hate it when someone is above me." After yelling, his tall figure immediately disappeared from the spot. The mystic the Arch suddenly had a bad premonition. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and before he could react, he felt a pain in his lower abdomen. Then, his shoulder was heavily smashed, and his entire body fell like a meteor, crashing onto the ground. Bang! The dignified mystic the Arch was actually not a match for that burly man. He was directly smashed onto the ground, and fresh blood flowed out of his mouth. The celestial venerables who had just regained their senses all widened their eyes with a horrified look. When the medicine sect's disciples saw this, they fainted right away. They knew that they had kicked a steel plate this time. Even if the elders in the sect came out to mediate, they would still inevitably be punished severely. The earth-flaming tiger descended from the sky, and it seemed as if it still did not want to let the mystic the Arch go. Just as it was about to attack again, Ling Xiao had no choice but to loudly stop it. "Stop! How can you be so rude? We want to subdue people with virtue, not force." The earth-flaming tiger did not understand what Ling Xiao meant, but when it heard Ling Xiao stop, it did not continue. However, its mighty appearance was still very frightening. The mystic the Arch stood up with difficulty and immediately circulated a healing divine art to recover from his injuries. His old eyes stared at Ling Xiao and the earth-flaming tiger, and he said, "Who exactly are you? Why did you come to the medicine capital to cause trouble? Could it be that you do not place our medicine gate in your eyes?" Even though he was injured, he could not be timid and afraid because of this. After all, this was their territory, and he believed that there would be other supreme elders rushing over very soon. However, he was shocked. Who exactly were these young man and this burly man? They were actually not afraid of their medicine gate. In the central region, he could not think of anyone who would dare to be so bold. "I am Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao's Ling, Ling Xiao's Xiao." Ling Xiao threw the unconscious Huafeng to the side like a dead dog, and then very politely said to the mystic the Arch. That mystic the Arch naturally did not know who Ling Xiao was, and immediately asked, "Why did you come to our medicine capital to cause trouble? Could it be that you looked down on our medicine gate?" The purpose of his question was to stall for time, and he was waiting for the arrival of his fellow sect members. "I only came here to verify the rank of the alchemist, but I didn't expect the quality of your medicine gate's disciples to be so low, biting people everywhere. I only wanted to teach him a lesson, but your medicine gate bullied him with numbers. As expected of the medicine gate with 1 pavilion and 2 sects, it has broadened my horizons." Ling Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and said disdainfully. Ling Xiao had never been one to compromise with bullies like this. Hence, he wanted to bully them for once and see what the medicine order could do to him. The mystic the Arch grabbed one of the medicine gate's disciples and woke him up with a slap. "Speak, did you guys provoke him first?" The mystic Thearcha's might shot straight into the disciple's heart as he spoke. The disciple's body trembled, and his face revealed a look of panic as he said, "No. It's not my fault. It's senior brother Huafeng and the fire crow who provoked him. It's not my fault. It's really not my fault." Seeing that this disciple was about to cry, he cried out in his heart, "I'm just adding oil paste, I didn't do anything." Hearing this, the mystic the Arch roughly understood what had happened. It must have been because these bastards had provoked him and were even taught a lesson by him. That was why the law enforcement team was here. The mystic the Arch was so angry that he vomited blood. He cursed in his heart, "Why did you provoke him for no reason?" This the Arch even vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Damn it. Scram to the side. When I return, this city lord will definitely report everything to your master and let him punish you. The mystic the arch threw the disciple out and said unhappily. Meanwhile, Gu Wei had returned, and a quasi-emperor realm expert was following behind him. Old Xing, hurry up. They're right in front of us. Don't cause any trouble. Gu Wei urged the half-emperor stage expert. This person was also a member of the Gu family. His name was Gu Longxing, and he was one of the arbitrators of the Dan Alliance. He was also the spokesperson of the Gu family in the Dan Alliance, and had a certain status in the Dan Alliance. Gu Longxing saw City Lord Sun Zheng from afar. Without needing Gu Wei to urge him, he increased his speed. City Lord Sun, please show mercy. Gu Longxing called out from afar. Before he came, he had already heard from Gu Wei that Ling Xiao was the external help that their Gu family had invited. He was a genuine Tier 7 alchemist, and he knew that this matter was related to the Gu family's position in the Dan Alliance. He did not dare to delay and rushed over. Even the city lord was alarmed. He was afraid that this external help would die before he could help their Gu family. That would not be worth it. When Sun Zheng heard Gu Longxing's words, he almost vomited blood again. F***ck, you should be asking them to show mercy. I didn't even touch their hair and I already vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Is it easy for my old bones? Sun Zheng protested in his heart. City Lord Sun, he is an alchemist who just passed the Alchemist Guild's test. This matter cannot be blamed on him. Gu Longxing immediately explained to Sun Zheng. Sun Zheng nodded and replied, I already know about this matter, but it is a fact that he attacked a member of our medicine gate. This. You can rest assured. I can make him apologize and make amends immediately. That should be enough. Otherwise, if this matter were to be reported to the Arbitration Council, it would be bad for the Medicine Gate's reputation, Gu Longxing said. Facing a colossus like the Medicine Gate, Gu Longxing did not dare to act forcefully. He could only discuss in a low voice and control the situation to the smallest extent possible. Impudent. My Taoist Fire Crane's disciple was beaten. Do you think an apology can resolve this? An aged voice came from the horizon. Chapter 695. Just as the voice fell, a few powerful auras arrived with the sound of wind breaking. There was no need to guess. This was definitely the medicine sect's supreme elder. For mystic emperors, a total of 4 mystic emperors were dispatched at the same time. In addition to City Lord Sun Zheng, there were already 5 mystic emperors here. It could be seen how vigilant the Flaming Tiger's roar was. It also made it clear that the medicine sect was worthy of being an old and powerful force. This kind of foundation was enough to shock many people. The Flaming Tiger looked at the few people in the sky and really wanted to go up and knock them down one by one. However, Ling Xiao told him not to act rashly, so he suppressed his anger and didn't go up. Sun Zheng, why didn't you take down the murderer who injured my disciple? The old man who called himself Fire Crane stared at Sun Zheng, who had been injured by the Flaming Earth Tiger, and asked. Sun Zheng was suffering. He cursed in his heart, do you think that I, Sun Zheng, am very powerful? Just now, this city lord fell from a few hundred meters and almost broke my old waist. Are you all blind? However, Sun Zheng was also embarrassed to say it out loud. After all, Fire Crane's status was 1 level higher than his. He could only patiently say, Elder Fire Crane, this matter was caused by your disciple. It's better for you to handle it. I can't handle it anymore. Sun Zheng, what kind of attitude is this? Fire Crane glared at Sun Zheng and shouted. At this time, another old man with an extraordinary bearing said, let's go down and see what's going on first. Seeing that the man had spoken, Fire Crane did not say anything else and responded, yes, senior brother. The 4 mystic emperors descended from the sky at the same time, while Fire Crane went in front of his disciples and stuffed a pill into their mouths to wake them up. However, when he saw the miserable state of Fire Crow and Huafeng, the anger that he had just suppressed rose again. Who beat them up? How dare they? Fire Crane glared at Ling Xiao and the flaming earth tiger as he shouted. A wave of Emperor stage power pressed towards the two of them. Elder, please be merciful. Gu Longxing immediately called out. Unfortunately, it was too late. The pressure had already descended on the two of them. However, the pressure was like ordinary air, and it did not cause any harm or discomfort to the two of them. Like teacher, like disciple. They are all unreasonable things. Make him shut up, but don't take his life. Ling Xiao said calmly to the blazing flame tiger. Just as his words fell, the earthen flaming tiger had already disappeared from his side. Be careful, junior brother. Among the few mystic thearchs, the strongest one had sensed the earth flame tiger's strange movements and immediately spoke up to warn them. However, his reminder was too late. The earth flaming tiger had already arrived in front of the fire crane. A tiger fist with a strong tiger roar smashed towards the fire crane. The fire crane was shocked. It immediately circulated its dark protection force, and layers of feathers wrapped around its body to prevent it from being injured. Bang! Puff! That tiger fist was incomparably powerful. His feather couldn't even withstand a single blow. His mouth was ruthlessly punched by the flaming tiger, and his entire body was sent flying. Several of his old teeth fell out, and even his chin was displaced. When the others saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. The fire crane already had the strength of a low-tier peak-stage mystic thearch, but it couldn't even withstand a single blow. Sun Jing didn't know why he felt rather carefree. Now you know why the city lord didn't make a move. You are really asking for trouble. Gu Longxing and Gu Wei were also flabbergasted. How could they have known that Ling Xiao had such an expert by his side? He was actually this terrifying. Let's attack together and see how capable he is. One of the Medicine Gate mystic thearchs shouted out. At the same time, the few of them wanted to attack the earth flaming tiger. However, that mid-tier mystic thearch opened his mouth and said, "Don't be rash. We are not his match." What? Senior Huatang, are you joking? One of the mystic thearchs said in disbelief. I can't sense how deep his strength is. Perhaps he is at the peak stage of the thearch tier, or perhaps he has already surpassed it. However, there is one thing I can be sure of, this person isn't human. The Medicine Gate's Grand Elder, who was addressed as Huatang, squinted his old eyes and said. The few mystic thearchs present were stunned. Huatang's strength was the highest, and his words were the most convincing. If Huatang was unable to see through the opponent's strength, then no matter how many of them went up, they would be like moths flying into a flame. They weren't even worth mentioning. Then, should we immediately send a message back to the sect? Another mystic thearch asked cautiously. Huatang lightly waved his hand and said, the opponent didn't kill us. I think the situation isn't as bad as we thought. After he finished speaking, he walked towards Ling Xiao and said, I wonder how I should address you, little friend? Looking at this old man, Ling Xiao's mood became slightly better. At least this old man knew how to speak to him in a polite manner. This junior is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Huatang and said. Ling Xiao. The first emperor, Ling Xiao. Huatang was stunned for a moment and asked. Ling Xiao didn't expect this old man to actually know his name. He immediately nodded and said, that's right, it is this junior. I didn't expect senior to have actually heard of me. It is truly my honor. At this time, City Lord Sun Jing also remembered that the name of the first emperor was Ling Xiao. So it's him. I heard that he's that person's disciple. No wonder he's so arrogant. Sun Jing suddenly thought. Huh, so it's you. As expected, heroes come from young. Huatang laughed loudly and then said, can you let your people release my junior brother first? On the other side, the flamingo had already been knocked unconscious by the earth flame tiger. He and the earth flame tiger were not on the same level, so this result was natural. Ling Xiao laughed dryly, then looked at the flaming tiger and said, you big idiot, didn't I just tell you to win people over with virtue? How can you hit people so easily? Really, let him go quickly and see if he's hurt. Ling Xiao laughed dryly, then looked at the flaming tiger and said, "You big idiot, didn't I tell you just now that we have to win people over with virtue?" Ling Xiao's words sounded like he was very concerned, but in the ears of the crowd, it was very sarcastic. You were the one who called for people to attack just now, and you still want to use virtue to win people over. The earth flame tiger threw the fainted flamingo towards Huatang. Just as Huatang was about to catch it, he realized that the flamingo's figure was coming at him quickly and faintly carrying a powerful aura. He didn't dare to be negligent and immediately used all his strength. His hands spun and caught the flamingo with a gentle force. However, even though he had caught the flamingo, his entire body was forced back a few steps. His hands were still faintly numb. So powerful. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly. Huatang secretly cried out in his heart. The other Emperor Xian also revealed looks of shock, and they were somewhat convinced by Huatang's words just now. Ling Xiao took a few steps forward and asked with concern, "Senior, are you all right? My servant doesn't know his limits. When I get back, I will definitely teach him a lesson." Huatang threw the flamingo towards his companion and suppressed the displeasure in his heart. He revealed a harmonious smile and said, "I'm old, I'm useless. Senior, look at what you're saying. You're old but vigorous. Even if 8 or 10 of these fools came, they wouldn't be a match for you." Ling Xiao was very flattering. When Huatang heard this, his face turned green. If 8 or 10 more of them came, wouldn't they be able to flatten our medicine sect? How can this brat be so ruthless? Kiki, young friend, you must be joking. That's right, I think what happened just now was a misunderstanding. I wonder if young friend thinks so. Huatang immediately changed the topic. He didn't want to understand the whole story anymore. Now that he knew Ling Xiao's identity, he didn't dare to put on airs. Regardless of whether the matter was right or wrong, he couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Of course. I've heard that a large sect like the medicine school wouldn't take advantage of its power to bully others. If you had appeared earlier, I wouldn't have been bullied. Fortunately, nothing happened, Ling Xiao said gratefully. I wouldn't have been bullied. When the surrounding people heard this, they almost vomited blood. This guy was shameless. He beat people half to death, and he actually dared to say such things. How could he let people live? Gu Wei and Gu Longxing's brains couldn't wrap around it. It turned out that they were worried for nothing. Gu Wei, what is this little guy's background? Gu Longxing asked Gu Wei quietly. I don't know either. I only know that he's Ling Xiao who just finished the Imperial ranking tournament and obtained the champion. But, he defeated the old ancestor. I saw it with my own eyes. Gu Wei replied excitedly. He didn't expect that their Gu family really picked up a treasure this time. They actually invited a great god who could contend with the medicine sect. This time, they had a marriage relationship with Ling Xiao's little brother. Their Gu family could have no worries in the future. Isn't he the first emperor? How could he defeat the old ancestor? Gu Longxing asked puzzledly. He's already a middle-level celestial venerable. Gu Wei said again. Gu Longxing didn't plan to ask any further because he was afraid that the more he asked, the more he would suffer a blow to his heart. Could a mid-level Empyrean defeat a real Emperor Xian these days? Since little friend is so careless, then let's forget about this matter. Huatang said very amiably. Seeing that the people from the medicine sect had admitted defeat, Ling Xiao didn't plan to continue. However, there were some people that he couldn't let go so easily. They just insulted Mai and the Gu family's friends. Ling Xiao pointed at the disciples of the medicine sect and said, especially at Huafeng and Huiya. A look of disgust flashed in his eyes. Huatang immediately replied, you can rest assured about this. After we return, I will have someone order them to face the wall for 20 years. They are not allowed to take even half a step out of the sect. What do you think about this? Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, this is your medicine sect's own matter, I don't dare to interfere. If there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving first. Just as Ling Xiao turned around, Hua Tang immediately called out, little friend, can you wait? Ling Xiao turned around and asked, Senior, is there anything else? I would like to invite little friend to our medicine sect as a guest. I wonder if little friend has the time? Hua Tang asked. Ling Xiao immediately frowned and said, Senior still doesn't want to let Junior go? It wasn't a good thing to be a guest now. Hua Tang waved his hand and said, little friend, don't misunderstand. I am sincerely inviting you in and will definitely not touch you at all. You can leave whenever you want. Ling Xiao didn't know what Hua Tang meant, but he still straightforwardly refused. I still have to participate in the pill competition in 2 days. Why don't we wait until after the pill competition? Chapter 696. The small disturbance in Ling Xiao's eyes disappeared along with the departure of Hua Tang and the others. Before Hua Tang left, he specially instructed the city lord, Sun Zheng, to treat Ling Xiao well and that such a thing must not happen again. Sun Zheng, of course, agreed without hesitation. He thought to himself, with such a thing happening, who would still dare to provoke this lord? They must have nothing better to do. Gu Wei and Gu Longxing wiped off their cold sweat before they were pleasantly surprised. They became incomparably respectful towards Ling Xiao and the Flaming Tiger. Ling Xiao was probably the first person who could beat up a member of the medicine sect and make them apologize with a smile on their face. After a long time, when Ling Xiao returned to his residence, Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui, Yao Qingmin, and Lu Kun had also returned. They obviously didn't know what happened on Ling Xiao's side. They were still excitedly talking about what they had seen and heard when they went out. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with them. He directly entered his room and began to make use of the time to cultivate. Now that he had provoked more and more people, it wouldn't be good if he didn't improve his abilities. 2 days was a very short time. There was no need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He could use these 2 days to properly explore the second stage of the spirit controlling technique, the advanced spirit incantation, and how to condense and control it. The elementary spirit incantation could only cause a person's mind to scatter, but it couldn't cause much harm to the person. The intermediate spirit incantation could cause the person to be controlled, but after being controlled, the person would become a mindless puppet and be at his mercy. The advanced spirit incantation was different. Once the person was under Ling Xiao's incantation, the person's mind would still be there, but they would be completely controlled by Ling Xiao. They would absolutely obey Ling Xiao's instructions. At the same time, they could also cultivate on their own, no different from an ordinary person. This advanced spirit incantation was the most perfect method to control a puppet, and it was also the essence of the second stage. Ling Xiao silently chanted the incantation. In his sea of consciousness, the spiritual fluid at the bottom of the spiritual world evolved into profound runes. These runes were like tadpoles, constantly wriggling and changing in the spiritual world, giving off an extremely strange and abyssal feeling. To cultivate this stage of the mental incantation, one needed to have an abundance of mental strength. Now that Ling Xiao's mental strength was quite abundant, it was not strenuous to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, and the time for the pill gathering also arrived. Dong dong. Someone knocked on Ling Xiao's door. Master Ling, it's time for the convention, we must enter a little earlier. Gu Wei's respectful voice sounded from outside the door. Ling Xiao woke up from his meditation, and his temperament became even more elegant and extraordinary. In the short span of 2 days, he had already grasped the rough runes of the high-grade spirit incantation. In the future, as long as he continued to practice, he would definitely be able to truly grasp the essence of the incantation within a few months. However, to reach the proficiency stage, he still needed to ponder and use it more. Walking out of the door, Gu Wei held a set of alchemist attire and stood guard at the door. Master Ling, you're representing our Gu family to appear, so, you'd better change into this attire. Gu Wei said. Every major family would have a uniform alchemist attire, and the Gu family was naturally no exception. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but he still took it. And at this time, Yao Qingmin jumped out from God knows where and said, "Young master, I'll help you change your clothes." Bing Ruoshui also walked over from behind and said, "Senior apprentice sister, you go to the side, let me do it." Gu Wei retreated very sensibly. Ling Xiao glanced at the two people and said with a naughty smile, "Two beauties, come in and help this young master change clothes." He had tasted the taste of ice beauties before, but it was only once. After that, he did not have any other opportunities. And Yao Qingmin, this chick, also frequently swayed in front of him. Ling Xiao really wanted to pull the two of them to sleep together. However, the important matter in front of him was at hand. This matter could only be pushed back and found another time to deal with in the future. After changing into an alchemist's robe, Ling Xiao finally had the true demeanor of an alchemist. Striding out with that dragon-like gait, it gave people a feeling of magnanimity like the heavens. Two beauties, is this young master handsome? Ling Xiao wore an alchemist's robe for the first time and asked Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin very smugly. The two girls could not help but nod their heads. Regardless of how Ling Xiao dressed, in their eyes, Ling Xiao was undoubtedly the most outstanding. "Huh, I knew that you guys are the most honest." Ling Xiao laughed very proudly, only then did he walk out of the door. The pill-gathering grand competition was divided into a total of 3 stages. The first stage was also today's mission. One had to complete the drawn alchemy pill within a specified time. This stage was just to guard against some ordinary alchemists. The second stage was a little more difficult. That was, every alchemist had to refine the same kind of alchemy pill, and then the top 100 would enter the final round. The final round's requirements were especially simple. The alchemists could freely display themselves and refine their highest grade of alchemy pill, and then compare and choose the final ranking. Under Gu Wei's lead, Ling Xiao came to a relatively spacious plaza in the medicine capital. This plaza was divided into various stations. There were a total of as many as 500 stations. However, these stations, compared to the thousands of alchemists waiting here to participate in the competition, still appeared extremely spacious. Most of these alchemists had 3-star badges hanging on their chests. There were also quite a few 4-star badges, and 5-star badges were comparatively much fewer. Some of them knew each other and were conversing with each other about various alchemy refining methods. There were also some chatting about what they had seen and heard. Ling Xiao occasionally heard people discussing what had happened in the past 2 days, and his ears couldn't help but perk up. "Do you all know what happened in the past 2 days? What's the matter? I just arrived yesterday." It's just that a few true disciples of the medicine sect were beaten up by Ling Xiao, who had just obtained the first imperial throne. The people of the medicine sect originally wanted to seek justice, and later on, a few supreme elders appeared, but in the end, they also left with their tails between their legs. It can't be, is this Ling Xiao that terrifying? Even if the people from the spiritual martial pavilion came here, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant, right? That's right, but I saw this with my own eyes. There is a super expert by Ling Xiao's side, and those supreme elders are not his match. I think that super expert is at least a saint. A saint's guard? This is too heaven-defying. Stop talking. If the people from the medicine sect heard this, they would definitely castrate you all. Hee, it's not a loss to be bullied by others. At least my reputation has increased a little. Ling Xiao laughed to himself. Master Ling, you can line up with Gu Li and the others. No one can cut in line or have priority here, Gu Wei said. Ling Xiao nodded and did not pretend to be a big shot. In any case, everyone else was queuing up, so there was no reason for him to cut in. Just as Gu Wei and the others were walking away, an ear-piercing voice rang out, "Yo, isn't this the Gu family's people? Do you still have the face to participate in this competition? You might as well just give up on the top 9. You won't have that chance." Similarly, 5 people wearing alchemist clothes walked over. The one who spoke was the man at the front. This man looked quite decent, but his arrogant attitude and the way he walked like a tortoise made people feel disgusted. The Gu family members immediately turned their heads to look. Guli frowned slightly and said, "I knew who it was. So it's the Wanyan family's dog. Impudent. Do you want to die?" Guli's words immediately angered the people who had come, and they all had the urge to attack. Hey, only the weak know how to talk. I don't know which family almost fell out of the top 10 last time. This time, it's your turn to be a second-rate family. The person who had just spoken sneered again. This group of people was from the same alchemy family as the Gu family. The Wanyan family was ranked 7th among the Alchemy Alliance members. In the past, they had always been suppressed by the Gu family. In recent years, they had steadily suppressed the Gu family, so they had a feeling of small people intoxicated by success. Wanyan Kong was the most outstanding alchemist of the Wanyan family's younger generation. He was only in his 70s, so he was still relatively young. He was now a true 5th-rank alchemist, and compared to Wanyan Shu, who had been killed by Ling Xiao, there was a big difference. And in the last competition, it was under his leadership that the Wanyan family had achieved outstanding results. Whether it's just a matter of words or not, we'll know after the competition is over. I hope that the Wanyan family can still maintain their position and not fall out of the top 10. Guli looked at Wanyan Kong and replied. With Ling Zhao's participation, the Gu family could be said to be full of confidence, and he had nothing to be afraid of. The smile on Wanyan Kang's face disappeared, and his aura became fierce as he said, "I'm not here to talk about this. I just want to know. My younger brother Shu was killed by you. In a few days, my grand elder will personally go to your Gu family to seek justice. I hope that you can still be so unyielding at that time. I hope that your Gu family hasn't fallen out of the top 10, otherwise, just wait and see. You want to stay in the top 10 with just a 5th-rank alchemist? You're really a fool's dream. You Gu family can just wash your necks and wait." The Wanyan family's people said ruthlessly, then turned around and left. The Gu family's people all wanted to attack, but they were all suppressed by Guli. If they started a fight with the Wanyan family here, they would only be laughed at. It was meaningless. At this time, Ling Xiao opened his mouth and asked Gu Jiaojiao, "What Shu family is that?" Gu Jiaojiao nodded and said, "That's right, it's their family. It seems that they already know what happened in the chaos abyss of war. Doesn't that mean that I implicated you?" Ling Xiao asked. "How could that be? I'm the one who implicated you. If they know that Wanyan Shu died, they must also know that you were the culprit," Gu Jiaojiao replied. Wanyan Shu was killed by Ling Xiao in the chaos abyss of war, but the cause was caused by Gu Jiaojiao. Alright, if they really want to harm you, I don't mind making the Wanyan family disappear. However, as long as you achieve good results in the competition, they won't dare to do anything to you, Ling Xiao replied. "Thank you, boss." Gu Jiaojiao replied gratefully. She had changed the way she addressed him since she was with Yi Yunfeng. At this time, it was finally Ling Xiao and the others' turn to enter the competition. Chapter 697. The entrance was very simple. After registering at the entrance, they could enter, and when they came out, they just had to take out the refined pills to be tested and judged. In order to prevent themselves from dying, there were several half-step emperor powerhouses watching. Their divine sense could know everyone's every move. If anyone took out a pill from their spatial ring, they would be discovered immediately. Ling Xiao took his own plate and found the place where he would be refining pills. The spirit herbs and medicinal cauldron had already been prepared here. The first test was to determine what kind of pill these spirit herbs could be refined into, and then use the medicinal cauldron in front of him to refine these spirit herbs into the desired pill. This test seemed simple, but it also tested the alchemist's ability to adapt. Could they distinguish the pill recipe by observing the spirit herbs and refine the desired pill? If an alchemist didn't have any real skills and knowledge, they would probably be flustered. Because it was also stipulated that the pill must be refined within 2 hours, exceeding the time limit would be considered a failure. Of course, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao scanned the area with his divine sense and immediately understood all of the spirit herbs. A top-notch third-grade medicinal pill, the Exploding King pill, but there are a few different types of spirit herbs. This conference is quite interesting. Ling Xiao noticed that something was amiss, so he sneered and started to refine it. Given his strength as a celestial master and his 7th grade cultivation, he didn't need to use his mental strength to refine 3rd grade elixirs. He didn't need to be too cautious either. A furnace of perfect elixirs would still appear in front of him. 10 burst king pills fell perfectly into the medicinal cauldron, appearing extremely dazzling. An alchemist not far from him happened to see this scene. His expression froze, his hand trembled, and the spirit herb essence he had refined leaked out. What the hell? The alchemist with the 3-star badge on his chest cursed. Ling Xiao brought the 10 burst king pills to the inspection area and handed them to the old man who was in charge of registration. The old man's expression was a bit strange. It was obvious that he was surprised that Ling Xiao had refined the pills so quickly. The Gu family's representative, Ling Xiao, number 78, has refined the Violent King pill. After saying that, he began to examine the pill that Ling Xiao had handed over. The old man raised his eyebrows, then looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "Did you refine this?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Of course." "Does this count as a pass?" The old man did not reply to Ling Xiao's question, but instead lowered his head and picked up Ling Xiao's 10 burst king dan and carefully observed them. His eyes flashed with a bright light as he muttered, "Every one of them has an extremely good color, the size is uniform, round and flawless, this is a perfect burst king dan, and 1 furnace of 10 of them, this is truly inconceivable, not a single bit of spirit grass essence was wasted." Then I should be considered to have passed. Ling Xiao laughed. The old man nodded repeatedly and said, "You passed. You are the first person to complete such a high-quality pill in such a short period of time. Work hard, I think highly of you." Ling Xiao nodded and took the lead to walk out. When he came out, he discovered that the others had not come out yet. Just as he was feeling bored, he saw a familiar figure walking towards him. "Are you here to cause trouble again?" Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and muttered. "I heard that you came 2 days ago, but I didn't expect to actually see you, first Emperor-level expert." An extremely handsome young man with an extremely resolute temperament looked at Ling Xiao and said indifferently. Beside him stood a beautiful woman dressed in red armor. Her leather armor outlined her figure perfectly. The places that should be protruding were very obvious, and the places that should be concave were definitely not protruding. Coupled with that delicate and heroic face, it gave people a kind of wild visual impact, causing any man to have the desire to punish her. This pair of young man and woman was precisely Hua Hao and Hua Xiangming, the 2 people who participated in the Emperor List contest previously. Ling Zhao's impression of Hua Hao was average, but he would not forget Hua Xiangming. Because this woman had once chopped off his arm with a sword. Moreover, this woman was also pretty good looking. Presumably you guys don't like to see me. But there are always many things in life that go against one's wishes, right? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Presently, Hua Hao and Hua Xiangming had already advanced to become genuine middle-level Empyrean strength. For them to be able to advance so high in one go, it should be because they used medicinal pills to advance. There was a huge difference from Ling Zhao's thick accumulation. If they really fought, the 2 of them would also not be Ling Zhao's match. "You're very straightforward, but I really didn't expect you to actually be a 5th grade alchemist. Your tenbin really makes people go crazy with jealousy." Hua Hao said indifferently as he looked at the 5-star badge on Ling Zhao's chest. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "There are still a lot of things that you didn't expect. Slowly, you will realize that this young master is not on the same level as you." Then, Ling Xiao no longer paid attention to Hua Hao. He turned to look at Hua Xiangming and said, "Beauty, we meet again." Hua Xiangming rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and ignored him. Don't forget that you still owe me a sword." Ling Xiao chuckled, then ignored the two of them and left. This damned bastard is really arrogant. Hua Xiangming clenched her fists and said angrily. If someone else had spoken to her like this, she would have already attacked and injured them. However, the sect had already said that no one was allowed to provoke Ling Xiao, so she endured it. Hua Hao smiled faintly and said, I wonder who would often nag about this bastard when they return to the sect. Senior brother, you bastard. Hua Xiangming stomped her feet and glared at Hua Hao angrily. Hua Hao laughed and said, hee hee, junior sister, don't be angry. I think he's a good match for you. The first Emperor-level expert is actually a 5th-rank alchemist. Moreover, he has another identity. It can be said that he's already at your doorstep. If you don't hurry up, don't regret it in the future. When Hua Xiangming heard Hua Hao's words, she turned around and looked in the direction that was already far away. A few traces of hesitation flashed through her heart. In the first stage of the test, Ling Xiao and the 4 people from the Gu clan had naturally passed smoothly. After all, for people like them who had the tenbin and strength to refine medicine, this stage was not difficult. After this stage, more than half of the thousands of participating alchemists had already been eliminated. The second stage was a little more difficult, and the Dan Alliance had also begun to pay attention to it. Early in the morning, there were already 10 Dan Alliance arbitration elders who had arrived at the scene. They sat on the judging platform and coldly looked at every batch of alchemists who had come to refine pills. This stage would be carried out over several days, and every alchemist would need to refine the same 3 kinds of pills as everyone else, 2 4th grade, and 1 5th grade. After refining, they would be handed over to the arbitration elder for evaluation, and the top 100 would be decided by points, and they would enter the final round of the alchemy competition. In the first 3 days, it had never been Ling Xiao's turn to enter. This was because he had heard from Gu Wei that they were a first-rate alchemy family, and that they would wait until the last day to compete with the other 9 alchemy clans. They had to wait for the people in front of them to finish their assessment. After Gu Wei's inquiries, he already knew that the 3 kinds of pills that were designated to be refined this time were 4th grade Dan, King Advancement Dan, and 5th grade Blood Qi Dan. The first 2 were top-notch 4th grade pills, while the latter was a low-grade 5th grade pill. Each pill was scored with 10 points, and the better the quality, the higher the score, with a full score of 30 points. These few pills were enough to keep those Tier 3 alchemists out of the door, and Tier 4 alchemists would also feel pressured. Only Tier 5 alchemists would have a chance to get a higher score. And for this stage, as one of the top 10 members of the Gu clan, there was a specific requirement. That was, all the participating alchemists had to refine the first 2 pills, and at least 2 alchemists had to refine the last pill. Only then would they have a chance to enter the top 100 and maintain their original ranking. This stage was completely effortless for Ling Xiao. Even if he did not receive the medicine god's inheritance of memories, he would still be able to pass it smoothly. On the other hand, the other members of the Gu clan revealed a troubled expression. It was obvious that they were not as confident as Ling Xiao. Looking at their worried expressions, Ling Xiao could not help but say, "Follow me." "Grandmaster Ling, what's the matter?" asked Gu Li. "All of you go and refine these 3 pills for me once. I'll watch from the side," Ling Xiao said lightly. "Boss, you're going to give us pointers?" Gu Jiaojiao asked in surprise. "I can't say that I'm giving pointers. But looking at your lack of confidence makes me feel ashamed. I don't want my teammates to be so weak." Ling Xiao shook his head and denied it. Good. With Grandmaster Ling's guidance, you'll definitely be able to pass," Gu Wei flattered from the side. The others did not have any objections. They happily followed Ling Xiao to the courtyard. "Come one by one. I want to see how you usually refine pills." "I'll start with you," said Ling Xiao. The person Ling Xiao was referring to was called Gu Chang. He was the weakest of the group, but he was still a Tier 4 alchemist. Gu Chang's refining level could be considered average, and his technique could be considered to have not disgraced the name of an alchemist family. The others repeatedly nodded their heads as they watched, their faces even showing satisfaction. Just as Gu Chang was about to throw the beast core into the cauldron, Ling Xiao suddenly said, "Stop, stop. Don't waste this beast core. Just now, you refined the spirit grass too fiercely. Your speed was too fast and extreme, causing a lot of the spirit grass essence to be damaged. Your level isn't good enough. You need to take it slow and be calm. You can't deliberately show off your alchemy skills just because of our existence. All of us here are better than you." Ling Zhao's merciless words almost made Gu Chang hit the wall out of shame. What did he mean by his level wasn't good enough? In any case, he was still a genuine Tier 4 alchemist. This was too much of a blow to him. However, thinking back to Ling Zhao's words just now, he was indeed a bit too impatient. He didn't control the fire well enough. He took a light breath and let himself return to his normal state of mind. Once again, he began to refine the spirit grass essence. Not bad this time. But when refining the water attribute beast core, you can increase the fire a bit more. Stop, stop. What are you doing? Refining medicine into rain is not bad, but you lost quite a few stalks of spirit grass. You didn't even extract a bit of essence, and you still have the nerve to show off in front of me? Damn, I really don't know how your alchemist family's name came to be. You can't even control the simple method of refining spirit grass well. Let me show you. You need to follow the flow of your heart, be firm and gentle. Don't be slow or fast. Chapter 698. After Ling Zhao's guidance, the 4 members of the Gu family had improved a lot, but they had improved under very painful circumstances. They had been called the hope of the new generation of the Gu family since they were young, and they were the geniuses of the new generation. It really made them feel very sullen. However, after Ling Xiao pointed out their weaknesses, the quality of the pills they concocted had improved, and the success rate was also much higher than before. This was the only thing that comforted them. Otherwise, they would have had the urge to commit suicide. Alright, follow my method and correct your own shortcomings. It should not be a problem for you to get a good result in the second round. However, if you want to be an outstanding alchemist in the future, you must be more focused. Ling Xiao said meaningfully. Gu Li, Gu Jiaojiao, and the others all bowed to Ling Xiao and said, "Thank you for your generous guidance, Master Ling." Ling Xiao was not a member of the Gu family, but he was generous enough to point out their shortcomings. This kindness was worth this bow. One had to know how difficult it was for many alchemists to ask for guidance from a high-rank alchemist. This wasn't much different from a debt of gratitude for teaching. Therefore, Ling Xiao accepted their bow very calmly. Alright, after Master Ling's guidance, we must not make any mistakes in the competition tomorrow, or we will let Master Ling down. Gu Li, you must refine the blood chi pill, and the others must also try to get as many points as possible. It would be best if all of you can enter the top 100. Now, I will tell you some things that you should pay attention to. Gu Wei said from the side. Everyone began to listen to Gu Wei's words. The top 10 members of the Dan Alliance are the Medicine School, the Dan Sect, the Heaven Returning Sect, the Yen Clan, the Mu Family, the Serene Grass Sect, the Wanyan Family, the Burning Seal Sect, our Gu Family, and the Zhuang Family. These sects and families are all the top 10 members of the Dan Alliance, and the top 5 are all veteran powers. It should not be difficult for them to keep their positions, and now that we have Master Ling joining us, keeping our positions is definitely not a problem. The key is that we cannot stay where we are. We can at least raise our ranks by 2 and defeat the Burning Seal Sect and the Wanyan Family, because they will not have a true Tier 6 alchemist in charge. Gu Wei slowly said. Then how is the ranking of each clan determined? Ling Xiao raised his doubts. It's also calculated based on points, starting from the second round. When the last round ends, the total points of the 5 participants will be calculated to determine the final ranking, Gu Wei replied. I see. Then let's do our best. Ling Xiao replied. In his heart, he was looking forward to the grand occasion of the last stage. In the second stage, it was finally the turn of the elites of the top 10 alchemy forces to enter the arena. The square was already filled with alchemists. The last 2 tests were open to the public, allowing everyone to view. However, those who came to view had to pay a certain amount of Xian crystals. Otherwise, anyone could sneak in, which was inconvenient for the management of the scene. The 10 forces were divided into 10 regions. The further back they were, the lower their ranking was. The Gu family and the Zhuang family were both ranked at the bottom of the previous competition, so they could only be at the bottom. Finally, it's time for the competition between the top 10 alchemy forces. Now it's going to be interesting. That's right, I've been waiting for this day for so long, but I heard that the Lu family, which has been in decline for many years, has the possibility of rising again. They obtained quite a few points in yesterday's alchemy competition, especially that Lu Ming, who is the #1 alchemy genius in the Lu family for hundreds of years. I heard that he is already a quasi-6th grade alchemy genius, and they might be able to replace one of the top 10 powers and return to the ranks of the top alchemy families. I heard that too. It seems that the one who will be eliminated in the end will either be the Zhuang family or the Gu family. These 2 families have been declining for the past 100 years. That's true, but I heard that both families have found external help. I just don't know which family will be able to hold on until the end. In any case, the medicine sect and the pills sect are still firmly in first and second place. Aren't you talking nonsense? When Ling Xiao and the others arrived at the entrance, the Wanyan family appeared again. The 2 families met, and the smell of gunpowder was still very strong. However, this time, Wan Yinkang's gaze fell on Ling Xiao, who had a 5-star badge on him. You are the external help that the Gu family invited, right? What benefits did they give you? I'll give you double, no, triple. How about you withdraw from this competition? The Wanyan family still had some understanding of the Gu family. In the younger generation, other than Gu Li, there was no other alchemist who had reached the 5th level. Wan Yinkang's words were to attack the Gu family with all his might. As long as he could bribe Ling Xiao to withdraw from the competition, then the Gu family would be finished. Wan Yinkang, you are still as shameless as ever. Gu Li glared at Wan Yinkang and scolded him. Ha, thank you for your praise. In order to make your Gu family withdraw from the top 10, so what if I, Wan Yinkang, am a little shameless? Moreover, you really don't have the strength to maintain the top 10. Don't you feel ashamed asking for external help? Wan Yinkang said mercilessly. A dignified alchemist family had to ask for external help to maintain their position. This was an unspeakable difficulty for the Gu family. After all, old alchemist families like them were very concerned about their face. If they were not forced to, they would definitely not ask for external help. That would only be telling others that this generation was no longer capable. The people of the Gu family became incomparably angry. Wan Yinkang's loud words were like slapping their Gu family's face in front of everyone. How about it? If you agree, the Wanyan family will give you a position as an elder of stipends. We will give you endless resources for alchemy. We will help you reach the level 6 sooner. Wan Yinkang continued to tempt Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, rubbed his chin and said, sounds good. Master Ling. Other than Gu Jiaojiao, the rest of the Gu family members all cried out in alarm. If Ling Xiao were to withdraw at the last minute, it would be a fatal blow to their Gu family. However, Gu Jiaojiao did not believe that Ling Xiao would change his mind at the last minute. It's not just good, as long as you agree, you are my brother. Wan Yinkang laughed straightforwardly. But I killed your brother, can you treat me as a brother? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and asked. Of course. What do you mean by that? Wan Yinkang was about to agree, but he realized that there was something wrong with Ling Xiao's words. It's nothing. My name is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao replied faintly. You are Ling Xiao. The first emperor-level expert, Ling Xiao. Wan Yinkang burst into a strong anger in an instant, and a powerful aura spread out, startling the people around him. It's good that you know. But looking at your man-eating face, I know that you won't take me in. So, I have no choice but to stay in the Gu family, Ling Xiao said faintly, and then winked at the people behind him. The group of people ignored the Wan Yen family, and walked towards the Gu family's position in the middle of the square. Wan Yenkang stared at Ling Xiao's back, and his eyes burned with a raging fire. Ling Xiao, don't think that the Wan Yen family is the only one who wants your life. I will make you like a stray dog that everyone wants to kill. Wan Yenkang thought maliciously in his heart. An old man on the viewing platform announced the start of the alchemy competition after everyone was in position. Then, everyone began to refine the elixirs. In front of Ling Xiao, there was a medicinal cauldron, a large pile of spirit herbs, and 3 beast elixirs. He could use his own medicinal cauldron to refine the elixirs, or he could use the medicinal cauldron in front of him. The spirit herbs for the King Raising Pill, King Advancement Pill, and Blood Chi Pill were mixed together. This was also a test of whether the alchemists could divide the 3 portions of spirit herbs, and then refine them one by one. Ling Xiao smiled, and immediately began to divide the spirit herbs. Ling Xiao didn't immediately start refining the elixirs after he had divided the spirit herbs. Instead, he began to size up the people around him, who were completely focused on refining the elixirs. He wanted to understand what was so special about the alchemy geniuses of the various forces. Through his observation, he finally discovered that there were a few people who faintly had the demeanor of a great master. He assumed that they already had the qualifications to become 6th-grade alchemists. What surprised him the most was that there were 2 people whose flames had actually caused the blue demon fire bead in his sea of consciousness to fluctuate greatly. Apart from the urge to devour the other party, this fluctuation also contained a strong sense of hostility, which clearly made it feel somewhat afraid. Could it be that there are 2 heaven beads here? Ling Xiao thought in shock. One of the 2 people Ling Xiao noticed was a man from the medicine sect who looked more mature and handsome than Hua Hao. The alchemist from the medicine sect seemed to be very relaxed and carefree. His control of the fire throat was very smooth, and he had reached the realm of controlling it with his hands. There was a strange yellow flame in his hand, which appeared demonic and dazzling. The other person was an extremely beautiful woman, who was even more bewitching than the fire incense tea. There seemed to be a soul-stirring smile on her face at all times, which would make any man feel a strong desire to possess her. However, the powerful aura she emitted gave people a strong sense of oppression, and the purple flame dancing in her hand made her look even more alluring. Her alchemy technique was very pleasing to the eye, as if she was not refining pills, but dancing. She was like a beautiful fairy, constantly waving her delicate hands and gently twisting her full and delicate body. The flames of these 2 people caused Ling Xiao to fluctuate the most. Besides them, there were also a few other special flames that attracted his attention. It seems that I'm not the only one favored by the heavens, and I'm not the only one with demonic talent. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Immediately after, his hands moved and many spiritual herbs came under his control. The flames began to pounce on the medicinal cauldron like a dragon. Refining medicine into rain was a piece of cake for Ling Xiao. The essence of the spiritual herbs fell into the medicinal cauldron like crystal raindrops. His palms kept changing, as if he was performing some kind of profound palm technique, giving off a feeling of fast, swift and steady momentum. Chapter 699. On the viewing platform, where the arbitration team sat, there were 10 judges. They were all members of the Dan Alliance, representatives from the various sects and families. The weakest among them was a half-emperor, and there were even 2 real emperor stage experts. There were a total of 8 men and 2 women. They all looked seriously at the younger generation of their respective sects and families, their expressions filled with different expressions. The most excited person present was none other than Gu Longxing. Ever since he had seen how extraordinary Ling Xiao was, he was full of confidence in Ling Xiao's external help. It wouldn't be difficult for him to maintain his original position, and he might even be able to go up a level. At that time, his seat would be able to move forward a little. When he thought of this, he was especially happy. Zhuang Yusheng, who was beside him, asked, "Old Xing, seeing that you're so excited, could it be that your Gu family has full confidence in staying behind?" The Zhuang family and the Gu family could be said to be in the same boat. The two families used to be one of the top-ranked alchemy families. Haha, of course. I have full confidence in these little fellows. Gu Longxing laughed. Sigh, it seems like you guys have invited a good foreign aid. This might be the last time our Zhuang family will sit here. It's really getting worse with each generation, and we've lost all our face. Zhuang Yusheng said dejectedly. Although the Zhuang family had also invited external help, the level of their own disciples was limited, and they didn't have confidence in themselves. After all, the Lu family, who had been in decline for a long time, had once again displayed astonishing strength yesterday, causing their Zhuang family to feel powerless. Gu Longxing didn't know how to comfort him, so he could only say in a low voice, "Maybe there's still a chance." "Heh, old Xing, wouldn't it be better for you to accompany Yusheng?" An old man who was sitting a distance away sneered. Gu Longxing's expression turned cold as he said, "I do want to, but I don't think I have that chance for now." The old man replied disdainfully, "How can there not be a chance? The chance is right in front of you, and your Gu family has no chance at all, even if you ask for help." This old man was from the Wanyan family, Wanyan Lai. The two families were sworn enemies, so they naturally didn't like each other. I know you want to see my Gu family get eliminated, but you won't have that chance. Maybe the one to be eliminated will be your Wanyan family, mocked Gu Longxing. Just as Wanyan Lai was about to say something, the old man in the middle said, "Stop arguing. Let's watch the competition." This old man was an elder of the medicine sect and also the highest representative of the Dan Alliance. Since he had spoken, the others naturally did not dare to say anything else. The surrounding alchemists excitedly looked at the alchemy geniuses of the various forces. Look, those successor disciples of the medicine sect, look at how easy it is for them to refine pills. They are truly worthy of being the leader of the Dan Alliance. Isn't that right? They have tens of thousands of years of history, and that's no joke. However, the alchemy ancestors aren't inferior to them either. If they hadn't started late, they would have long since entered the ranks of the 18 great powers. Yes. Aside from those two families, the others aren't bad either. They're much better than us. Look at that monster from the medicine sect. He's refining medicine into rain so fast. In the blink of an eye, he's refined dozens of spirit herbs. He's too abnormal. That holy maiden from the pills sect is the same. Her speed is surprisingly fast. It seems like they have already reached the 6th grade realm. These are all child's play to them. The leaders of the Heaven Returning sect and the Yen clan are also strong, but they're a little slower. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed. The sound of furnaces exploding could already be heard in the arena. The monster from the medicine sect and the holy maiden from the pills sect had finished refining the pills at almost the same time. They had also packed the pills at the same time and brought them to the viewing platform. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. When they walked together, they looked like a golden couple, giving off the illusion that they were a couple. The man was indeed interested in the woman, but the woman didn't seem to care. "ZZ, long time no see. You're still so powerful," the man said casually. This kind of smile that was like a spring breeze could intoxicate any woman. However, the woman at the side looked straight at him and said, "No matter how powerful I am, I still can't finish it before you." Hee, a man can't lose to a woman, right? Women don't necessarily lose to men. I hope so. Then let's see who gets the highest score. The man spread out his hands and replied. The woman said stubbornly, "It's definitely me." The two of them handed over the pills to the front of the stage at the same time, allowing the 10 people to start scoring. The representative elder of the medicine sect, who was also the Pill Alliance's alliance master, was the first to receive the pills from the two of them. After opening and examining the 2 pills, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "Medicine Sect's Hua Chen has refined 1 blood chi pill, 2 King Jean pills, and 3 king raging pills, all of which are of high quality and high quality. Pill sex Qin Z has 1 blood chi pill, 2 king gene pills, and 3 king raging pills, all of which are of high quality. Neither of them cheated, so I give them a combined score of 29 points. After saying that, he even transferred the pill to the representative elder of the pill sect. In the end, the others agreed with the medicine sect elder's words and confirmed that both of them had 29 points. Hua Chen and Qin Zi both walked to the side, waiting for the results of their fellow sect members. ZZ, we're evenly matched every time, and it's hard to tell who's better. Hua Chen looked at the woman beside him who was like a beauty and sighed. Qin Zi said in a very strong manner, "Don't worry, I will definitely surpass you in the last stage." Hua Chen seemed to never be angry as he said, "ZZ, you are my partner. In the future, we will definitely be able to advance to the 8th level. This way, we will definitely be able to become a legend together. What do you think?" Qin Zi said without any excitement, "Unless you can pull the gap between us so far that I feel like I can only look up to you, otherwise I will not agree to it." Hua Chen smiled bitterly, shook his head, and did not say anything else. Huh. At this time, Qin Zi suddenly let out a strange sound, as if she had discovered something interesting. Hua Chen followed Qin Zi's gaze and finally fixed it on a person. His gaze also became astonished. The focus of their attention was, of course, Ling Xiao. His calm appearance of refining pills looked extremely elegant and agile. Every movement seemed to be natural, without the slightest sense of stiffness or sluggishness. It gave people a kind of otherworldly feeling, as if every movement and every expression of his was so natural. At the same time, there was a kind of grandmaster-level aura within it. Not only did the two of them notice it, but even the Dan Alliance's judges and the surrounding alchemists also noticed it. The 10 judges all had a strange feeling in their eyes. They all sighed in their hearts, "This kid's technique is very skilled. I wonder which master he came from." Gu Longxing was even more proud in his heart. On the other hand, Wan Yanlai's expression was somewhat gloomy. It seemed that he was very unhappy in his heart. This time, the Gu family has produced an amazing person. Just by looking at this method of extracting spirit herbs, he must have some foundation. He should be the external help that the Gu family invited. Looking at the badge on his chest, he's already a rank 5 alchemist. It seems that it won't be difficult for the Gu family to keep their position this time. The Gu family can be considered lucky. Otherwise, they might have been replaced by someone else like the Zhuang family. This master is really young, but his methods are extremely fast. I'm afraid that in a few years, he will be comparable to the monstrous geniuses of the medicine sect and the pill sect. By the time more than 10 people had finished refining their pills, Ling Xiao had also finished refining his 3 kinds of pills. When he finished refining the blood chi pill, the strong pill fragrance still attracted a lot of attention. Pills that reached rank 5 could all emit a pill fragrance, but the movement caused by Ling Xiao was the biggest. That ball of milky white fragrance made everyone feel refreshed. They could all guess that the pill that Ling Xiao had refined was definitely of the best quality. Currently, Hua Chen and Qin Zi maintained the highest scores with 29 points. The 2 leaders from the Sky Echo sect and the Yen clan were the closest to them with 27 points each. Ling Xiao strode to the observation platform with his head held high and placed the 3 bottles of pills in front of the judges. The Gu family represents Ling Xiao and invites the various masters to evaluate. Although his voice wasn't very loud, everyone around him could hear him clearly. Everyone was astonished. Is this Ling Xiao the first sovereign, Ling Xiao? The medicine sect elder smiled and took the bottle from Ling Xiao. He opened it, and his eyes suddenly blossomed with a sharp light. This is impossible. The medicine sect elder stood up and exclaimed, somewhat agitated. What's going on, Elder Guan? The pill sect elder asked from the side. The medicine sect elder didn't answer him and instead stared at Ling Xiao. Did you really refine this in one go? You didn't cheat. Ling Xiao really wanted to burst into tears right now. He cried out in his heart, "Oh heavens, oh earth, I'm known for being kind and handsome, honest and adorable. How could I cheat? Although that was what he was thinking, he still put on a sincere expression. I'm sure the various masters can sense whether I cheated or not, right? With so many emperor-ranked masters watching, who would have the ability to cheat in front of them? Could it be that they were all getting dizzy from old age? The medicine sect elder pondered for a moment, then poured out all the pills in Ling Zhao's bottle and murmured, 7 blood chi pills, 8 monarch advancement pills, and 9 king initiation pills. Each pill is of equal size, and there's not a single blemish on them. Their purity and quality are excellent. The overall score is 30 points. No, since you were able to refine so many pills in one go, I should add an additional 10 points. He finished speaking in one breath, his entire being filled with excitement. He'd seen many pill refining geniuses, but Ling Xiao was undoubtedly the most outstanding one he'd ever seen. He'd actually managed to refine so many 4th and 5th grade pills in one go, and almost none of the spirit herb essence had been wasted. This was simply inconceivable. The other 9 judges beside him were all shocked. Not only did he give full marks, but he'd even added an additional 10 points. This was probably the first time this had ever happened in the pill competition. Chapter 700. 10 more points. These few words heavily hammered into the hearts of the others. The alchemy faction elder immediately snatched the elixir and looked at it carefully. His old eyes became excited. Good, good. I didn't expect that there would be such an outstanding junior. Even us old guys can't catch up to him. 10 more points is not an exaggeration, not an exaggeration. Even the alchemy faction elder admitted it, so the others were even more shocked. Then, the elixirs refined by Ling Xiao were passed to the other judges. Ling Xiao looked at the expressions of these old men and muttered in his heart, it seems that I can't keep a low profile. Gold shines everywhere. If Ling Xiao used the obsidian cauldron and the heavenly fire to refine, it would not be a problem for him to condense 10 elixirs in each furnace. However, he might not be able to reach the level of 10 elixirs in each furnace. While everyone was marveling at the perfection of Ling Zhao's elixirs, Wan Yanlai loudly said, I think he must have cheated. Otherwise, how could a mere 5th-grade alchemist like him condense so many elixirs in one go? I absolutely don't believe it. If Ling Xiao obtained 40 points, then the Gu family would definitely be able to keep their position. Wan Yanlai would not allow this to happen. He had to stop it. Gu Longxing immediately said from the side, Wan Yanlai, just because your family can't do it doesn't mean that others can't do it. Did you see him cheating? As judges, we have to be fair. Ling Xiao glanced at Wan Yanlai and did not say anything. If they really did not let him pass, he did not mind taking extreme actions. Otherwise, they would always think that he was easy to bully. Wan Yanlai did not say anything more and immediately said to the medicine faction and alchemy faction elders, it's useless to say anything more. I think we should ask the supervising elder to testify whether he cheated or not. In any case, I don't believe that he could refine so many elixirs in one go. I'm afraid that none of you here have the ability to do so. Wan Yanlai's words undoubtedly resonated with the sitting elders. They were at least 6th-grade alchemists, but they did not have the confidence to refine so many elixirs in one go like Ling Xiao. They also had doubts in their hearts. How shameless! Gu Longxing said with an ashen face. However, since the other party had invited the supervising elder, he didn't dare to say anything more. He could only hope that Ling Xiao really wasn't cheating. Otherwise, the Gu family would be implicated. The two from the medicine school and the pill school hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then, they used sound transmission techniques to ask in a certain direction, supervising elder, did the Gu family's representative, Ling Xiao, cheat? As soon as he finished speaking, a reply came from somewhere, I didn't cheat. After a pause, the voice added, this kid is a good seedling. After the medicine gate and the pill sect received the confirmation, a strange expression appeared on their faces. This was the first time they had heard the supreme supervising elder say something like this. It seemed that Ling Xiao was truly talented. The medicine faction elder received his answer and calmly said, "The Gu clan's representative, Ling Xiao, has passed with a total score of 40 points." As soon as his voice fell, Wan Yanlai's face felt like it had been ruthlessly slapped, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Gu Longxing could not stop smiling at the side and said, "Some people aren't capable, but that doesn't mean others aren't capable. Want to smear our Gu family's name? Dream on." Wan Yanlai's expression turned into a pig's liver. His fists were tightly clenched, and a cold glint shot towards Ling Xiao. This kid must die. Wan Yanlai roared madly in his heart. Ling Xiao had just put away the medicinal pills when he felt Wan Yanlai's killing intent. His heart immediately turned cold. Want to deal with me? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Then, he added, since that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Ling Xiao had just walked to the participants' resting area when he immediately felt a scorching light. He saw that the dozen or so alchemists who had already passed the assessment were all looking at him with incredulous faces. It was as if they wanted to see through his entire body, making him feel very unnatural. Ling Xiao touched his face and muttered, "Could it be that this young master has become more handsome?" Bang! His words immediately made the dozen or so alchemists fall to the ground. They all cursed in their hearts, "Does this guy still want to be shameless?" These dozen or so people were all alchemy geniuses from various forces. They all had their own arrogant temperaments, but when they heard Ling Xiao's score just now, they almost went crazy. It was actually 40 points. This made their first thought that they couldn't believe it, but the result was still cruel and ruthless, and it dealt a heavy blow to their conceited hearts. What's there to be proud of? Even if the refinement is more perfect, so what? A 5th-grade alchemist is ultimately only a 5th-grade alchemist. When the final round comes, he will still be suppressed. A cold-looking middle-aged man said disdainfully. Looking at the symbol on his alchemy uniform, one could tell that he was from the Huitian sect. His name was Ji Qin, and he was a genuine 6th-grade alchemist. He was also the leader of the Huitian sect this time, and he had obtained a high score of 27 points. When he heard Ling Xiao's words just now, he felt that Ling Xiao was too arrogant, which made him very unhappy, so he couldn't help but mock him. Ling Xiao grinned and said, "Actually, I feel that the taste of being a 5th-grade alchemist suppressing a 6th-grade alchemist would be very satisfying." In the face of other people's provocation, Ling Xiao would never retreat. "Humph, I hope that when the time comes, you will have the capital to be arrogant." Ji Qin narrowed his eyes at Ling Xiao and coldly snorted. "Of course, when the time comes, it's good that your hands don't shake. If you fail, it won't look good." Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. "You have a sharp tongue." Ji Qin said, and no longer paid attention to Ling Xiao. He turned his head away. It seemed that he didn't expect that Ling Xiao was actually not afraid of their Huitian sect, and he also didn't want to continue arguing, which would only make him lose his demeanor. At this time, a thin and weak man with a bashful expression asked Ling Xiao, "Brother, you have the same name as the first emperor Ling Xiao, don't you feel good?" Ling Xiao glanced at the thin and weak man, and discovered that this guy's temperament was a bit similar to his good brother Hua Xiaogui's, but this guy was much more arrogant than his brother, and actually had a 6-star badge on his chest. It could be assumed that this guy's alchemy tenbin was also extremely terrifying. This thin and weak man was the leader of the Yen clan. Although he looked soft and weak, he didn't care about his life when he refined pills. He had a nickname, Pill Fanatic, and his real name was Yen Jin. He was also one of the people that Ling Xiao had paid attention to before. Ling Xiao had sensed that there was definitely an earth stage flame on his body. Ling Xiao asked in reply, "Why don't you feel good that he has the same name as me? Why do you feel good that I have the same name as him?" He is famous in the central region, and he is an existence that surpasses his peers. Although his status is different from us alchemists, but he is still worthy of our respect, isn't that right? Yen Jin replied with a smile. "Well, then I will also surpass my peers like him, and become the champion of this year's competition. Let's see who is more awe-inspiring at that time." Ling Xiao said with a charming smile. More than a dozen people in the vicinity exposed an indignant look. Didn't Ling Xiao say that he would trample on them? You overestimate your capabilities. Ji Chen couldn't help but shout again. However, Yan Zhen lightly clapped his hands, and said with a smile, "You are ambitious, but we won't lose to you." Ling Xiao shrugged his shoulders, and didn't speak anymore. He sighed complacently in his heart, "Wait until I win the championship of this competition. Then, you will know that I am the first emperor-level expert Ling Xiao. I wonder what kind of expression you will have then, hee hee." At this time, Ling Xiao sensed that two sharp lights were looking at him. Ling Xiao looked at them, and saw that Hua Qin of the medicine sect and Qin Zi of the pills sect were looking at him at the same time. Their eyes were brimming with a strong sense of challenge. Ling Xiao ignored Hua Qin, and his eyes fell on Qin Zi's body. His eyes swept up and down her graceful and slender figure without any trace of politeness. What a hot figure! After Ling Xiao's visual inspection, he discovered that Qin Zi's figure wasn't much inferior to Kai Xiaoyu and Feng Yexian. She was definitely a stunner in bed. Well, you stare at this young master, and this young master will also stare at you. Ling Xiao's skin was extraordinarily thick, and he kept staring at Qin Zi without letting go. After all, she was also staring at Ling Xiao. Hua Qin, who was beside her, revealed a slightly displeased expression. What a rude guy. Hua Qin, who was beside Qin Zi, muttered. Unexpectedly, Qin Zi didn't get angry. Instead, she revealed a bewitching smile and said, "What an interesting guy." After saying this, she shifted her gaze elsewhere. She really couldn't stand Ling Xiao's naked eyes. They were too invasive. Hee hee, you are still too inexperienced to compete with this young master's eyesight. Ling Xiao said with a proud smile. At this time, he shifted his attention to the people who were still refining pills. Wanyan family? Since you are so arrogant, let me see how long you can be arrogant. Ling Xiao stared at the people of the Wanyan family who were still refining pills and sneered. At this time, Wan Yenkong was also at the most critical moment of condensing the pill. He had just successfully refined the King Initiation pill and the King Advancement pill, and the quality of the pills was better than before. He felt that he had performed exceptionally well. As long as he could condense the blood qi pill in front of him, it would not be a problem for him to get a lot of points. Condense. Wan Yenkong shouted loudly, and the surrounding spiritual qi was sucked in by him. Both of his palms began to press down on the medicine cauldron. Pung! A muffled sound was heard. Whether or not the pill would be formed depended on this moment. I have refined the blood qi pill many times, and I believe that this time it will be even better than the previous ones. Wan Yenkong sighed lightly and looked into the medicine cauldron. When the smoke disappeared, there was indeed a sparkling pill in the medicine cauldron. Hee hee, just as I expected. Wan Yenkong laughed proudly and reached out to take the pill out. Who knew that the moment the pill landed in his hand, it actually cracked open and turned into bits of powder? This is impossible. Wan Yenkong cried out involuntarily as he looked at the powder in his hand. He had never thought that the blood qi pill that he had been so confident in would crack. He almost went crazy. It was as if he had fallen from heaven to hell, and it was hard for him to accept this. However, he only had one chance. No matter how much he refused to believe the facts in front of him, he knew that he could not change anything. He could only walk towards the judging platform with a gloomy face. Chapter 701. When Wan Yanlai saw Wan Yenkong hand out 2 perfect 4th grade pills, he was very pleased. However, when he saw the 5th grade pill powder, he almost fainted. Wan Yenkong was the most outstanding alchemist of the younger generation in the Wanyan family. He was half a step into the 6th grade alchemist realm, but he couldn't even refine a basic 5th grade blood qi pill. How could Wan Yanlai not be furious? This was an important moment that determined whether or not the Wanyan family could remain in the top 10 of the Alchemy Association. The Medicine Order elder said, Wan Yenkang's overall score is 17 points. Does anyone have any objections? Most people agreed with the medicine order elder's words, but Gu Longxing raised a different opinion. I think it's not easy for this child to refine the blood chi pill into pill powder. I think we should give him one more point. 18 points sounds more pleasing to the ears. Wan Yanlai was furious. He slammed the table and said, Gu Longxing, you're going too far. Gu Longxing looked up and said, Wan Yanlai, I helped your family get one more point out of goodwill, but you still think you're in the right? Fine, since you don't appreciate it, I agree with 17 points. No, it's better to give it 16 points. I know that the young people in the Wan Yan family are very powerful, so this is nothing. Wan Yanlai flew into a rage and was about to attack Gu Longxing. The medicine order elder said, Be quiet, all of you. Whoever makes any more noise can get out of here. The 10 elders of the medicine order were the most intimidating, so Wan Yanlai could only suppress his anger and sit down. He glared at Wan Yenkang as if he wanted to tear this junior apart. Wan Yenkang walked to the side with his tail between his legs, thinking, it shouldn't be like this. Damn it, I must have seen a ghost. Ling Xiao had been paying attention to what was going on over there and was secretly laughing in his heart. Then, Ling Xiao attacked another 5th grade alchemist from the Wan Yan family. That alchemist also failed to refine the blood chi pill. 2 5th grade alchemists were defeated. It would not be easy for the Wan Yan family to keep their position. This is the consequence of offending me. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Everyone had handed over their pills, and the second round could be considered to have ended. They only had to wait for the announcement of the top 100 tomorrow before the final round of the competition. Just as Ling Xiao, Gu Li, and Gu Jiaojiao were about to leave, Yan Zhen ran over and said to Ling Xiao, Brother, see you at the last stage. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then he nodded and said, See you at the last stage. Ling Xiao could hear the sincerity in Yan Zhen's words, as well as his intention to challenge him. As they were leaving, they met the Wan Yan family again. Just as Wan Yenkang was about to lead his men away, Gu Li could not help but sneer, Wan Yenkang, aren't you a quasi-rank 6 alchemist? Why couldn't he even refine a 5th grade blood chi pill? Could it be that this badge was privately given to you by your family? Wan Yenkang almost fell down when he heard this. His eyes were red with anger as he turned to glare at Gu Li and said, Don't be so cocky, your Gu family won't survive for long. He wanted to immediately attack Gu Li, but he still maintained a calm mind. After all, fighting was prohibited here, and if he was caught, it would be troublesome. I hope so. However, before our Gu family is finished, your Wan Yan family will first become a second-rate family. Gu Li said with a smile. Wan Yenkang coldly snorted and left with his Wan Yan family. Ling Xiao looked at them, a bad premonition rising in his heart. He felt that the Wan Yan family was definitely plotting something. Otherwise, these people would not be so arrogant. The second round of the competition was over. Late at night, in the Wan Yan family's residence, Wan Yanlai was in a rage. What the hell are you doing? One of you is a 6th grade alchemist, 2 5th grade alchemists, and 2 4th grade alchemists. All of you are the elites of your family. This should have been a cinch. How did you all fail? Wan Yenkang, Wan Yanfu, what the hell are you two doing? Don't you know that this matter concerns our family? Wan Yanlai scolded the 5 of them. Wan Yenkang and Wan Yanfu lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. They had clearly followed the usual alchemy steps, and now that they thought about it, there were no mistakes. They just didn't know how the pills had turned into powder. They didn't know how to explain this to Wan Yanlai. Old Lai, don't be angry. Let's see if there's any way to fix this. An elder of the Wan Yan family tried to persuade him. His expression was ugly, and it was obvious that he was in a bad mood. What's there to fix? Based on the current score, Wan Yanling is the best. It'd be great if he could make it into the top 100. Unless he can make it into the top 10, he won't fall out of the top 10. But, Is that even possible? Wan Yenlai asked. As soon as he finished speaking, he became dispirited. The rest of the people also had a dejected look on their faces. Wan Yenkong hesitated for a moment, then raised his head and said, Elder Lai, maybe there's a way. As long as we can make the Gu family withdraw, we might be able to protect ourselves. Wan Yenlai looked up and said, originally, we wanted to wait for the Gu family to fall out of the top 10, then think of a way to deal with them. But, not only will they not fall out, I'm afraid they will rise a few ranks. I'm afraid we can only do this. The Wan Yen family had already made preparations to deal with the Gu family, but according to the current situation, it would be difficult to do so. No. Elder Lai, I have a suggestion. Wan Yenkong said firmly. Wan Yenlai looked at him in surprise and said, say it. If it doesn't work, our Wan Yen family can wait 5 years and come back. In any case, we still have our foundation, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Everyone should know that my brother Shu died in the chaotic abyss of war. But do you know that Ling Shao took the Gu family's golden dragon spear and killed a few of their direct descendants? Wan Yenkong asked. You're saying that Ling Shao is the first emperor? Wan Yenlai asked. Yes, and the Gu family has issued an ancient killing order. Whoever takes Ling Zhao's head will be rewarded with 10 million high-grade mysterious crystals. In addition, whoever helps the Gu family take back the golden dragon spear will be rewarded with a huge reward. Wan Yenkong said with a cold expression. At this time, the eyes of the Wan Yen family members flashed with a strange light. The ancient killing order was a kind of killing order of the Gu family. It represented that the Gu family would not rest until the other party was killed. The Gu family wasn't the only one with this kind of killing order. The other 17 forces also had this kind of order. This order represented death and the will of the Gu family. The Gu family would fulfill its promise to whoever could kill the person the Gu family wanted to kill. Otherwise, this kind of order was neither threatening nor tempting. The Gu family had used the ancient killing order 3 times in the past. The people they killed were all experts who had offended the Gu family. In the end, they became street rats that everyone in the central region wanted to kill. In the end, they were all killed and their heads were taken to the Gu family to be rewarded. This time, the Gu family had used the ancient killing order. It was easy to imagine what would happen to Ling Shao. However, the ancient killing order hadn't reached the medicine sect's territory yet, so many people didn't know about it. The list of the top 100 people had been announced. The Gu family had Ling Shao, Gu Li, and Gu Jiaojiao. The people from the Gu family were delighted. With 3 people in the top 100, as long as they performed normally, it wouldn't be difficult for them to keep their position. They might even be able to advance. Among the medicine sect, the pill sect, the heaven returning sect, and the Yen clan all had representatives in the top 100. The other families had more or less people eliminated. The saddest thing was that the Wan Yen family only had 1 person in the top 100. Like the Zhuang family, they were facing the danger of being eliminated. The sun was shining brightly the day before, but it was covered in dark clouds this morning. It seemed like it would rain at any time. The oppressive atmosphere had a hint of melancholy. As usual, Ling Shao went to the plaza with Gu Li and the others to prepare for the finals. Boss, our Gu family's ranking depends on you. Even if we don't enter the top 5, we should be able to rise by at least 2 places. Gu Jiaojiao joked. With Ling Zhao's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to take the first place. The key was whether Ling Shao was willing to reveal his cultivation level. Even if Ling Shao hid his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to get more points. Therefore, Gu Jiaojiao said this. She still hoped that Ling Shao would try his best. Well, don't worry. I'll do my best to fulfill my promise to your family. Ling Shao replied softly. No matter what, the Gu family was Yi Yunfeng's maiden family. It wouldn't be right if he didn't do his best to help. Moreover, he wanted to raise his reputation to the peak, so he had to take the first place. Just when everyone was halfway through, the sound of thunder suddenly became louder. Rumble. Ling Xiao also stopped in his tracks. "Boss, what's wrong?" Gu Jiaojiao asked. "All of you, hurry up and disperse." Ling Xiao shouted, and his aura instantly rose. The people from the Gu family all had a strange look on their faces. Suddenly, a huge black shadow fell from the sky and pressed down on everyone. The people around them were immediately shocked and they all dodged in all directions. "Scoundrel!" Ling Xiao faced the black shadow without dodging. Instead, he punched out with his golden fist. The powerful aura formed the head of a dragon and roared as it charged forward. Rumble. That black shadow was a huge boulder that weighed thousands of kilograms. It was smashed into pieces by Ling Xiao's punch, and debris flew everywhere. Ah! Some of the weaker people on the official road screamed in pain as the debris splattered on them. At the same time, a black shadow darted out from the side of the shop like a ghost. This black shadow was like a leopard hunting its prey. It was silent and as fast as lightning. Master Ling. The people from the Gu family had already dodged far away. They saw the black shadow suddenly pounce toward Ling Xiao, and the other party's long sword stabbed toward his vitals like a snake. This sneak attack was too sudden and too ingenious. It was impossible to guard against it. An ordinary heavenly venerable would not be able to guard against it in time. They all felt that Ling Xiao was about to be hit. It was already impossible for them to save him. Chapter 702. Thunder suddenly rumbled, and a torrential rain poured down. No one expected that the weather would change so suddenly. No one expected that there would actually be someone who dared to suddenly attack an alchemist who entered the top 100 in the medicine capital. The Gu clan's people had long been blinded by joy, and their vigilance had long since been blinded. In addition, the other party had premeditated this attack, making it even more impossible for them to guard against it. In fact, even Ling Xiao himself did not expect that someone would be so bold as to actually dare to sneak attack him. If you said sneak attack, then sneak attack. Why did you send such a poor opponent? Wasn't this sweeping away his dignity? If the sneak attack opponent heard this, perhaps they would immediately retreat with tears streaming down their cheeks. They would certainly wail, "We're all Empyrean level powerhouses. For a mere first emperor like you, we're already thinking highly of you." In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, that long sword indeed pierced Ling Xiao's waist and abdomen. Ding! It was just that the long sword did not pierce into Ling Xiao's abdomen as everyone thought. Instead, it was blocked outside by Ling Xiao's layers of dragon-scale battle armor, unable to injure him in the slightest. That assassin was greatly alarmed, and just wanted to withdraw frantically, but Ling Xiao had already grabbed his long sword with a backhand. "Since you've come, don't think of escaping," Ling Xiao roared. The powerful sound wave contained a few traces of Dragon's Tenbin's magical ability. It shook that assassin to the point that he did not even have the chance to let go of his sword. Ling Xiao's fist was already smashing towards his face. Bang! That assassin's head was instantly blasted apart by Ling Xiao's fist. It was also at this moment that a huge shadow smashed down from the sky above. Only this time, the shadow was not a boulder, but a dark heavy hammer. This heavy hammer was mixed with an incomparably powerful might, as terrifying as a mountain pressing down. The other party went all out in this attack. Ling Xiao did not have the confidence to forcefully take it. The moment the heavy hammer fell, Ling Xiao had already turned into several afterimages and dodged away. Rumble. The heavy hammer smashed down, and a bottomless pit was smashed out on the official road. From this, one could see how terrifying the power of this hammer was. That person also seemed to know that this move did not succeed. He pulled the heavy hammer and was about to escape with all his might. Unfortunately, a figure had already blocked his path. Ling Xiao stared at the ugly man and asked, "Who sent you?" "Your mother sent me," the ugly man roared. He swung the heavy hammer in his hand and launched a series of fierce attacks. The raindrops were all swept far away. How dare you insult my mother? Ling Zhao's killing intent surged. Insulting him was fine, but insulting his loved ones was akin to touching his reverse scale, and he had to be beheaded. Ling Zhao moved like the wind, dodging his opponent's attack. While the ugly man was calculating the small square world, Ling Zhao had already closed in on him. Bang! A storm of fist shadows fell towards the ugly man. The ugly man was wearing defensive armor, and it seemed like Ling Zhao's fists did not cause much damage to him. After the ugly man was blasted to the ground, he was still able to borrow the momentum to flee. Quickly get rid of him, don't let him escape. Gu Li and the others who were still in a daze came to their senses. He shouted and chased after the assassin. However, the escaping assassin's body suddenly self-detonated. Blood splattered everywhere, and his body fell heavily from the sky. Ling Zhao coldly looked around, and after confirming that there were no abnormalities, he also returned to the ground. At this time, the medicine capital's law enforcement team also descended from the sky. It couldn't be said that they were slow, but rather that Ling Zhao had dealt with them too quickly. From the assassination to the counterattack, it had only been a few dozen breaths. Just what happened? It was the law enforcement elder that Ling Zhao had seen before who walked out to ask. I also want to know what's going on, Ling Zhao replied snappily. No one would be in a good mood after being attacked in the middle of the street. If anyone else had spoken to the law enforcement elder in such a manner, they would probably have been taught a lesson instead. However, the law enforcement elder did not dare to rashly offend Ling Zhao, so he could only go and investigate the identities of the two dead men. Boss, are you alright? Gu Jiaojiao ran over and asked with concern. Ling Zhao shook his head. I'm fine. Let's go. It's time for the final trial, so don't be late. The law enforcement team did not dare to block Ling Zhao's group and allowed them to leave. The law enforcement elder examined the two corpses and muttered, they're actually Sha Tian's people. Just who invited them? By the time Ling Zhao's group arrived at the plaza, the majority of the people had already arrived. There was no delay in time. Who told Ling Zhao to finish the battle so quickly? Wan Yanlai, who was on the viewing platform, saw Ling Zhao and the others. His old eyes flashed with indignation as he thought to himself, useless trash. At this moment, there were more than 20 people on the viewing platform. These people were all representatives of the various powers. They had all come to watch the ceremony. After all, the pill competition was also a grand event. Everyone wanted to see the elegance of the new generation's outstanding alchemist. The surroundings were already filled with people. They did not lower their enthusiasm for watching the pill refining because of the heavy rain. They all activated their attribute light and scattered the rain to the side, not allowing it to wet their bodies. The surroundings formed a colorful scene, appearing to be extraordinarily lively. This time, the positions were not based on the rankings of the powers in the second stage. Instead, they were based on the rankings of the points obtained in the second stage. Ling Zhao deservedly walked to the front, and beside him were the medicine sects Hua Chen and the pill sects Qin Zi. After Ling Zhao and Gu Wei had discussed some of the secrets of the 10 pill refining powers in detail for a few nights, only then did he realize that the medicine sect, recorded in his alchemy manual, actually did not have much to do with the medicine sect. Ling Zhao had always thought that the medicine sect was the medicine sect, but now he knew that he had made a huge mistake. It turned out that 10,000 years ago, the medicine sect was also one of the top sects in the Dan Alliance. Together with the medicine sect and the pill sect, they were known as the three alchemy sects. Later on, the medicine sect offended some hidden power, and was actually destroyed by their opponents. Their foundation was destroyed, and the medicine sect disappeared in the long river of history. Some people had always suspected that the medicine sect had been devoured by the medicine sect and the pill sect. However, no one had any evidence to prove it, so this matter gradually fell out of favor. As a member of an alchemy family, Gu Wei had only heard a little about this matter and did not have a deep understanding of it. On the viewing platform, the medicine sect's elder stood up and said faintly, to be able to stand here. All of you are the youngest and most outstanding alchemists from all over the world. Today, all of you can display your alchemy skills to your heart's content. You can refine any pill you want, and there are no restrictions. Let everyone see your highest ability. Everyone has 2 chances in this stage, and if you fail, you can refine it again. The top 10 will receive a generous reward from the Alliance. You may begin now. After he finished speaking, the 100 alchemists all began to move. One by one, they took out their respective medicine cauldrons, and the cauldrons of different shapes and grades showed signs of fighting. Look, is the one in front of the medicine Sex Huachin the legendary Earth level Wanxiang cauldron? That's a high-grade cauldron ranked in the top 10 of the 36 Earth level cauldrons. I didn't see him take it out in the second stage. The pill Sex Saintis Qin Z also has an Earth level cauldron, but it's ranked 15th, the Azure Light cauldron. It's also a rare and good cauldron. As expected of the medicine sect and the second largest alchemy sect. The Heaven Returning sect and the Yen clan also have Earth level cauldrons. How great would it be if I also had one? Stop daydreaming. These cauldrons are the sect's most precious treasures, and they are only passed down to the most outstanding disciples. If you want to obtain one, you'll have to be extremely lucky. It's a pity that I didn't get to see the legendary Heaven Cauldron. There are a total of 9 Heaven Cauldrons in this world, and the whereabouts of 7 of them are unknown. Only the Medicine Sect and the Martial Spirit Court have one each. How could they casually let their juniors use one? It'll be difficult to see one in this lifetime. Above the square, a series of light curtains covered the world like a canopy, preventing the rain from falling. In the middle of the square, many alchemists had begun to refine their best high-grade pills with all their might. They were all talented alchemists from all over the world, and they all wanted to show off their best skills on this stage. Alchemy didn't care about quality, but efficiency and success rate. At this time, Ling Xiao was wondering what kind of 7th-grade pill he should refine. Before, he had tried to refine several good pills in the Gu family, but today he wanted to challenge a different kind of pill because he was quite confident in himself. After deciding, Ling Xiao's figure also began to move. Spirit grasses flew out of his space ring one after another, and as soon as they appeared above the alchemy cauldron, they were immediately burned and condensed into essence that fell into the alchemy cauldron. Ling Xiao still didn't use his obsidian cauldron, but instead used a good-grade alchemy cauldron he had borrowed from the Gu family. The obsidian cauldron was a heaven cauldron, and he didn't want to expose it in front of these people who were obsessed with alchemy. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but he was afraid of endless trouble. On the viewing platform, most of the eyes of the judges fell on Ling Xiao. In the second round, the results submitted by Ling Xiao were too shocking, so he also became the focus of attention. Suddenly, the Medicine Gate elder sitting in the middle let out a surprised voice. What kind of pill is this Ling Xiao refining? Not only are there 5th grade and 6th grade spirit grasses, but there are even 7th grade spirit grasses mixed in. I also saw it. There's a low-grade 7th grade green vine, a mid-grade 7th grade marked ling wood, and most of the other 5th grade and 6th grade spirit grasses belong to the wood attribute. He actually has so many high-grade spirit grasses. What is this kid planning to do? The alchemy sect elder muttered to himself. Green vine and marked ling wood are not easy to find. These are rare wood attribute spirit grasses and are also necessary to refine wood attribute Mystic Emperor pill. Could it be that he wants to refine the Mystic Emperor pill? That's impossible. The Medicine Gate elder muttered again. How is this possible? He's just a 5th grade alchemist. He must have lost his mind. What a waste of good spirit grasses. That's right. None of us here have the confidence to refine this Mystic Emperor pill, let alone this kid. And, just these 2 kinds of 7th grade spirit grasses are not enough to refine the Mystic Emperor pill. Chapter 703. Regardless of whether the judges believed him or not, Ling Xiao continued to meticulously extract the essence of the spirit herbs. This was different from the previous 2 tests. He could do as he pleased before, but this time, he had to pay for every spirit herb out of his own pocket. He felt the pinch, so he could not waste a single stalk. Moreover, he had just started to familiarize himself with refining level 7 spirit herbs, so he was not 100% sure that he would succeed. He did not dare to use the heaven cauldron and heavenly fire, so he could only complete each step by step. His speed was twice as slow as usual, but in the eyes of others, his speed was already terrifying. A level 7 pill required much more spirit herbs than a level 5 or level 6 pill, so while others had already started refining beast cores, Ling Xiao was still focused on refining the spirit herbs. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed, and some people had already started condensing their pills. Those who could condense their pills so quickly were all level 4 or level 5 alchemists, so it did not take long for them to do so. They brought their pills up to be graded. The grading rules were different from the second test. A level 4 pill was worth 10 points, a level 5 pill was worth 30 points, a level 6 pill was worth 50 points, and above level 6 pills were worth 100 points. In other words, the difference between each grade was different, and each person's score was based on the color and quality of the pill. Jia family's representative, Jia Lin, refined a level 5 pill, the Extreme Emperor pill, 15 points. Gu family's representative, Gu Jiaojiao, refined a level 5 pill, the Blood Qi pill, 15 points. Burning Seal sex representative, Niu Kong, refined a level 5 pill, the Emperor Ascension pill, 22 points. Lu family's representative, Lu Qiu, refined a level 5 pill, the Limb Healing pill, 20 points. Mu family's representative, Mu Feng, refined a level 5 pill, the Emperor Ascension pill, 25 points. At this stage, all the alchemists tried to refine level 5 pills. Even if their cultivation was not high enough, they still had to give it a try. Many people handed in their semi-finished pills and received 1 point. Many people also successfully refined level 5 pills and received a suitable score. After another 2 hours, most of the alchemists who were refining grade 5 medicinal pills had already come out. Gu Li from the Gu clan had also successfully refined an Emperor Ascension pill, obtaining a high score of 27 points. With Gu Jiaojiao's score, it wouldn't be a problem for them to keep their position. As for the alchemist from the Wanyan clan who had entered the top 100, he had also obtained 25 points. Unfortunately, it was difficult for him to maintain his position alone. Now, the only ones left in the square were the alchemists who were concocting level 6 pills. There were less than 25 people left, and most of them looked exhausted. Only the alchemist who had reached the 6th level could still refine at his own pace. The alchemy aristocratic family, the Lu family, had declined in the past. This time, their most outstanding alchemist, Lu Ming, had reached the final critical moment of pill condensation. With the strength of a half-venerable, he absorbed the nearby spiritual energy and pressed it into the medicine cauldron. Pung! A muffled groan sounded, and a smile appeared on his face. Before he saw the pill, he wiped the sweat off his forehead and murmured, "Finally, I can return to the top 10. The aroma of pills filled the air, and a smooth and round pill appeared in the medicine cauldron. This was an elementary grade 6 pill, the speed multiplier pill. At this moment, tears welled up in his eyes. Ever since he was young, he had shouldered the mission of revitalizing his family, and he had been learning alchemy day and night. He was known as the genius of the Lu family for hundreds of years, but no one knew the hardships and torture he had gone through all these years. At this moment, he had finally seen the light. Originally, he was only a 6th grade alchemist. Today, at the final stage, he did not disappoint his family's high hopes and condensed a complete 6th grade medicinal pill. He was satisfied. All the bitterness and grievances he had suffered in the past had vanished into thin air at this moment. In the end, Lu Ming's score was 41 points. With his score, in addition to his score in the second round, the Lu family would definitely be able to suppress the Zhuang family and enter the top 10 of the Dan Alliance. They would then have another seat in the arbitration group. After that, a few more people finished refining, but some failed, some were only semi-finished 6th grade products, and some succeeded. The scores were all different. These people were mostly alchemists from the medicine sect, pill sect, heaven returning sect, Yen clan, and other veteran powers of the Dan Alliance. More than half a day had passed, and there were only 6 people left. These 6 people were the Gu family's representative Ling Xiao, the medicine sect's representative Hu Chen, the pill sect's representative Qin Zi, the Huitian family's Ji Chen, the Yen clan's Yen Zhen, and the medicine sect's Hu Xiangming. From the looks of it, they all wanted to take this opportunity to break through to a higher realm. Other than Ling Xiao, the rest of the people here were all sects and clans that sat firmly on the fish hook stage. Even if they failed to refine pills, it would not affect their powers ranking. That was why they dared to boldly try to refine pills that they had never challenged before. Bang! The sound of an explosion rang out. This sound was somewhat different from the sound of a real pill forming. The sound of a pill forming was muffled, but this sound was crisp and violent. Hu Xiangming had failed to refine a level 7 pill. Her delicate face revealed an unwilling expression, the protective energy was cracked, and a few traces of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. She shook her head and kept the cauldron. She walked to the front of the judges and muttered, "Medicine sect's fire fragrance tea has failed." With that, she turned around and walked to the side. Failure was destined to not get a single point. However, no one mocked her, because she was challenging a level 7 pill. Her strength was still insufficient, so it was reasonable for her to fail if she forced herself to do so. Another explosion sounded out, followed by a flash of golden light. It was as if it had broken through the black clouds and shot down towards the plaza. Unfortunately, the golden light could only last for less than 3 breaths of time before disappearing. This is a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Did someone successfully refine a level 7 pill? No. This phenomenon is not obvious. The golden light only flashed, so it must be a semi-finished product. Even if it's a semi-finished product, it's already amazing. It's really amazing. That person must be heaven returning sect's Ji Chen. He's almost 100 years old, so this should be his last time participating in the pill competition. The one who had just finished was heaven returning sect's Ji Chen. He looked at a non-circular pill in the cauldron with a satisfied expression. This pill belonged to the category of a 7th grade medicinal pill. Although it was only a semi-finished product, it was enough for him to become a 7th grade alchemist. The 6-star badge on his chest would also increase by 1 star because of this medicinal pill. Ji Chen revealed a proud expression, raised his head, and puffed out his chest as he walked towards the judge's platform. He liked the feeling of being the center of attention. That feeling made him feel extremely good. Heaven returning sect's Ji Chen invites the elders to examine the pill. Ji Chen arrogantly placed the pill down. The heaven returning sect's elder stared at the pill with excitement and said, "Ji Chen, you're very good." In previous pill competitions, the alchemist who could refine a level 7 semi-finished product was almost certain to obtain first place. Hence, that heaven returning sect's elder was so happy that he forgot that he was still a judge. After the unanimous appraisal, Ji Chen's semi-finished level 7 medicinal pill, the golden energy pill, obtained a high score of 75 points. It was the highest score among all the alchemists at present. After Ji Chen finished judging, the Yen clan's Yen Zhen also condensed the pill. It was only to see the dark clouds break apart once more. A hint of fiery light blossomed in the horizon, like a burning cloud, making people feel breathtaking. It was a pity that this fiery light was also just a flash. However, the time it lasted was a breath longer than Ji Chen's earlier. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people burst into an uproar once again. Ji Chen's face could not help twitching. He hoped in his heart that Yen Zhen's score did not surpass his. Yen Zhen put away the medicinal pill and glanced at Ling Xiao, who was still working hard. A satisfied smile hung on his face as he said, "Ling Xiao, I hope that you don't fail." What Yen Zhen refined was similarly a semi-finished level 7 medicinal pill, the pure yang pill. After the unanimous appraisal, this pure yang pill of his was a few points better than Ji Chen's golden energy pill just now. It finally obtained a high score of 78 points. Finally, there were only 3 people left in the plaza: Ling Xiao, Hua Chen, and Qin Zi. Hua Chen and Qin Zi also practically refined pills at the same time. The spiritual energy in the vicinity was directly scraped apart by the two of them like tidewater. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled groans also sounded out at virtually the same time. The powerful shock made the surrounding people all feel like it was assaulting their souls. Whoosh! 2 different colors of brilliance bloomed at the same time. A bolt of lightning broke apart the cloud layer, giving off a heaven-shaking thunderous explosion sound. A gust of hurricane blew until the array pattern light screen started shaking. The people all around were greatly startled. Their faces all revealed incomparably horrified looks. The lightning disappeared, and the hurricane also disappeared along with it. On the judging platform, the elders from the various major powers who had come to watch the ceremony all began to whisper to each other. The lightning anomaly and the hurricane anomaly must be a level 7 lightning attribute and wind attribute medicinal pill. These two are both rare medicinal pills. They're really incredible. They actually dared to challenge these 2 types of medicinal pills. They're truly monstrous geniuses from the Medicine Gate and the Alchemy faction. Both of them have refined a few traces of the heavenly fire's energy, making their flames superior to ordinary people's. Moreover, they both have the help of Earth-grade cauldrons, so it's reasonable that they can refine a level 7 medicinal pill. It's just that they're not even 100 years old yet. This is really too much of a blow. It looks like the first place will definitely be born between the 2 of them. I just don't know who's better. Hee, that's hard to say. Isn't there still one more who's refining? He hasn't finished yet. There's no need to think about it to know that he's definitely going to fail. He's only a level 5 alchemist, and his strength is only at the mid-level of a celestial venerable. Even if he's hiding his strength, he's only using ordinary flames and doesn't have the help of a high-grade cauldron. Hua Chen and Qin Zi both walked in front of the judging platform. Hua Chen once again smiled at Qin Zi. I'm afraid that this time I'll be ahead of you. That's not necessarily true, Qin Zi replied rather stubbornly. Chapter 704. Hua Chen and Qin Zi were both refining the same type of elixir, the Mystic the Arch elixir. The only difference was that they were of different attributes. Hua Chen refined a thunder attribute Mystic the Arch pill, while Qin Zi refined a wind attribute Mystic the Arch pill. The Mystic the Arch elixir was considered an exquisite elixir among the grade 7 elixirs. It was much harder to refine than ordinary grade 7 elixirs. It could help peak heavenly venerables or half-thearchs have a chance of breaking through to the Mystic the Arch level. This kind of pill was something that many sects and clans yearned to obtain. Once they had another Mystic the Arch, it meant that their power had increased tremendously. However, level 7 spirit herbs were already hard to find, and the spirit herbs needed to refine the Mystic the Arch elixir were even harder to find. Only the medicine sect and the alchemy faction would be willing to spend the money for the 2 of them. However, it was practically impossible to refine a grade 7 medicinal pill without the strength of a half-martial emperor or above. Hua Chen, Qin Zi, Ji Chen, and Yan Zhen were all peak Empyreans. They could barely do it because they had the help of a high-grade flame and an earth-grade alchemy cauldron, which gave them enough confidence to give it a try. If it was an ordinary flame and alchemy cauldron, they wouldn't dare to try refining a grade 7 pill. Previously, the fire-fragrant tea was a very good example. The judge took Hua Chen and Qin Zi's pills. Although they were far from perfect pills, the shape of these 2 pills was much better than Ji Chen's and Yan Zhen's pills. Apart from the fact that the pills weren't very smooth, the pill shape had a colorful pattern, and the pill fragrance lingered in the air. At the very least, it could be determined that these pills were genuine 7th grade pills, and not ordinary semi-finished products. The 10 judges repeatedly applauded the 2 pills. Among them, there were several genuine 7th grade alchemists, but they didn't have the confidence to refine pills of such good quality. Moreover, these were relatively rare attribute pills, so the difficulty was much higher. After a round of discussion, Hua Chen and Qin Zi's scores were 91 points and 90 points respectively. Hua Chen was slightly more than Qin Zi. Qin Zi asked in confusion, "I'm not inferior to him in terms of color and quality, so why am I lacking 1 point?" Hua Chen narrowed his eyes and waited for the judge's explanations. Although he also wanted to secure the first place, he also wanted Qin Zi to lose wholeheartedly. Otherwise, he would not be able to subdue this strong woman. This time, the alchemy faction elder replied, "According to our appraisal, the quality of your pills and Hua Chen's pills are about the same, and they both belong to rare elemental pills. It can be said that your alchemy skills are about the same, but thunder elemental pills are even rarer than wind elemental pills. Furthermore, thunder elemental spirit herbs are extremely difficult to refine because they contain an extremely powerful and explosive energy. The slightest bit of carelessness could easily cause the cauldron to explode. Therefore, it is normal for him to have more than you." After hearing this explanation, Qin Zi lightly nodded and did not bother him any further. She immediately turned and left. Hua Chen followed her like a shadow and asked, "Zi, come with me." It had to be said that Hua Chen's alchemy skills were similar to his. They both had a spirit of reluctance to give up. Qin Zi didn't say anything. Her gaze landed on the person who was still refining the pill. Hua Chen stood quietly to the side and looked at Ling Xiao. Now, Ling Xiao had become the focus of everyone present because he was the only one who was still refining the pill. Damn it, refining a high-grade pill without a good cauldron and a high-grade flame is really difficult. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. If he didn't have the help of his mental strength, he would have needed a much longer time to refine the 7th-grade beast pill with this kind of ordinary flame. The energy of a 7th-grade beast pill was enormous. An ordinary celestial master would not be able to refine it in a day. To become a true 7th-grade alchemist, one would have to at least reach the emperor stage cultivation. Although Wu Fu was called a 7th-grade alchemist in the Gu family, he was only a quasi-7th-grade alchemist. There was still a gap between him and a true 7th-grade alchemist. "I've finally finished refining it. Is it time to condense the pill?" Ling Xiao calculated in his heart. Sweat had already soaked his body and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. In the eyes of the others, there was a different meaning behind his pause. Looks like he won't be able to condense the pill. What a pity for so many spirit herbs. He's a 5th-grade alchemist challenging a 7th-grade medicinal pill. He's really brainless. Does he think that he can refine a semi-finished product by luck like others? That's right. The flame and the cauldron are just ordinary goods. It's simply impossible for him to condense the pill. You can't blame him like that. It's already an amazing thing for a 5th-grade alchemist to be able to refine all the high-grade spirit herbs and beast cores. At the very least, he already has the ability to become a 6th-grade alchemist. Maybe he'll be able to take first place next time. Master Ling won't fail, right? Guli, who had already retreated to the side, asked worriedly. Gu Jiaojiao replied, "I don't think so. Didn't there already be many abnormalities in our Gu family? This proves that boss is definitely in the bag." Although she said this, the anxious expression on her face still betrayed her heart. Ji Chen, who was not far away, could not help but mock. I already said that a 5th-grade alchemist is still only a 5th-grade alchemist. You're delusional to think that you can surpass your rank and seize the first place. That's simply wishful thinking." Beside him, Yan Zhen also had a strange expression on his face. He was wondering in his heart, is it really over like this? However, right at this time, Ling Xiao moved again. He did not give up or condense the pill as everyone had imagined. Instead, a round bead appeared in his hand. This bead was like a pill, emitting a dense energy, but it did not have the fragrance of a pill. Wan Yanlai was the first to stand up in dissatisfaction and shout, "You're all rebelling." "They're all rebelling, he actually cheated right under our noses. This brat still doesn't put our judges in his eyes. I think he should get 0 points for this stage, and the points for the second stage will also be cancelled. He is the external help that the Gu family invited. The Gu family also has a responsibility. If we let them stay in the top 10 of the Dan Alliance's members, it will cause a lot of negative effects on our Dan Alliance. What do you all think? When Wan Yanlai saw Ling Xiao throw that pill-like thing in, he felt that Ling Xiao definitely wanted to cheat. He felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was almost impossible for the Wan Yan family to maintain their top 10 positions. If the Gu family were to be eliminated at this time, then the Wan Yan family would have a high chance of staying. The heavens are really helping me. Wan Yanlai exclaimed happily in his heart. Gu Longxing shouted in dissatisfaction, Wan Yanlai, you're bullsh** ting, even if you're dissatisfied with our Gu family, you can't destroy everyone's integrity. Moreover, the supervising elder is always paying attention. If Ling Xiao cheats, will he protect our Gu family? Perhaps the supervising elder was careless for a moment. In short, I believe everything that I saw with my eyes. Please chase this brat out of the stage. He is really too presumptuous. Does he really think that we old fellows are blind? Wan Yanlai said firmly. We are not blind, you are the one who is blind. The medicine sect elder looked at Wan Yanlai in disgust and said. Vice Alliance leader, you. Wan Yanlai looked at the medicine sect elder in shock and said. He really did not expect that the medicine sect elder would actually protect this Ling Xiao. Could it be that the medicine sect and the Gu family had reached some kind of agreement? Thinking of this, Wan Yanlai's body turned cold. I really admire Brother Wan Yan's eyesight. You actually think that the Emperor pill is a pill? Hee, you really are a model for our generation. The alchemy sect elder lightly stroked his white beard and laughed. His eyes were filled with disdain. Huh, isn't that so? Fortunately, I am not so old that my eyesight is blurred. Can I still distinguish between an emperor pill and a pill? The Yen clan elder laughed loudly. The Mu family elder said, you can't say that about Brother Wan Yen, maybe it was just a moment of carelessness. The Mu family elder was even more ruthless, directly returning Wan Yanlai's words to him. Wan Yanlai was immediately ridiculed by the other elders for actually daring to question the supervising elder's impartiality. Wan Yanlai's mind was blank. He only had one sentence in his mind. He kept asking, is it an emperor pill and not a pill? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Gu Longxing, who was at the side, was overjoyed. Looking at Wan Yanlai's lifeless face, he felt a fierce resentment in his heart. Is that brat going to refine a supreme-grade mystic the arch pill? The medicine sect elder said to divert the others' attention. The rest of the judges' expressions became strange. The alchemy faction elder by the side narrowed his eyes and said, this brat is really unexpected. This kind of supreme-grade medicinal pill, even I only have 20% to 30% confidence in successfully condensing. I really don't know if he is too confident or too arrogant. The energy of an emperor pill is not weaker than the energy of a tier 7 beast pill. To continue refining, it will probably take more than half a day. This young fellow is really to be feared. The Yen clan elder praised lightly. The people in the surroundings were visibly moved. When they saw that Ling Xiao started to refine things again, they were all looking forward to seeing Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. There were also some who hoped for the appearance of a miracle. The sky gradually darkened, and the rain already stopped. However, the people gathered around the plaza did not leave. Instead, there were more and more people. That dignified figure that was still beating the flames non-stop gave people a feeling of deep veneration. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he persisted for so long. This kind of spirit already made people feel that he was very remarkable. Normal flames are still too weak. Looks like I still have to borrow the heavenly fire. Ling Zhao's mental energy and spiritual power were already greatly depleted, and he had only refined 2/3 of the emperor pill. He knew that he might not be able to hold on for much longer. His mental energy enveloped all the essence in the medicine cauldron, and balls of blue flames shot out from his hands. Flaming shadow palm, 49 palm shadows shot out at the same time. The 1/3 of the emperor pill's energy in the medicine cauldron was instantly condensed. The surrounding people sensed the change in Ling Xiao at this moment and could not help but burst into an uproar. The medicine sect elder and the alchemy faction elder who were seated above all stood up together and exclaimed, This is the medicine sect's flaming shadow palm. Condense. The moment the emperor pill was refined, Ling Xiao let out a startled cry. His palms formed a series of mysterious hand seals, and the surrounding spiritual energy was instantly sucked into his body. Bang! Chapter 705. Countless spiritual energy swarmed over, and a powerful spiritual energy storm formed in the square. Countless palm shadows pressed down on the cauldron, and the spiritual energy was squeezed into the cauldron. Meanwhile, Ling Zhao's spiritual energy instantly enveloped the cauldron to prevent the essence from spilling out. Bang! An earth-shattering sound resounded, and the powerful energy was like a sudden clap of thunder. The explosion caused the square to shake, and cracks that could be seen with the naked eye appeared on the formation in the sky above the square. The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. They held their breaths and stared at the slender figure in the square to see if he was still alive. After all, it contained the terrifying energy of a grade 7 beast core and an emperor core. When the two energies were combined, it could blast almost any holy master into pieces, and it could also seriously injure an emperor stage cultivator. Gu Li and Gu Jiaojiao were extremely nervous. They both wanted to rush up to see if Ling Xiao was all right. He failed. A muffled voice sounded in the sky. The 10 judges on the spectator stand all revealed different expressions. Some were regretful, some were disdainful, and some were glad. Ha, I knew it was impossible. Now even he was killed. Ji Chen, who was standing not far away, laughed and mocked. He had remembered Ling Zhao's arrogance. Now that he saw Ling Xiao fail, he was naturally delighted. Alas, what a pity. The Yan clan member sighed softly. Ha, he forced himself to do it. It's not courage, it's stupidity. Hua Chen smiled faintly, and his face was filled with disdain. Qin Zi just frowned slightly, and her eyes were fixed on the gradually disappearing smoke in the square. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar soared into the sky, and the shadow of a golden dragon seemed to break out of the ground and soar into the sky. The majestic true dragon gave people a feeling that it could shock the world. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They almost couldn't help but kneel down and worship the golden dragon. At this moment, everyone saw the tall and slender figure in the field clearly. He was like a mountain, and his feet were planted into the ground. The clothes on his upper body had been blasted into pieces, revealing his strong and perfect golden muscles. He's actually fine. He's really lucky. This person's strength is too strong. Such a terrifying explosion almost destroyed the defensive light curtain, but he's still fine. That golden dragon image seems to be condensed by him. Who is this person? Is he that first emperor-level expert Ling Xiao? I heard that the first emperor, Ling Xiao, also has the aura of a golden dragon. Could it really be the same person? But, wasn't the first emperor-level expert just an earthly emperor? Did he break through 2 levels in such a short period of time? What's on his head? The pill's energy is still there? The ethereal voice rang out once again, its tone filled with astonishment. Once again, the judges on the spectator stands revealed expressions of shock. The elders who came to watch the ceremony also revealed looks of disbelief. He was actually able to preserve the essence energy after the explosion. This child is truly extraordinary. The medicine gate elder sighed. The pill faction elder nodded and said, yes, even if he failed, he should still be given a certain amount of points. If he had a medicinal cauldron now, perhaps he could condense the pill again, the Yan clan elder hypothesized. Yes, why don't we give him a medicinal cauldron? Gu Longxing seized the opportunity to say. Unfortunately, no one responded to his words. Ling Zhao's entire body was covered with layers of glazed dragon scales. Golden blood was already flowing out of the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that the explosion had caused quite a bit of damage to him. However, he still stood firmly and didn't collapse. Both his feet were embedded in the ground, and both his palms were still stretched out. On top of his palms, there was a ball of pure energy wrapped in a blue flame. It didn't dissipate. Condense again. Ling Xiao's expression looked as if he had gone mad. He roared again, and the power between his palms kept surging out. The spiritual power in the surroundings once again pressed down on that ball of pure energy. Ling Xiao also sent out his spiritual power without reservation, and the range of that energy became smaller and smaller. Bang! Another muffled sound rang out. A blue light blossomed above Ling Xiao, and a terrifying aura sent Ling Xiao flying far away. Pfft! He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of thick golden blood. It was incomparably strange. Did he fail? Ling Xiao muttered as he lay on the ground. Everyone else had the same thought. They also wanted to know the final result. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, streaks of azure light appeared in the dusky sky, dyeing the sky with a moving radiance. The dazzling azure light was like sunlight shining down, and it carried a rich vitality. Although it was a bit dazzling when it shone on everyone's bodies, it made them feel exceptionally comfortable. Everyone stared blankly at the azure light that filled the sky, and their eyes revealed expressions of worship. This is a true heaven and earth anomaly, azure light filling the sky. What a refreshing feeling. It's as if this azure light is like a hot spring, and it's very comfortable. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so abnormal. The cauldron has been destroyed, but he can still condense medicinal pills. Is he still human? Condensing pills in the void, isn't this something that only alchemy saint can do? Could it be that he's already an alchemy saint? It seems like the first place will belong to him this time. When the green light gradually dissipated, there were 2 green pills floating in the place where Ling Xiao was just a moment ago. The pills were surrounded by a green light, and at the same time, they emitted bursts of beautiful fragrance, making everyone salivate. They couldn't wait to immediately rush over and grab the 2 pills in their hands. Ling Xiao crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. He looked at the 2 pills, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a captivating smile. Fortunately, I didn't waste too much. Ling Xiao smiled, and with a wave of his hand, the 2 pills instantly flew into his palm. Feeling the warm energy within the 2 pills, Ling Xiao knew that his hard work had paid off. How could he have succeeded? Ji Chen murmured with a look of disbelief. Beside him, Yan Zhen also revealed a wry smile, and at the same time, there was a hint of respect in his eyes, too abnormal. But, one day, I will surpass you. Hua Chen, who was not far away, did not say anything, but there was a hint of jealousy in his eyes. On the other hand, Qin Zi, who was standing beside him, burst into laughter. Hee, I've finally met a man who can move my heart. Big brother, boss, he succeeded. Gu Jiaojiao grabbed her big brother Gu Li's hand and said excitedly. Gu Li looked at Ling Xiao in admiration and said, that's right, Master Ling always surprises people like this. He really is a genius in alchemy, and I'm afraid that no one in this generation can surpass him. Even in the previous generation, it was difficult to find a few alchemists as outstanding as him. He's a level 7 apotheosis. Ling Xiao walked to the viewing platform, and just as he was about to hand over the pills to the medicine school elder, a figure appeared out of nowhere and quietly snatched away the pills in Ling Xiao's hand. Bastard! Ling Xiao was shocked. He did not expect that someone would dare to snatch his pills in front of everyone in the hall. Moreover, the person had done so secretly that he did not even have time to react. He cried out in shock and mercilessly punched the figure. He had gathered all his strength in this punch, and he must kill the person with one punch. Bang! Unfortunately, when his punch landed on the other party's palm, it was as if he had punched something soft, and his strength was completely dissipated. Ling Xiao did not have much time to think. Just as he was about to start extrapolating his pocket world, the medicine school elder's voice rang out, Ling Xiao, stop. He's the supervising elder. The supervising elder? Ling Xiao was stunned. He steadied his aura and looked at the figure who had stopped beside him. At this moment, the 10 judges on the judging platform respectfully greeted the figure. Greetings to the supervising elder. Next to Ling Xiao was a stooped old man. His face was covered with wrinkles and his body was so thin that it seemed as if a gust of wind could blow him away. He held the 2 pills that Ling Xiao had given him in his shriveled hand, and his eyes shone brilliantly. He murmured, "A wood elemental supreme grade mystic the arch pill. From its appearance, it does not look rusty at all. It is round, smooth, and as translucent as jade. Just from this alone, one can tell that it is a superior elixir. The color of the pill is incomparably rich and vibrant. The energy of the spirit herbs, the beast core, and the arch pill are all perfectly fused together. Furthermore, it can be condensed into 2 elixirs at once. Impressive. Truly impressive." When the judges heard the supervising elder's evaluation, they knew that the elixirs in Ling Xiao's hands were genuine 7th grade elixirs. Moreover, they were of the highest grade. The results of this competition were self-evident. The supervising elder raised his old eyes and looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt as if he had been stripped naked in front of the supervising elder. It was as if he had no secrets left to hide. What a terrifying gaze. It's actually like Master Evil Emperor, giving me an unshakable feeling. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Of course, he didn't think that this old man was as powerful as his Master Evil Emperor. It was just that his current realm was not high enough. He was unable to touch the power of a higher realm, nor could he feel how strong this old man was. "Brat, good job." The supervising elder praised him, then threw the pill back to Ling Xiao. Then, he said, "Are you willing to join the Dan Alliance? This old man can guarantee that you will be able to enter. In the future, you will be able to enjoy all kinds of refining materials." Boom! The expressions of the surrounding people all changed. None of them thought that the old man who suddenly appeared would actually invite Ling Xiao to join the Dan Alliance, and even offer such attractive conditions. If it were any of them, they would have immediately agreed. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it was also an opportunity that all the sects and families would fight for. Ugh. We'll talk about this later. You guys should give me a score first. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then said to the medicine sect elder and the others, "You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."